Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've been calling for it. We have been waiting. Welcome back to Monza if you were here on Thursday, but welcome to round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro Endurance Series GT3 and GT2. My name is Stephen Koenig. Glad to have you guys here, and I can tell you that everyone is super excited for the race this afternoon, because not only are we starting in the afternoon, we're going to be starting and finishing at tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. for this 8 hours of Monza, and our drivers will be looking to kick it off. So let's head down to the track and take a look at our grid. Absolutely phenomenal stuff to see so many entrants ready to have some fun. But that being said, let's take a look through the running order for the RaceFace.Pro Endurance GT3 and GT2. So kicking it off for the top of the charts is going to be Kieran Duplessis for Hybrid Racing, Daniel Rowe in second place, Bego Krobler, Chris Heineke in the Bentley, Werner Skuman, Bernard Barkhuizen, Jaco Kutzer, Daniel de Villiers, Loic Randabel, Mahayath Musa, Jason Farmer, Ruan van der Walt, Gerard Pretorius, Lucan Haynes, Mordrake Larsens, Paul Fenter, Oj Botic, along with Conor Bergstrom, Ruan Robertson, Hansi Myberg, Elric Diaga, Rudolf Hugh, Henny Pochita, John Marat, Tristan Herbs, Ryan van Veek, Henry Meyer, Ludwig Zetzman, Liam Swanburn, and Ruan Sellers, rounding out our grid for the starting drivers for the race. And it's going to be a wild one, folks. Get ready for an absolutely blistering times around the track. A lot of excitement, a bit of a lockout for first, second, and third, with Hybrid Racing up at the top. Then we've also got our big Bentley of Chris Heineke of Slick Racing, trying to make his way through. The big Bentley looking to be charging all the way to the front. Werner Skuman of Pandacity, hoping that he can keep up the momentum. He is one of the very few solo drivers that are going to be racing, so he's going to do 8 hours solo in the car. Bernard Barkhuizen of the Honest Gaming KSR warming up the tires with Jaco Kutzer around him. Daniel the Hitman de Villiers will be out on the track for the PWSR team as they look to really set the world ablaze. Like Randabel, part of the OG and ZRC Monza team, they're looking to go and stand on the gas. Quite a few things. But you will also note we do have 2 cars to keep an eye out for. Lucan Haynes of the RSZA team will be starting out. He's in the KTM GT2, looking to have a bit of fun a little bit further down the field. And Rudolf Hugh of True Racing in the KTM as well. So he's looking to try and get it all the way to the front. Henry Meyer, towards the sharp end of the field, will also be in a KTM as well. So go and keep an eye on those, as we got 2 different classes racing together. And it is going to be a absolutely monumental run. Matthew Carter saying, do we see the livery? Yes, we do. There we go. Ruan Sellers, Hammer Cow Racing, going and ready to drive. But as our drivers make their way through, we are going to be getting ready for round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro Endurance Series, and this is going to be monumental. This is what they've been waiting for. When the green flag goes, it is 8 hours of racing right to the end, and it is going to be absolutely mental. It is going to challenge the drivers, and let's see who's going to claw their way to victory right here at RaceFace.Pro. And I've got to say, super excited to see how it's going to turn out. We saw Monza play into the hands just this past Thursday for the SRO Community World Qualifiers hosted by RaceFace. Now we get to see what the drivers can do after 8 hours on this treacherous circuit. The Temple of Speed is about to challenge everyone, with Duplessis and Rowe manning the front end of the field. They're going to look to try and pull away as quickly as they can. Bego Krobler in third place, usually in the Porsche. This time in a Ferrari, and away they go. Bernard Barkhuizen tried getting the run on Chris Heineke, gets boxed in immediately. Werner Skuman in the Mustang trying to move across. Jaco Kutzer trying to find his way through as they head down towards turn 1. It is going to be a bit exciting. Who can get on the brakes a little bit later? Oh, as that Concertina effect starting to come into play. Everyone neatly filing their way through. Not too much ruckus on the way through. Yellow flags are getting set ablaze though, and that is a bit unfortunate. It looks like we have had a problem with Pojita, who has gone and got turned round. So unfortunately, no win there. And Omdri Botic, a little bit further down, is trying to carve his way back. So we did have one or two unfortunate drops. And also, Bego Krobler down the field. Now this has got the likes of Chris Heineke up into third place, but now losing out to the likes of Bernard Barkhuizen. Daniel Rowe pulling away. Duplessis holding second place, has got a massive train behind him, as he has got Bernard Barkhuizen all over the back of him. Barkhuizen tries to go around the outside, looks for the inside line. Can he go late on the brakes? Trying to get it all sorted out. Gets it sunk in. Duplessis getting out of shape. Loses out the position. Got a poor drive. And that is going to allow Chris Heineke to get on the back of him. And he's pulling Werner Skuman at the moment. A pass for Bego Krobler as he carves his way back up through the field. But keep an eye on it. The drivers are not giving up just as yet. There's 8 hours of racing. But these drivers are treating it as a sprint race for the start. As Chris Heineke gets past done, Werner Skuman puts his nose in. And unfortunately, nowhere to go there. Duplessis tried closing the door on Werner Skuman. That landed up with a bit of a turnaround. And now Werner Skuman is falling into the clutches of Bego Krobler. Bego under pressure. It's got Mahiath Musa, Project Vapor, looking to try and go around him. Bego losing out that straight line power compared to the BMW. Going to try go a little bit late on the brakes. Side by side they go. Loic Randebolt keeping very closely behind. Looking left, looking right. But now he's got the drive onto Mahiath Musa. Can he get it going? Had to back out as Mahiath Musa goes defensive. He's looking to try and go for a pass. He's not worried about his rearview mirrors. Bego leaning on him a little bit. Loic Randebolt just keeping within earshot. Remember, Bego's got a bit of damage to that front end, so he hasn't got the top end to support him at this point. Mahiath Musa gets past done. Bego tries to look for the cutback. Gets on the power early. He's going to try it. Heading up towards the tabletop. Mahiath Musa leaning on the front of him. Going to ensure that he gets himself sorted out. And away he goes. So well done for Mahiath Musa getting it all locked in. And now Loic Randebolt trying to pull away from the first of our GT2s. And there's Lucan Haynes of the RSZA team. Now trying to keep ahead of Daniel De Villiers, who got a terrible drive out. And this has allowed Jaco Kutzer to go and look side by side. Going to go late under braking. Can he get it done? Oh, he's going to try. Outside's going to be tricky. He does force Daniel De Villiers over the curb, so that has allowed him to get past and get the drive. Daniel, though, is going to try and come back at him, hoping that he can keep the tow. Right behind him, though, Jason Farmer. Don't count him out. Part of the Griffin Sim Racing team, looking to try and battle his way through. As we see side by side, Jaco trying to go up on the inside. Gets the pass locked in. And now trying to accelerate pass as we see Jason Farmer goes out wide. That is going to open the door for Mordre Claessens to get on by. So Claessens is going to be quite happy and quite content with that. But unfortunately for him, Jason Farmer is not one to back down from a fight, and he will challenge it tooth and nail. He's got his teammate. Seeing that there's a teammate of the Pandassi right behind him, it's going to be an absolute chaos down into turn one, as we also keep an eye on Jaco Kutzer all over the side, as he is going to go side by side. PWSR against Team Tryhard. Two teams that have existed here in RaceFace.Pro for quite some time. Actually, to the early stages of life for RaceFace.Pro. Now going hammer and tongs at one another. Lucan Hines in the GT2s, though, trying to figure out how he can get past Loic Randebolt. Now, they've got a little bit more power and a little bit more aero, but the tricky part is trying to get past the drivers, and that's not going to work in the favor. Roman van der Walt dealing with Henry Mayer, though. He's trying to get a little bit closer. Mayer going to try and keep on the gas as much as possible. Conor Bergstrom all over the back of him, trying to see where can he get by. Going to hopefully stick into the toe. And Conor Bergstrom of Ominous Gaming Nitro, and that is, as far as I'm aware, their junior team that they've put together. Paul Fenter of Eleanor trying to make his way through. He's got Hansi Myberg, the two admins of the difference. We've got the Team Tryhard and RaceFace.Pro admin Hansi Myberg battling it out with Paul Fenter, the Logistical Nightmare Racing admin. Always fantastic to see as Daniel de Villiers gets a pass done. He goes absolutely stonking past likes of Jaco Kutzer. Now Mordred Claessen's going to line it up. He goes side by side. The McLaren, unfortunately, getting pushed out wide. Can he keep it, though? It looks like the Porsche may have the legs here. Trying to lean on him a little bit, but the McLaren will have a straight line. And it's also allowing Jason Farmer to keep within the tow as well. Jason Farmer is going to keep a very, very close eye on this little battle, especially getting into turn 1, because he needs to pick a line, outside or inside. Who's going to have the run through turn 1, turn 2? As they go side by side, Claessen try to move through. Oh, a little bit of contact. And Bego Krobler as well. So we landed up seeing Mordred Claessen's gets turned around. It's a pile-up. Now, unfortunately, that has twisted quite a few cars round. So let's go back a little bit and see what happened to the 117 car. Mordred Claessen's Jaco Kutzer into turn 1. Side by side they go, keeping either side of the line. Mordred trying to move a little bit fraction back to get himself to the corner. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out well. And Jason Farmer a little bit too close, and that created a concertina effect right behind. And unfortunately, the rest of the cars having to take evasive maneuvers to try and keep it going. So unfortunately, we have seen a little bit of chaos off the start, off the bat. Loic Randebelt trying to open up a gap. He is getting chased down by Jaco Kutzer at this moment, who has now shaken off the likes of Mordred Claessen's Bego Krobler, though. He had a terrible run. Now trying to claw his way through the 222, going and landing up with a bit of a problem. And now trying to claw his way back into the things. Let's actually keep an eye and see what happens to Bego Krobler. Heading into turn 1. Did he go and lose the rear end? There is our GT2, Luke and Haynes, going past Loic Randebelt. Loic braking late. Oh, there is contact. Loic Randebelt, unfortunately, late on the brakes. Got Bego Krobler twisted round. Now Bego on the hunt to go after Jaco Kutzer. The Team Triad Racing, I would say the mother team to Hybrid Racing, because Hybrid Racing came off the back of Team Triad Racing. And now trying to get into a little bit of fight with the sister team, hoping that they can keep it all going. Bego hoping that he can just get a little bit more drive. Jaco trying to defend, looks inside, looks outside, goes defensive, tries once again to just tuck into the toe, moves out, really darting around the circuit. That's not helping his run, as he tries anything to gain some valuable time, and Jaco Kutzer having to take evasive maneuvers, very, very close to going into the back of the likes of Loic Randebelt. So the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro now onto the back of Loic Randebelt, who needs to figure out for the OG ZRC Monza team as they battle their way through. Henry Mayer looking to get a pass on Jaco Kutzer, and he's pulling Jason Farmer in the tow as well. So Jason Farmer's going to concentrate on the attack here, see where is it going to be possible to follow the GT2 through. He's going to see what's going to be the most easiest move that isn't going to compromise too much time. Remember, it's two different classes that they're fighting in. Mahaith Wissa off to a charge onto the back of Werner Skuman, trying his best to close up as much as possible. And we are seeing a battle, Bego Krobler and Loic Randebelt. And it looks like Bego Krobler running into a bit of a problem. Now falling down the order once again. Loic Randebelt getting the drive on him is now pulling away. Unfortunately for Bego, he's lost out to Jaco Kutzer and Henry Mayer in one fell swoop. Here comes Jason Farmer, along with Hansi Myberg on the charge as well. So for the starting stages of the race, it has been a absolutely mental run, as we do see a little bit of contact. Chris Heineke and Werner Skuman have come to blows with one another, and that's allowed Mahaith Musa to get in with a shot. This is towards our top 3, and the big Bentley having to defend, swapping left and right. Werner Skuman's going to try to go around the outside. Now he's got to pace himself here with the big Mustang over likes of Chris Heineke of Slick Racing, who is looking to go and keep the charge on as they close down towards Bernard Barkhuizen. And yes, 5 seconds back, but it's 8 hours of racing here at Monza. Anything is possible as they're looking to go through. Oh, big tank slapper for Werner Skuman on the exit. Not an easy run for him. Mahaith Musa just going and having a bit of a lift to just try and keep himself alive there. Doesn't want to get too involved in the battle too early on. Werner Skuman's going to have to really think about this. Lots of questions are going to come in, and it's going to be what is pushing it too hard, especially if you're going to be soloing 8 hours of racing. We do have the accident for number 23. Let's go back to that and see what happened to the number 23. This is Ludwig Zetzman of Ebb and Flow. They're getting cheered on by Willi Zetzman, saying to both my sons, Ludwig and Christian Zetzman, best of luck for the race. Oh, major contact. That is unfortunately how you snipe a Bentley. So, what a bit of a run there. But Willi Zetzman going and giving a bit of a share to both his sons. And honestly, it's fantastic to see a family support coming in like that. Abrupt Golf going and saying, very surprised at Turn 1, how clean it was. Well, I have to agree on that. Turn 1 is infamous for major collisions here at Monza and all the chaos that can come through it. I mean, it doesn't matter what you're in. GT3s, open wheels. I mean, if you're a big fan of Formula 1, Monza is the very same place where, unfortunately, the collision between Hamilton and Max Verstappen happened, where Max landed on top of Hamilton's car and the rear wheel was touching the helmet of Max Verstappen. Well, for GT3s, it's also where we saw the Aston Martin GT3 go sideways and tear the bottom of the car, tore the door off everything when it went and lost it through the upcoming chicane where our drivers are approaching at the moment. Bernard Barquez, no. Daniel Rowe, two that know each other very well and know how to push each other right to the limit. We'll be trying to figure out what's next. So 8 hours of racing, lots to go on here. No mandatory pit stops other than what you need. So you can plan out your fuel and your tire stops all the way through to the end. And this is very different. The format itself is extremely different to what we've usually see on a Thursday night, where it's a 1 hour, 20-minute race with 2 mandatory pit stops. This time around, no mandatory pit stops. Just get it to the end and enjoy the drive. We do have coming up next week, Wednesday, is the RaceFace.Pro GT3 Sprint Series on ACC. Make sure that you sign up on simgrid.pro if you want to go and race here at RaceFace.Pro with all the action happening there. But keep an eye on all the action. Mahias Musa getting a little bit unsettled behind Chris Heineke, trying to figure out where he can get going and get round. Lucan Haynes trying to deal with Daniel de Villiers as we do see the Zetzman car now trying to just keep it all together. They're getting blue flagged. Going to go around the outside. One of the very few Hondas out on the track. And honestly, great to see. Bego Kroblik going side by side with Jason Farmer. Jason stuck on the outside. Is going to do everything he can. Gets squished out a little bit. And we'll have to try and fight it back. Some good racing between these two. And well enough to know each other. Oh, man. There's a tag. And unfortunately, that is a big off for Bego Kroblik in the 81. The 222. Let's go and take a look at the 81. And go on board with him. So, this is the 81 of Jason Farmer. No, this isn't the 81. This isn't Jason Farmer. Unfortunately, it's another one of the cars that fell off the track where the contact happened. Bego Kroblik just trying to keep it all together. And here is another shot on the outside for Ryan van Wyk, with Ruan trying to catch up to him. Is that Ruan Saliers? No, that isn't that. There's another one of the ZRC cars. Oh, bit of a contact side on into turn 1. It's not an easy time there. Ruan Robertson stuck on the outside. Rev limits 8L Monza. Now, unfortunately, getting the rev limits pushed as Ruan Saliers right onto the back of him, trying to gain a bit of ground. So, battles all the way up and down through the field. And anything can happen. But we haven't even crossed over the threshold of a 1 hour mark just as yet. And the drivers have already started putting some massive impact onto the tires and onto the cars. Now, for anyone that is very new to the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione and trying to figure out how does this race develop over time? Well, let me explain it to you. There is what we call chassis fatigue. That is when there's more chassis flex that gets introduced. The car starts to flex a little bit more the more racing that you're doing. The harder you push the car, the more that you start to get a little bit of body roll that creeps in. Understeer starts creeping in. But the more the car becomes less controllable for you. Also, something to talk about is because we are a circuit that does demand some hard braking as well, we do have brake fade. If your brakes get way too hot, you do get brake fade. And that means that your brakes are not working at optimally. You start to get what we call a very spongy pedal. That means you get more travel on your brake pedal to try and slow down. You're trying to push the foot through the floor every step of the way. And unfortunately, that is not going to help you, as you will lose some serious lap time and also does induce mistakes starting to creep in. So ideally, circumstances you do not want to be dealing with in an 8-hour race. So this is all about keeping the tires alive, keeping the brakes going, and also just trying to eke out that little bit more fuel compared to your competitors as you make your way around the track. Luke Randevelt going side by side with Henry Mayer. Henry Mayer making short work of them, utilizing the power of that GT2 as he looks to try and get a little bit closer to Luke and Haynes up ahead. And we do have a little bit of rubbing and racing from Daniel Rowe and Bernard Barkhuizen. The two of them giving it everything they got. Hammer and tongs at one another. Both drivers has expressed how they love racing against one another. They push the limits and try and gain a little bit of time. A good move there. Bernard Barkhuizen coming across, trying to cover up the racing line, causing a little bit of defense and forcing Daniel Rowe to go a little bit harder on the brakes, just to slow him up that little bit more. If you could try and take some of that low-end torque out of the McLaren, that is your best bet at this point. And what you need to try and do is ensure that you're the leading car to ensure that you don't get any aero wash thrown onto you. When we talk about aero wash as well, that is the aerodynamics going in, allowing the air to pass over the top of the car and underneath the car. It does create what we call turbulent air at the back, or dirty air for what many people would know it as, and that is air that is unsettled. That's essentially like a washing machine going and moving, or a dryer moving around left, up and down in a spiral, and it causes the car to unsettle, lifting the front suspension up and down, the aerodynamics not really working in your favor. But if you can get closer though, you eventually start having this aero start working in your favor. You get into what we call a slipstream, and that is where you're into a vacuum essentially. So the car ahead of you is punching a hole through the air at the moment. You're in the slipstream, and that means you've got no air over the top of your car. That means no resistance and an extra 5Ks underneath your belt. Timothy Riddle saying hello, hello, hello. Good to see you there. Glad to see you in the virtual grandstands. But so many different people in the grandstands. We have got Billy Zetzman, Magic Wyvern, Ruan Heineke, Jean-Ray Buerta, Anthony Gamble, Abrupt Golf going and saying, how's it? We've got Darren 1411, Brandon Francis, and Matthew Carter being a part of our grandstands. And that's just people I could see chatting to us, being a part of the show. It's always fantastic to see so many people so interested in the world of racing, especially endurance racing. It is one of my absolute favorites to go and see how the drivers do. Lots of charging going on right the way through the field, and everyone pushing themselves that little bit harder. As we see the Slick Racing, Mahayath Musa right on the tail for Project Vapor, trying to force Chris Heineke into a mistake. Now, Mahayath Musa has done a lot of racing at the moment to see how he can keep going. And Chris Heineke hasn't been racing as much here at RaceFace.Pro. I know that he has been participating in other stints as well. And he's been, other leagues as well, just trying to keep his eye in and keeping a good go at the moment as he goes side by side with Mahayath Musa. Mahayath around the outside, going to have a good run on the way through. Luke and Hines trying to keep away. Got Daniel, the Hitman de Villiers, onto the back of him. Daniel de Villiers will go and press on, hoping that he can keep the momentum. Looks to the inside line. Can he keep the drive, though? Really trying to keep it all in check. Luke and Hines in the GT2 will have a little bit more legs here compared to Daniel de Villiers. but they're going to have to think it out now. What's going to be the main idea for a pass here? Daniel going to look for the inside line. It's going to be a little bit too far back to go for a striking distance. The top end, unfortunately, not playing into his favor, but the PWSR trying to keep it going. And it's good to see the PWSR car coming back once again, flashing his lights, saying, listen, I'm losing out a little bit of time here. Let's see if we can rotate positions. I've got a little bit more cornering. You got the straight line. Let's work together to close up on the likes of Chris Heineke and the Bentley. So it's going to be an interesting one. This is where you're going to see teams actually start discussing and talking with one another, saying, all right, let's look at the bigger picture here. How can we work together to push ourselves forward? Let's go through the running order, though, as it's Bernard Barkhuizen out in first place, Daniel Rowe in second, Werner Skuman in third, Mahath Musa in fourth, Chris Heineke in fifth, sixth, Luca Nans, Daniel De Villiers, Jaco Kutza, Henry Mayer in ninth, and 10th place, Jason Farmer. Going down the field, though, Mordred Claessens, followed by Paul Fenter. Loic Randebel has got Hansi Myberg all over the back of him. Ulrich de Jager, Ruan Saliers, Quinn Duplessis. So Quinn trying to make his way around the track. Gerard Pretorius, Ruan Robinson, along with Ruan van der Walt. Jean Mazart, Conor Bergstrom onto the back of him. Ruan van Wyk, Liam Swanburn, Tristan Herbst, along with Ludwig Zetzman, Michael Berg, Jandro Siska of the Jamaica bobsled sim racing team, as they make their way all with a little bit more damage on the car. And Bego Krobler down in 29th position. Looks like he's got some work done to the car. And last in the field at the moment, still going, is JD Ellis as he tries to close up the gap. Yellow flags being waved, so, and that is our Jamaicans, unfortunately, going and running into a bit of a problem. The bobsled team getting bobbed into the grass. Let's try and take a look what happened to this BMW. Over the curb, keeping it all together, getting on the gas. Where does the car slip out? No, they've just moved off, stopping the car. That is a very, very bizarre happening, and now is stopped on the track, and looks like the driver may have actually gone over the wall. So, unfortunately, that means the car is going to be standing. For anyone passing there, though, they will see yellow flags and be thinking, okay, I need to take it a little bit easy. Unfortunately, it is going to be a proper chase down. Productive Panda coming in saying, what a start. Big accident for Mordred and Rowan, but they're on recovery. Werner driving like a menace. Well, I think that is what you're going to need to do if you're a solo driver, but also big shout outs in terms of drivers having to work their way through all the difficulties that go on. You'll hear me go and repeat the same phrase over and over for anyone that has never experienced these type of broadcasts. You'll always hear me say, get to the line. Do yourself a favor. If you start the race, at least see the checkered flag. You earned that much. As we see, oh, Ulrich de Jager getting it all airborne and now trying to keep himself going. Van der Walt, though, landing up, getting twisted into the dirt. So he's now trying to get himself going and back on track. Let's go back about 30 seconds and see what happened to Van der Walt as they try and make their way through. Hasn't been the easiest start for the car, as we heard. But let's see what has all transpired on the way through. Way too many curbs, and unfortunately got a snap oversteer. And then it was onto the traction control. They got this lazy slide to it. And for going and skating against the wall. Not too much damage, but enough to just go and unsettle the car. Conor Bergstrom going side by side with Jean Mazart of Tire Troopers. Beautiful color scheme on that BMW. I've got to admit, the purple and the white does really well. Complements each other quite a bit. And Ruan van der Walt trying to catch up to them. But Conor Bergstrom got past of the Ominous Gaming Nitro. The white and black going and showing off what they can do. Really clicking on that Nitro. So having a great run out there. As we do see, that is Werner Skuman that landed up in the weeds. Mahath Musa getting past him. But Werner Skuman landed up in the dirt. Not ideal circumstances for him. Let's see if we can go back a little bit and find out what exactly went on with Werner Skuman. Just keeping it all together. Trying to just keep the momentum. Bouncing over the curbs. Bounces again. Oh, just unsettles the rear completely. Does bring it back, but not without losing out of possession to Mahiath Musa, who has an easy run. The Project Vapor team going and saying, thank you very much, sir, but you can't park there. As he tries to gain a bit of ground. Remember, he's doing 8 hours in this. Not an easy time for him. Paul Venter, though, starting on his climb for the Logistical Nightmare Racing Wall and Friends. A nice play onto his nickname of the Paul the Wall Venter. Chasing down the Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes, who looks to go side by side, heading into turn 1. And like a mosquito, it's going to be slightly annoying on the apex. But they are sticking it in. Mordred Clausen tries to fight back, but Paul Venter puts the big nose of the Aston Martin in and says, no thank you, buddy. I don't like having mosquitoes around me. We are going racing here. So absolutely tremendous from him. Lucan Hines, though, gets it all out of shape, losing out 2 positions and now falling into the clutches of Henry Mayer, who is now seeing his fellow driver of the GT2s will be going after him. Mordred Clausen's getting past Paul Venter. Now, Paul's going to have to dig deep here. You can see a bit of damage on that front end, which means he doesn't have too much top end at the moment. He's going to have to be very, very careful as he pushes himself a little bit harder behind the Porsche. Won't have as much rotation. Oh, bouncing around, car bottoming out and going and throwing him up onto those bump stops. He's got to be so careful. All the cars are going to have to think about this. Loic Randabel, Eric de Jager going nose to tail on one another. Loic Randabel is going to go defensive. He's going to middle of the circuit. Switches to the far right, which is the most ideal line. Jared Pretorius will also be having Ruan Robertson all over the back of him. So the 2 GSRs are going to try and work together here with rev limits. Robertson right behind him, going to do everything he can. And we do see also Elise Dollinson saying, good luck, car number 5. Enjoy the race. So great to see some more support coming out for our drivers. And car number 5, well, we're going to show a little bit of airtime to a little bit later on to go and put in a bit of support. It's always fantastic when the crowd gets in. That's actually Loic Randabel, who is now going and having a bit of fun. So we are showing a little bit of support. The GSR now gotten past Loic Randabel. Now it's time for the second of the cars, as Jared Pretorius looking to go up on the inside, all boxed in, is going to be slow going for Loic Randabel, losing out 1 position. Will it be 2? Yes, it is. He does close the door to stop Robinson from having a go at him, and Ruan Saliers now has caught into the run. So Hammer Cow Racing will be pushing on to try and keep the momentum going. Ruan Robinson of Rev Limits now looking like a very, very hungry driver, trying to see where can he get past, goes side by side. Oh, darting across Ruan, going and putting his nose in, trying to capitalize on a bit of a slow going. Loic Randabel turned round though. That, unfortunately, did not work out in his favor. The number 5 having a bit of contact with the 69 car. So let's take a look at it from our helicam. Tim in the heli going and showing us all the racing action. As we do see side-by-side action. Loic Randabel losing out 1 position. Tries to bring it back. Gets turned round. Unfortunately, the 2 ZRC cars getting into a bit of a challenging situation there. Loic's going to be scratching his head saying, okay, well, that did not quite help the tyres. We're going to have to try and pull it back. Werner Skuman around the outside. Going to try and battle it out. But it does look like Mahiath Musa getting the charge there. No problem indeed for him. Mahiath Musa now getting on the gas. Project Vapor hoping that he can keep up the momentum ahead of the Pandassi Mustang. So Mahiath Musa with great experience in the BMW. Lots of work has gone into it. The whole Project Vapor team have transitioned over to the BMW and have done so much R&D on the car over many, many seasons since it came out. And it has been put to the test every single time, looking to try and eke out those fractions of a second. Well, Werner Skuman is in one of the newest of the cars, the Ford Mustang, that has gone and split the ACC community in half, going and saying whether they like it or they don't, due to an engine sounding a little bit repetitive. So a bit of an interesting one there. Well, hopefully Werner Skuman is happy to hear the sound for the next 8 hours, because it is going to be a long one for him. Chris Heineke, though, in the big Bentley, is going to be shouting his way through, and it's one of the cars that has one of the best sounding engines as voted by the communities. Mordred Claessens and Paul Venter all over one another. Paul Venter tries to go out a little bit wide. Claessens going and mimicking at this point. And we do see Duplessis also sliding the car around in the background. The hybrid racing Audi R8 Evo GT3 going and closing down on the BMW M4 GT3. And hopefully we will soon have the world of the GT3 Evo BMW M4. And with some slight modifications, they did not fix that beaver teeth front end. That's the only thing that bugs me through it all. So this is going to be a monumental run for it. Oh, the number 23, Ludwig Zetzman of Ebb and Flow, twisted round. And now trying to get himself going once again. So, unfortunately, hasn't been the easiest run for him. He is one of 5 cars that have done a pit stop already. JD Els has done a pit stop. Bego Krobler, Michael Berg, Ludwig Zetzman, and Ruben van der Volt now coming out of the pits as well. So a couple of drivers have gone and got themselves going once again. Van der Volt exiting the pits. Unfortunately, one retirement we've already had, and that was our bobsleigh team that was going and racing. Unfortunately, too much damage to the car, and looks like they have retired the car. I would prefer them to just get back in and see the checker flag through. I know it has been a difficult time, as we see the likes of Paul Venter running nose to tail on Mordred Claessens. Mordred trying everything at this point to take on the old veteran of Paul Venter and the old veteran Aston Martin against the 992 Porsche GT3R. And yes, that is a lot to go and say in one mouthful, but Porsche likes to go and add a whole lot of numbers and maybe add a little bit of letters to it as well, just to make things a little bit more fresh, a little bit more exciting, or because they've been spending too much time with algebra in math. I would tend to lean on that one versus everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, exciting times happening, and it is only going to get better. Now, I'm going to just let you know about the world of endurance racing. You'll notice that the hype will start to go and slow down a little bit. We'll start to analyze what's going on. We'll start to talk to drivers, find out how their races are going on, and find out a bit of the tactics that's going on. We'll be talking to a whole variety of guests. They'll be coming through to the commentary box, from drivers to team owners, and what I'm going to also put it out there, we're going to be chatting to some of the admin on what does it mean to set everything up in a endurance race like this here at RaceFace.Pro. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Couple of things getting brought up though is, where do we put in incident reports? Well, incident reports are put in the Discord under ACC Endurance Series. You'll see that there is a ES incident log in the Discord for those drivers. So if you want to go and see the incidents, there is a ES incident logs under the ACC Endurance Series. So there you go. Added a little bit of a PSA. I know a couple of drivers will be going and taking a look where to find the news, what's happening, that type of stuff. Right, back on to the fun. We'll be chatting to a couple of the admin. We'll also be chatting to the team leaders, and we will be chatting, going to open up the floor, to some of the spectators that are currently watching the racing going on. Please keep it PG, as we do have kids watching, but it would be nice to have a chat to some of the drivers that aren't driving but are spectating, or even some of the spectators that are supporting their loved ones in this race, to say, hey, listen, this is what's going on, this is the fun, this is the excitement, I want to see all the great racing. So much is going on. Lots and lots of racing going through. Frosty going and saying, let's take a look at Jason Farmer. Well, there is Jason Farmer, the Griffin Sim Racing team, the GSR. as they make their way around the circuit. The Griffin Sim Racing team, hoping with the name changes, doing a bit more to it. The silver and blue is a great contrast, I gotta say, but in a little bit of no man's land, as Paul Fenter and Mordred Clausen attempt to close up, but they are in their own fight between the two of them, nose to tail on top of one another. Not going to be an easy run here as they try and fight their way through. Clausen's all over the back of Paul Fenter, trying everything, searching left and right, hoping that he can get a little bit more of a run. Tries around the outside. Paul Fenter walking him to the fringes at this point. And Mordred Clausen's going to have to dig deep here. He's around the outside. Can he go late on the brakes? Really late. Tries to curve it in. Looks for the undercut. Will he get it all sorted out? No, just not able to get the driver. That allows Hansi Meiberg to close up that gap as well. Looks for the inside light once again at the tabletop. Couldn't get it all sorted out. So absolutely massive, massive running for all the amazing stuff. We are getting reports in though, and I love to see it. And this is one thing I do want to ask a lot of the drivers and a lot of the teams to please do. Just let us know what's happening there, what's going through the minds, even if you don't want to chat on the mic. Productive Panda saying Mordred has heavy damage. We're losing up to 1.5 seconds per lap on the straight. He's running a great race at the moment. He's trying to keep it all together. So he had the damage on the car, and he's now trying to get it, and he gets past Paul Fenter, who also has a fair amount of damage on his car. That loses out to Hansi Meiberg, who straight lines him, gets past, and says, thank you very much, buddy. Let's get going once again. So always interesting to see drivers going and having that little bit more problem, seeing if they can stretch out that little bit more, hoping that it's going to be an absolute blast on the way through. Werner Skuman all over Matthias Musa, another one of our close battles. The two front engines, a BMW, a ultra reliable car that has come in and really shaken things by storm. Just taking a look, 3 of the front engines. I know I hammered on about it before with the Aston Martin, the Bentley, the likes of the BMW, all around one another. But once again, just taking this beautiful shot and seeing the likes of Matthias Musa going and defending against Werner Skuman in the Ford Mustang. Where is it? Absolutely tremendous stuff. Lots of questions getting asked about the live timing that is going to be up. Let me double check to ensure that it is up and ready. I know that we've got some live timing set. Just running through the order here, just to make sure everything is up and running. And live timing should be up on Pit Wall. So if you go to Pit Wall, you look up RaceFace.Pro, and you'll see the Endurance Championship all set up, ready to go. And you can keep up to date with the live timing of the race. Always fantastic to see how this is all going to turn out, how the drivers are going to battle their way through, who's going to be able to stand at the top come the end of the race. Not going to be an easy one. I do think a lot of the drivers are going to have to dig deep here. It's not going to be the race that everyone thinks it's going to be of, well, we're just going to see how it all turns out. This is going to have to be a dig deep for a lot of these drivers to ensure that they stand at the top of the charts, and especially with our GT2s and GT3s as the main field. So, lots and lots of questions coming into play. Who is going to see it through? And how are they going to get their way down the field? Who's going to be able to close their way up? So if you go to Pit Wall, you'll see all the live timing set up and ready to go. We'll try and post a link as well in the comments to allow everyone to investigate and see all the massive, massive live timing here in the world of RaceFace.Pro. It's always fantastic to see everyone really putting in some tremendous work in the race and seeing who can be able to claw their way to victory. As we keep an eye on Matthias Musa opening up the gap. Another good race happening is Gerald Pretorius dealing with Ruan Robinson all over the back of him. And it is going to be a proper run as drivers seeing what they can do, who will be able to stand at the top of the charts. And a link for the live timing is put into the chat. So for those who want to keep up with all the live timing, there it is. Just copy the link and put it on to your system for live timing on your phones, on your tablets, on your PCs, and drivers can go and keep an eye on it. We're also going to be seeing a lot of good racing happening, and in due course, lots will be going on. We are looking at also expanding our information to you guys at home, such as moving on to the Pro version that will be coming out in due course, but also with the exciting times of the Assetto Corsa Competizione starting to have its run. We will also see the build-up to the Assetto Corsa Evo that is being looked at by our admin. I can stress that enough, as I do see a bit of Gerald Pretorius, though, going and becoming the Kool-Aid man. Loic Randebel just going and playing a little bit of a slalom run there. So Pretorius landing up into the weeds and came in like the Kool-Aid man, going, oh yeah, on the way through. This is what happened to him. Battling out with Robinson. Robinson's got the inside line, heading into turn one, late on the brakes, tries to turn in, light contact between the two. That was a little bit earlier, so that's before. Oh no, never mind. That is where he gets turned around, spins around beautifully, and then we saw him go like the Kool-Aid man, and oh yeah, through those signs. So now Gerald Pretorius will be going and digging deep, trying to figure out how is he going to close up the gap, and also what does he need to do to try and cool those tires down, because they are going to be begging for mercy at this point, and not an easy run forward. Roncalliers all over the back, trying to get past one of the Pandacity BMWs, who is on a monumental fight. Conor Bergstrom on Ulrich de Jager, that's right behind him, and Roncalliers just ahead. So this is going to turn things a little bit on its head for a lot of our drivers, because now Ulrich de Jager has the likes of the hammer down cows right ahead of him. Roncalliers trying to break away from this little battle, and he's getting swallowed into another little fight as well. So Ruan needs to try and figure out one way to get past this BMW and Ferrari combo, or go and risk having the two Ferraris now going side by side with one another. The ominous Gaming Nitro is going to push Ulrich de Jager, the Griffin Sim Racing, into turn one. Roncalliers going late on the brakes just to try and avoid it, but absolutely beautiful stuff from our two Ferraris, the Griffin Sim Racing and the likes of Conor Bergstrom of the OG Nitro, going and doing a phenomenal job on the braking to get them in. What a tremendous time out there, and what an epic run from our drivers, already trying to push those boundaries, trying to get a bit closer to one another and really see where they can go and make an impact. So on the run through, Run now trying to make up a bit of time. He is on the charge to try and make his way through. Not going to be an easy time. Got to get around the BMW and Ferrari ahead of him. So he's going to have to keep a very close eye on the battle, as number 97 of Rowan Robinson keeps an eye on his mirrors, seeing this is now turning into a little bit of a fray battle. He has got a very wounded BMW on his tail that is providing a little bit of support at this moment to try and keep Rowan at bay. And the Pandacity Infiltrate trying to keep the momentum going no matter what. And I think that is Funsale that's in the car. Yes, it is. It's Kerry Funsale that is in the number 99 car. He's just hoping to hang it there and keep the momentum, utilizing the slipstream. Despite the damage, the slipstream can help you out in a pinch. And all that you need to do is try and keep following no matter what. So where he starts to pull out and try and give a bit of avoidance, I would actually do the latter. I would rather keep in, well, do the earlier, rather keep in the slipstream, gets past, but that means that he's going to be punching a hole in the air and allowing the likes of Rowan Robinson to go and get the toe. Despite it, Roncalliers will be right onto the back of him, and Russ is not going to be taking this lying down at the moment. He's going to do everything he can. Looks around the inside, can't get past just as yet. Robinson trying to retake the position, Now, we do know that our little BMW is a blue flag car. And what does that mean? So when the blue flags come out, what does it mean? Well, you can hold your line. You're not allowed to race the car. You're not allowed to defend your positioning. If the faster car wants to get past, you have to allow them to do so, but you maintain your line. Don't dart across the circuit and have the cars piling into you or going and being unpredictable. You have to be predictable on your braking. You have to be predictable all the time, and that is going to change things up. It does have drivers thinking about the long haul on this, but it also does lead into a bit where if you can't get past the back marker, how close are you willing to get? How much are you willing to push? Are you going to try and back off? Michael Berg, though, of Rookie Snail, trying to make his way through. And got a very big sticker going and shouting loud and proud towards Beggar Krobler, saying, back off! Give me a bit of room here, buddy. As we do see our GT2s come into the fray of things, that is going to be interesting because this is first and second of our GT2s. Lucan Haynes right behind him, trying to get past. He's going to go around the outside to get it all sorted out. Got plenty of power, got plenty of aero to make it work. Now going to stand on the brakes just late enough. And Bago, though, going to really challenge him. So Bago Krobler leading on to Lucan Haynes at the moment. Lucan not going to be too happy with this. He wants to try and get past these two, but they are racing for position. So is he, with Henry Mayer all over the back of him. Henry Mayer looks up on the inside, though. Tries to go for the pass. Couldn't get it all done. Going to go late on the brakes. Bago Krobler, though, bangs doors. And unfortunately, that is ended the run for Michael Berg as he has to try and get himself back on. And he gets right in front of Jason Farmer, who now is in for a world of hurt. Now Lucan Haynes, under threat from Henry Mayer, tries to look on the inside of Beggar Krobler, goes late on the brakes, couldn't get it all cinched in, jumps over the curbs, and now Henry Mayer all over the back of him, looking left, looking right, trying to see where he can go. This is going to be an opportune moment to go and take first place in the GT2s. And honestly, a category that I would love to see more of. More drivers going towards the GT2s over the GT3s because it does provide a little bit more fun. Honestly, my favorite, and you know, for a lot of people, this is going to be a hot take. Put it this way. I would like to see multi-class racing of our GT2s, GT3s, GT4s on the track, or even your GT3s, GT4s, Porsche Cup cars, or your Cup cars and your Trofeo cars in the mix as well. Having that variety does change it up. It makes multi-class racing so much fun. And why I really, really love multi-class racing. That's why I do want to see more GT2s out on the track racing against the GT3, showing off what they can do. They are very, very quick cars, but they do come with some compromises as well. So it is something to be well aware of. The GT2 category in real life is not very used with lots of cars, but that is because of the cost cap. Here in sim racing, though, we haven't got a cost cap, so we can go racing as hard as we can. Henry Mayer trying to get close. Oh, major tank slapper. Beautiful catch. And now trying to make his way past. Absolutely phenomenal catch there. And you want to go and cross arm the whole way. That is the way to do it. Honestly, tremendous stuff. Our drivers hoping to keep it going as they power their way through. Having a chat, there is a couple of drivers that are unavailable and not racing in the field this afternoon or for this Monza 8 hour. And that's because they are doing the iRacing Spa 24 hour. So here at RaceFace.Pro, we do want to send a shout out to those participating in the iRacing Spa 24 hour. Whether you're racing started at 12 a.m., whether you're done at 2, or going and racing through to it all. 24 hours is no easy feat, and we wish to go and extend our best wishes to all the drivers representing and going and having a bit of fun with their teams. So, while we talk about that, let's talk about the Monza 8 hour being round 2 of our championship and going to make things rather interesting. We do have a bit of a build-up going on, not only to our Thursday racing, which will be going and kicking off next week, along with our Wednesday races. So go over to simgrid.com and join in with the amazing racing. We just finished up with the RaceFace.Pro SRO Sim Grid Community World Challenge, where we saw Henry Mayer, who is currently in the GT2, actually go and score the first seat, and will be teaming up with Fleming Bauer to represent RaceFace.Pro in the Community World Challenge, brought to you by SRO and SimGrid. So tremendous stuff there. But let's talk about our RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 endurance series, and what does it mean? What's going to be the exciting things to come other than our endurance series right now for round 2? This is the 8 hours of Monza to look forward to in the future. We will have on the 26th of October the Bathurst 12 hour. On the 7th of December we'll have the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hour, and heading into December, just for a bit of fun, we've got a bonus round for a bit of excitement. It is not going to be ranked, so it's not for championship points, but it is for something to go and have a bit of fun, and that is going to be around Paul Ricard, an 8-hour endurance race around Paul Ricard. So for those that wish to challenge themselves a little bit more, want to be a part of all the action, well, that is what's upcoming. Racing on a Wednesday, racing on a Thursday, and our endurance series that is going and taking a huge amount of races. But plenty and plenty of racing all the way through in the world. Tianis Burta going and jumping in, saying go hybrid racing, as he's cheering on his team and doing a great job. Rensselaers going and defending against Conor Bergstrom, doing a great job there, holding him at bay. Conor Bergstrom going to go on the attack. But while Tianis Burta is actually going and listening to the stream, I want to actually personally apologize to Tianis Burta. For anyone that doesn't know what happened, it was out in a practice server for this past Thursday. I decided I'm going to go out with the Audi R8 and go and see what the pros are all about. Got out on the track, and I think I held Tianis Burta up through turn 1, turn 2, even to the point he had to go onto the dirt to try and get past me, and he did. There's a difference between a pro driver and a complete amateur like myself. But Tianis, you and I have known each other for quite some time. I want to apologize for getting your car dirty to get past my interesting little Audi. And I promise I will build up the confidence to use third gear. It's going to take me some time. I've got to go through a lot of therapy to get that right. But it will happen, buddy. It will happen. We got Wade Demad Boomer going, go Uncle G, going and supporting Ulrich Dioga as we see a car in the wall. That is Michael Berg, the rookie snail, unfortunately biting the wall. And the rookie snail learning, unfortunately, that the wall does not like to move over. Jared Pretorius all over the back of Ulrich Dioga, the two GSRs starting to make their way through. And you can see always noticeable with big GSR over it, the Simtic Racing, the MSI, the NAG, all written all over it. It's always great to see. Brandon Francis saying, also watching my teammates, Golfy, Racing Stales, so always good to see there. And always tremendous stuff for seeing the races. I just got to say, I absolutely adore it. And once again, I do go and bring a bit of a welcome to everyone who would like to have a bit of a chat in the commentary box. Head over to the interview room out on our Discord. It'll be brilliant to have a chat to you if you're going and supporting your teams, if you're going and driving, if you're a team owner, just to get a bit of an insight for what's happening here and how they're going. I do see Frosty going and supporting Jason Farmer, which does beg the question. I do want to ask, is Jason Farmer doing this race alone? Is he doing it solo? I'm going to also investigate that, because I want to see who's those that are deciding to, well, get a little bit more exciting, a little bit more spicy with their races. And 8 hours is no easy feat. And I do think Jason Farmer was actually one of the drivers that is doing it solo, along with Werner Skuman, if I remember correctly. That, once again, does beg the question of who's doing what. So if I can get confirmation on that, that would be ideal. But I am going to look, because, you know, I'm getting a little bit slow in my old age. And definitely got to open up my eyes a little bit more as you see our GT2s maneuvering their way around the field. Going to let Tim go on the cameras just to display a bit while we're doing a bit of research into the world of drivers. and see who is where. Once again, computer opening up on the worst ones. So, Arno Fasaki of Retro Esports was doing solo. Quinn Duplessis of Hybrid Racing Adventure is actually doing it solo. So, Hybrid Racing Adventure, Quinn Duplessis is a solo driver. Good to know. Werner Skuman is a solo driver. And then we got Hansi Myberg as a solo driver. Those are our 3 solo drivers that are going and racing out there. That is going to be an interesting tale to keep an eye out for, because let's see how they end at the end of it. So write down on my little piece of paper here. It's always fantastic to have a little bit of a notepad around to write down some exciting news and tactics, and even like this where you got drivers that are running solo at the moment. Skuman leading out those that are at the top of the solo class, and Hansi Myberg also into it as well. I know I had a chat to Hansi Myberg once before about why does he do it solo, and his answer was to challenge himself, to try something new, something to push himself a little bit more, and also just being a bit more exciting into it. Who's going to be able to get that mix, that travel, who's going to be able to stand up on the top of the charts come the end of it. That's where his thrill comes from. So let's keep an eye on that. Very thank you, Tim, for showing some of the action as we do see our GT2s catching up to one of our back markers, getting past and getting a clean pass done and dusted. Pit stops is starting to happen. Mordred Claessen's now gone into the pits. He's going to be sorting himself out, and just off the hour mark at this point. So a couple of drivers going and just getting themselves sorted. We do see a BMW stuck in the pits. That is Henny Porkita of the Rookie Snail. I think they are getting some serious work done to that car after a monumental crash into the wall. And they will be trying to bring that back onto the track. So, cars to keep an eye out for. Let's go through it. Is going to be Werner Skuman, solo driver for 8 hours, leading out first of our solo drivers. Then we have got Quinn Duplessis. He is running in 11th at the moment and is second of our solo drivers, keeping just ahead of Hansi Myberg, who is the last of our solo drivers altogether. So definitely some exciting times there. Big shout out coming in for the number 13 car. That is Michael Berg, unfortunately in the pits. Lizzie going and giving a shout out. Unfortunately, the car in the pits, so hopefully they can get that car back out and back on track to go and enjoy some of the amazing racing here at RaceFace.Pro for the Endurance Series for GT3 and GT2 multi-class racing. Oh, just love saying multi-class racing. Get away from the usual break of just GT3s. I would like to see more GT2s coming in. We've got 3 KTMs racing, but these are amazing cars. We've got the Audi. We have also got the Lamborghini. Got quite a few of the more interesting cars. Maserati is one of them for a lot of the drivers to give it a go. And I know if there was a spot, a couple of drivers, including myself, would actually go for like the GT4s and GT2s. But unfortunately, I was told that they cannot take too many amateur professionals onto the track. So I've been relegated to the commentary box. And it's a good thing, though. I can talk faster than I can drive. That is for certain. Hansi Myberg, though, onto the back of Paul Fenter. The two admins having a to and fro battle, both representing their brands. Paul Fenter of Logistical Nightmare Racing goes out on a Tuesday evening and also racing in a LNR MSA Cup race. That is on Sundays. Actually happening this Sunday. We've got the LNR MSA Cup. Looking forward to seeing how that all goes. And then Hansi Myberg representing the RaceFace.Pro admin as they charge away through. These two know each other all too well. Lots of communication between one another in going and increasing the communities and seeing how they can improve and make things a little bit more slick. Always fantastic to have our admins going and joining in the race, joining in the competitions, and being part of the amazing racing out on the track. So, let's go through who is where now that we cross over the 1 hour mark, and it is Bernard Barkhuizen out in front. Then we got Daniel Rowe in second place, Mahath Musa in third, Werner Skuman in fourth. Fifth place is Chris Heineke, followed by Daniel De Villiers, Jaco Kutzer going and making his way around. So let's go through the teams and see the names, because that would be more ideal. So it's Ominous Gaming KSR team up. There's out in front, Hybrid Racing, Daniel Rowe, the hybrid new test going and making his way through. Project Vapor running in third, followed by the Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom, one of our solo drivers and leading first of our solos. Then fifth, we have got Slick Racing Team, followed by the PWSR, Jaco Kutzer of the Team Tryhard Bandits, getting chased down by the Griffin Sim Racing Team. Hybrid Racing Adventure, QNWC in the Audi R8, trying to keep it all together with Team Tryhard, Hansi Myberg chasing him down, looking to try and claw at that second of the solos. Rev Limits going and chasing down in 11th position, followed by the Ominous Gaming Nitro. Ruin Sliers of Hammerscow Racing going and fighting out 13th. 14th, Griffin Sim Racing, followed by Gerald Pretorius in the Griffin Sim Racing, the second of the cars. Then we have got the Tire Troopers charging their way through. Got to say, very pretty color scheme on that car. The OG ZRC Monza chasing down in 17th. 18th is going to the RSZA KTM team, as they will have Eleanor Wall and friends going and losing our position to Seamless Artwork, which will get the drive, go around the outside and gain 2 positions in one fell swoop. Martin Racing going and making their way out, lying in 20th, getting past Paul Fenter and Jackie Alberts jumping in the car for the first time for the RSZA KTM team. Always good to see them out there. Mordred Carlson's running in 22nd of the Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes. Tristan Herbs in 24th for the Ominous Gaming Excalibur car. Bit of a change up on their car. Then Pandassi Infiltrate in 25th. Vega Hrobler of Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro, followed by True Racing JDLs. Ludwig Zetzman of Ebb and Flow. And rounding out our field at the moment, the Rookie Snail going and making their way through. Always glad to see they're sticking it out. They're going to keep challenging their way through. Always good to see a monumental run all the way through. Great, great stuff to see. But what we do want to start talking about is pit stops coming into play, as we see Bernard Barkhuizen pitting from first place all the way down. He's now going to be thinking out what's going to be his monumental charge at the moment, as our drivers carve their way through the field. Daniel Rose pulled into the pits. Mahath Musa, Jaco Kutzer pulled into the pits, and it doesn't look like any driver changes there. Mahath Musa staying in the car as well. Jaco Kutzer also staying in the car as well. So there has been some changes, like in our GT2 class, Fleming Bauer, who is teamed up with the likes of his teammate, going and having a great run. Henry Mayer, who was previously in the car, Fleming Bauer running as second driver at the moment to ensure that he stays in the mix. Gerald Pretorius trying to make his way through. He is right behind Elric Doyaga, doing everything he can. The Griffin Sim Racing team hopes to push themselves that little bit more as the race continues. We are going to take a short break and come back to all the racing action right here at RaceFace.Pro. But don't go anywhere, because it'll only go for a commentary break. We'll see you guys shortly. And we are back with all the racing action right here at RaceFace.Pro. Glad to have you guys here. It's going to be an exciting one so far. Some interesting turn of events that have been happening as we kept an eye on Robertson going and having a bit of a battle with Bagel Krobler. But Ruin Heineke having a good go at Duplessis, who exited the pits, trying to maintain his run. But pit stops coming into play. People having to shift around. SM Domingo getting involved in a little bit of a scuffle a little bit earlier on with some carnage happening ahead of him. So there was a bit of a scuffle with the GSR team. Domingo taking over from Hythe Musa, going and losing out a bit of run there. So absolutely tremendous stuff for our drivers to push themselves that little bit harder. But Ruin Heineke of the Griffin Sim Racing onto the back of Quinn Duplessis, who is phenomenally behind the wheel of that Audi, going and trying to keep it all together. Was part of earlier problems in the race, but he is now trying to keep it going, trying to keep the momentum, and being one of 3 solo drivers here tonight. This is going to be a proper run all the way through. Brendan Robinson going and fighting his way through, trying to keep on the back of Ryan van Wyk, who is going and losing out a little bit of time, holds a very tight line, while Robertson going to go around the wide line, and Van Wyk into the pits, going and baiting a little bit of a move there, saying, all right, let's try and figure things out. Who's going to be able to climb out, get ahead, and move their way through? Low Crandall dealing with Darren the Hitman, well, Darren Thriller Miller, going and taking over for Daniel de Villiers. So Daniel de Villiers out the car, and it's Darren Miller's turn to try and keep the momentum going. And we will see Alan Patterson climbing into the car in due course as well, part of the PWSR team. Patterson works sim racing. Always fantastic to have a chat to them. And what is their plan? Chris Wall going and fighting it out with Ruin Seviers, which is always exciting to see. Chris Wall, a driver we don't get to chat too much about because this is actually his first time running in the car with us here at RaceFace.Pro. So big welcome to Chris Wall. Glad to have you here, and hope you enjoy your time as we see the brake board unfortunately destroyed for the 50-meter mark, and that's going to go and bite a lot of people in due course as time goes on and fatigue starts to kick in for a lot of these drivers. Fleming Bauer losing out a bit of a run to Ruin Heineke, and then we've got likes of Duplessis onto the back of Mordred Klaassen, who is all over the back of Hansi Myburg. Hansi Myburg going to hold the inside line, going to try and figure out where can he get the advantage. Mordred Klaassen going to look around the outside through Parabolica, and looks like Duplessis is going to try and follow suit. Goes and decides differently, tucks in on the inside. Klaassen trying to shift around. Hansi Myburg stuck on the outside, very far wide, watching his mirrors, seeing this action come into play. He's going to try and make his way through. Duplessis is going to go and keep nicely tucked in right behind the Porsche. Ideally, you want to keep in the flow. Tried looking, maybe they could go 3 wide. It's going to second guess that option. It's going to go side by side with Mordred Klaassen, who tried to move out. He got absolutely swamped. Hansi Myburg says, I am not dealing with this. And straight lines to the turn 1. Not wanting to be a part of that mess at all. Going and taking the logical approach, even though it does hurt his race. He's going and keeping out of harm's way, saying, no, guys, no, that is not how we want to deal with things right now. So he's going to mind out the way. Hansi Myburg losing our position to Fleming Bauer, but it's not for class position. So it is going to be absolutely tremendous stuff as they make their way through. Drivers hoping that they can push themselves out a little bit more. And who could be at the top of the charts? It is going to be a monumental effort. So a lot of drivers having to think the long game here. Who's going to be able to close on the gaps? Rob van der Heever, though, he has closed up the gap to Matthew Carter. And Matthew Carter trying to go on the defense, now part of the in the Hammers and Cows car. Going and keeping a very good eye on the mirrors as he battles his way through. Rob van der Heever all over the back of him, looking left, looking right. Going to try go for the inside line. Matthew Carter not going to defend too hard into Parabolica. Instead, going to allow a little bit more room, allow for a bit of straight line down towards braking marker. They do have Bernard Barkhuizen, our leader, tucking in on the inside. He goes around, getting past both on the exit of Parabolica. Beautifully done there. And what a move. Matthew Carter now trying to keep onto the back of Rob van der Heever, who is in the tow of Bernard Barkhuizen. So this is going to help him. But where is Bernard Barkhuizen? Hold on the phone here, folks. Hold the phone. I spy with my little eye, we've got a bit of a problem. Bernard Barkhuizen of the OG KSR team has disconnected. The OG KSR team that was leading with a dominant lead has been disconnected. They're going to have to try and get back into the sim and then get back up and going. But unfortunately, they are currently out of the running, which means they have lost our first position, which means Daniel Rowe of Hybrid Racing is in first. Werner Skuman is in second place. Issam Domingo of Project Vapor is in third. Mark Henneberry of Slick Racing Team is into fourth. Darren Miller is up into fifth. Everyone has gone up after that disconnect. Absolutely shattering news, and one that we were just watching him on the track getting past the little fighting duo, and unfortunately it looks like the cards were not in his favor. That is devastating news coming in, and we watched it all live right here at RaceFace.Pro. When they say you should know what racing's all about, well, it isn't over until you cross the line, put the car on the trailer, and gone home. And that is pretty much that, as we just saw. Oh man, I mean, Bernard Barkhuizen has had endless troubles with network connections being a absolute devastating one. Also, just having, the sim itself crashing on him, and he was out of the running. So, not ideal circumstances there. Not going to be a fun one to talk about. And sure, the drivers are going to be doing everything it can to frantically get that car back in and going. But where do they filter in this 8-hour race? Where do they start? Where is it all going to go for them? And we do see the number 18. That's Bernard Barkhuizen. He's down into 19th at the moment. Will be falling down the order as cars make their way by. So they're able to get the car up and going. But after all the effort that they've gone through, unfortunately, that has dropped them down the order. And now starting to feel it a little bit more. Johan Blichnote of the OG Nitro team having to deal with Chris Wall of the L&R Wall and Friends. And Chris Wall will be looking to put a huge amount of pressure onto the back of him, trying to look around left and right, seeing what's going to be the right move here as they try their best on a monumental charge. Late braking, trying to swing the car in, trying to get a little bit more rotation. Mordrake Larson's following Fleming Bauer at the moment. Bauer in the GT2 will have more straight line, a little bit more aero. So it is a very strong vehicle, but it seems like it has its quirks here at Monza, as Mordrake Larsson was able to go later on the brakes compared to the GT2 ahead of him, and that is just pure confidence things. A lot of our drivers, like Fleming Bauer, Henry Mayer, along with all our GT2 cars, the 3 cars out there, these cars are not often driven. They're not often used, and it only comes down to this very race series that they use them. So, to try and learn the cars, learn the setups and get the setups right, they generally start 2 to 3 weeks before the race just to try and dial them in. But you spend more time in a GT3 car, and with plenty of racing going on, a lot of these drivers are racing from Monday to Sundays every single time and every single week, back to back at a variety of leagues across the world. There isn't much time to dedicate to learning a new vehicle, and unfortunately that has put the GT2s on a little bit of a back burner, which is rather unfortunate. I think there's so much they can do, so much like the GT4s and the Trofeo cars that, you know, just a little bit more tweaking, a little bit more work, they can feel so great in a monster battle. Ruben Heineke, though, not feeling so great. He got turned around and now points in the wrong direction, loses out 3 positions in one fell swoop. Chris Wall, going Blicknote, and Ruben Robinson saying thank you very much as they're running 3 in a tow. Robinson on the defense with Blicknote and Wall all over the back of him, trying to scurry their way around. 2 Ferraris that have been incredibly strong, dealing with Chris Wall in the Aston Martin, who's looking to go and push on at the moment, closing down the gap, hoping that just maybe he can get a little bit more momentum towards the sharp end of the field. So our drivers digging deep on this one, seeing what's going to work out for them. How are they going to get their way going? So Jan Blicknote having bleed green on the side of his car is about to be tested by Chris Wall, who looks for any way past. He's going to try and find where is that loophole. Where are you not defensive? Where can I get you at this point? Going to go a little bit late on the brakes. Just tries to get the send in. Couldn't get it all stuck. But trying his best. He's hunting it down for any little gap. This is also one of our closest battles out on the track currently. Most of the drivers now going and opening up that little bit more as they fight their way around the circuit. So always great to see and move their way through. We can remove that commentary. We'll resume soon because this is not pre-recorded. So take that. This ain't no AI. This is just purely an annoying little Steven that's going and being in your ears. And I would like to say a massive, massive shout out to all our petrol heads, our teams, our drivers, and our sponsors for being a part of this amazing, amazing series. Oh, Chris Wall going and venturing forth into the Never Never Land right there and got sent out far. Unfortunately, missing the brake markers so far that even his passport is battling to catch up at that point. Now, drivers making their way through, but once again, a shout out to all you petrol heads and to our sponsors. And I mean, we can even talk a little bit about the sponsors that are around and what they mean to the whole sim racing community right here at RaceFace.Pro, because it's always fantastic to talk about it. As we see a side-by-side battle, one of the Panassi cars getting past Matthew Carter, who is trailing on behind, keeping it all organized. So let's start with SA Lube. 20 plus years in the business of the sole the top distributor of Castrol here in Africa, in South Africa, and now going and being an absolute legend, jumping on board with sim racing and taking that first initial leap into the world of sim racing and how they can get behind it. Actually going to the viewers and saying, listen, we ran a viewer competition that was handed out during the course of the week. It was always fantastic to see how that went and developed and how they came back saying, wow, sim racing has just got so much love and so much initiative by all the petrol heads out there. And we getting some breaking news that the OG KSR has decided to withdraw from the Monza 8-hour. Blocky's power went off for 10 seconds, and that was that. Barkhausen's power turned off for 10 seconds. Oh man, that's just, oh, that's heartache. Brandon Kruger giving us the information there. Brandon, if you and Barkhausen would like to come and have a chat when you feel that you're up to it. I know it's a gutting blow. I know you guys have put in so much effort to try and get this car across the line. You always welcome here in the commentary box. I'll always be welcome to you guys. And oh man, that is just wow. Lots of things we deal with in the world of sim racing, much like mechanical failures in real life racing, gearbox blowing up, conrod through the block, running a bearing, just something going awry, something going amiss amongst all of the drivers. Well, we do get to suffer from the likes of power going and turning off. and taking out a team just like that, mechanical side of things, and the team just deciding to withdraw. That being said, Brandon Kruger, Bernard Barkhuizen, I'm going to say it one more time, and I'll leave it be. I know you guys are extremely disappointed, and I know the whole crowd is extremely disappointed in what transpired. That being said, if you guys decide that you want to see that checkered flag, which I highly recommend you do, it's 8 hours of racing. We're due to finish at 1 a.m. tomorrow morning, Sunday, SAES time. South African SAST time. So South African time, 1 a.m. It would be worth seeing that car come across the line. And I think a lot of the crowd will also be going and saying the same thing. For the amount of effort that has been stuck in, to just having problems, it is a devastating blow. And as Brandon Kruger going and pointing out there, saying unfortunately the losses is just impacting. It really is. It knocks the confidence. Yes, it is not ideal circumstances. I do know that. And, you know, that run of bad luck does happen. But there's always a point where it does turn. So, I say keep it up, guys. Just keep your head there. Keep your nose to the grindstone. And keep pushing on. Because I think everyone here in our virtual grandstands will completely agree with me on this. We love to see you guys out on the grid. We love to see you guys race. And yes, even though you have the hardest of runs out there on the track, that you just not having those runs that make or break, it will happen. And you have got this entire support of the entire RaceFace community that is watching live or watching in the future, that go and keep an eye on all the amazing action and say, listen, we back you guys up. We want to see you get that win. We want to see you claw that victory. We want to see you out on that track doing what you do best. And, well, I call a challenge. Not a challenge. I wish to ask the entire RaceFace community, the all that are watching, the spectators, the petrol heads, the teams, the team principals, guys, show your love to the OG KSR team. They've withdrawn, but I'm going to say this for now, because I do want to see that car cross the line. I've always said it every stream, and I repeat it continuously until people are ready to bash their heads in on the table. But it's always you want to see it. So, can I ask for all those that are watching to go and show your support and show some love to the OG KSR team that for now they have withdrawn, for now, due to a power outage of 10 seconds took them out of the lead. So that's my call for everyone that is watching, to just show a bit of love to the team, and to all the teams that are out there on the track, keep an eye on it, just to also go and give their side to it. Bernard Raider of the OG Excalibur team unfortunately got a drive through, and they are going and having a great run. And unfortunately, it's all turning around for them. They had earlier damage and now drive-through penalty for losing out. And unfortunately, that is now going to impact their race a little bit further on. We do have got Ruan Solidas going and having a chat to Gavin Scruton as well. And Anthony going and saying, KSR, keep going if you can, guys. It's still early. I have to agree on that one. Keep going. Dig in. Get going. Get the car back out there. You know, don't throw in the towel. You don't know what can happen in the world of sim racing, in the world of racing as a total. As we see Chris Wall trying to go side by side, he gets absolutely stuck in and gets past done and dusted. He is now after Rin Robertson as quick as he can. But yes, I have to go and say the same. KSR, get that car back out there. Get going. You might not get that first place. You might not get that win. But you can always go and challenge out. You can always push yourself that little bit more, that little bit up the field, and close in on some valuable positions, some valuable points. Because remember, this is a championship, folks. This is not a one that you throw in the towel to. This is one that every point matters. The drivers are going through some hard times. The teams are going through some hard times. Elita Krobler going and saying, go KSR, take it to the end as well. I mean, there's the support from our entire RaceFace spectators that is going and shouting for it, saying, guys, get that car back out there. And I know the drivers will be saying the exact same thing, because if they were in the shoes of the KSR team right now, they will be saying the exact same thing. And I'm sure Bernard Barkhuizen and Brandon Kruger will be saying, come guys, get that car up and going. Let's get him out. Let's see the line. Let's push through it all, because we have zero quits at this point. So I challenge the KSR OG team. And this is a challenge out to the OG, to Honest Gaming. Get that car out on track. This is a challenge to KSR. Go get that car on track. You know what? I know Bertus Hugo is tuned into the background here. He is part of the KSR team. Bertus, I challenge KSR to get that car back out on track, to see it to the end the way it needs to be seen in this 8 hour, because there is no running down. The Split saying, sorry guys, I was 4 laps behind when I rejoined. We decided to throw in the towel. Have a nice race. Yeah, no. No. Bernard Barkhuizen, you can't do that. No. You say you're 4 laps down and you're going to throw in the towel. My friend, we have seen you guys pull it from the brink. We have seen all our drivers that are racing pull it from the brink. We saw the Nordschleife 24, which was the round 1, where the guys brought it back from the brink. There is no throwing in the towel here. There is no, oh well, it has only been 2 hours, not even 2 hours as yet, and that's it, throwing in the towel. I refuse to take that. I think the rest of our entire grandstand who are watching this monumental battle, Mordred Claessens, Johan Blechnote, and Ron Robertson, that are out there, and Chris Wall chasing him down. We have got Renner, who's got a drive-through penalty. He's not rolling over. He's not backing down. I mean, come on. Let's get these guys back out on the track. So call it peer pressure. Call it whatever you like. But Bernard Barkhuizen, Brandon Kruger, I refuse to accept that you're going to throw in the towel after an hour of driving. An hour, buddy. In an 8-hour endurance race. Not going to take it. Want to see that car back out on the track. See the checker flag the way you guys are. Go and have a snack. Go ahead. Go have a snack. Go have some food. Watch a little bit of the rugby that's currently on. But once that's done, I want to see that car back out on the track. Everyone wants to see that car back on the track. So let's get back to some of the racing that is happening out on track, because it's only fair to our drivers that are fighting it out. And we got Chris Wall all over the back of Blechnote, who is all over the back of Mordred Claessens at the moment, as they're going and battling out. An hour and a half. Okay. You threw in the towel after an hour and a half. Welcome to the world of iRacing, buddy. We go and smash up a car with the same thing. So, buddy, we smash a car up, we wait 2.5 hours, 3 hours, still get going. Call us too dumb to quit, but we're going to do exactly the same thing here, because we can be too dumb to quit, because we are South Africans. We are amazing people. We are petrol heads. We're sim racers. We're not going to throw in the towel at best like that. So come on. Let's see it. We got Ruby Hines going and saying, go some racers. That is absolutely phenomenal to see the sport there. As, oh, big crash. Chris Wall, Mordrake Claessens, and Ruin Robertson all into one another. A big, big pile-up. We landed up with 3 cars getting into a mess. Mordrake Claessens trying to avoid. There's one of our GT2s that got tagged. Mordrake Claessens goes out wide. Here comes Chris Wall trying to get past. He goes out wide. Claessens going on the defense. Chris Wall onto the grass. No, just avoids it. Oh, he gets tagged from behind. And Robertson lands up tagging Chris Wall. That landed up with Mordrake Claessens into the wall. And unfortunately, that turned into a absolutely horrific crash where both drivers landing up with a bit of a problem out there. Oh man, 1 second-hand Porsche, 1 second-hand Ferrari, and the one that got away with an absolute avoidance there, Chris Wall, going and scoring the win. So he was just tagged on the back. It was slightly nicked, and unfortunately that landed up with him twisted just enough to land up in a bit of a world of hurt. JD Ellis, though, in the GT2 also got tagged by Mordrake Claessens on the way into the braking zone, and that is going to be a bit of a climb for JD Ellis at this point, who needs to dig deep, running 3rd of our GT2s. Jackie Alberto of the RSZA KTM Team A going and fighting his way through. So Jackie hoping they can carry the momentum and really claw down a victory here in the GT2 class. Fleming Bauer running in 2nd of the GT2 class, hoping they can keep up the momentum. An absolutely tremendous run between them, hoping that they can carry the GT2s across the line. Lots of work being done to the Claesen and Robertson car. Then we have got likes of Yvan Turika going in the Holston Motorsports, doing a great job out there. Eric Kirstein now into the car as well, going and blast his way through. Bernard Rayner going in, doing that drive-through penalty, done and dusted. And a little bit further down, we have got Ryan Ferree. Dion Dupries also out onto the track. Ludwig Zetzman, JD Ellis, and Henry Porkita going and making his way around. We'll be looking to try and follow the GT2 to utilize as much of a tow as possible and get going. Lots and lots of interesting little tales coming through. Again, saying that incident was a rough one with no way of well, very few to actually survive it. Alma going and saying, how's the Venom team car 81, how they're doing? Well, the car 81, let's try and investigate a little bit. And that is Sean Dunn of the Seamless Artwork car. That is the Venom Works, going and making his way around the circuit. They're lying in 18th place at the moment, doing a phenomenal job. Daniel De Villiers, the hitman, going and saying, how's it? He's climbed out of the vehicle, he's handed over to fellow PWSR driver, and now going and enjoying a run, while Thriller Miller deals with the pressure of closing down on Jaco Kutzer up ahead, lying 4.9 seconds up the road as they claw their way through. So absolutely monumental battles right the way through. Drivers having to dig deep on this one, seeing what's going to be the advantage, and fatigue will start to kick in for a lot of these drivers as they make their way through. We're actually going to get an interview with one of the drivers that was out on the track, Daniel the Hitman De Villiers. So let's bring him up into the commentary box. Daniel the Hitman De Villiers, welcome to the commentary box. Always glad to have you here. What a exciting event to kick it off for round 2, the 8 hours of Monza. Everyone's been calling to go and do a great run. And, well, I want to find out from your side, how was the race out there? You were landing up going door to door, side by side. A bit of a chaotic start for the PWSR car, having to get a little bit of avoiding action, but now running a steady pace in 6th place, 20 seconds ahead of our GT2 and 30 seconds ahead of a GT3 that's trying to close it down.
Yeah, Stephen, hello. How are you? Good, you? Good. I'm good. Everything, all, let's get out of the way. All right, hello viewers, sorry. But yeah, no, the start was very hectic. Alan and Darren said, no, we must just keep it calm and not fight it, so let's not lose a lot of time and so on, and just stick to our normal race plan that we have and survive. So yeah, it's very difficult for us a bit to keep cool and everything, especially if you're behind a GT2 that keeps you behind in the first and But yeah, we managed to get past them and everything. So far so good. Yeah.
Well, let's go into the nitty-gritty here, because you just came out of the car. It's 26 degrees out on the circuit. That is blisteringly hot. And Monza, known for tearing up tires left, right, and center. How is the tire degradation at the moment on these GT3 cars?
Stephen, no comment on that. Unfortunately, that we will not give away the tire information at the moment.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I tossed a bone and see if the dog would bite, but unfortunately no run there. Monza, very tricky circuit. As a driver, what are the key points that you look at in a race like this, especially around a circuit like Monza?
Well, Stephen, to carry the speed through every corner is the key point, and to survive. The only, how can I say, worrying part is a scurry at the moment, especially when you follow cars or battling cars into a scurry is the worrying factor at the moment. And I'm sure that's for everyone. But to survive a scurry, then you know you've made through the whole track.
And taking a look, what's the goal for the PWSR car? What's the, obviously you eyeing out to get into first place, but is there a minimum position that you would like to go and hit, and that's the target position to go for?
At the moment we are second in the championship, and we are trying to hunt down the Bentley of Mark Henneberry and Chris Heineke and them to close the gap in the championship.
Alright, and they're sitting in 4th place at the moment, with Jakob Kutter running in 5th, and you guys are in 6th. How's the motivation in the pits? What's the word in the pits for the entire PWSR?
No, we are all hyped up, motivated. We know what we're doing, and we keep our head down and we race.
Alright, and the game plan, I mean, stints are going to be a little bit long now, starting 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to be finishing up at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Sunday, South African time. Oh, as we just saw a bit of contact. Oh, unfortunately, that did not turn into a fun one. That was, looks like Lucas Jabir was involved there, of Griffin Sim Racing. So, yeah, I think I'm going to leave that be right there, because I think you got a bit of talking to with the team after that little bit of contact, and doesn't look like too much damage, but not ideal circumstances.
Yeah, I believe it's not too much damage. By the looks of the car, what I'm looking at, it's very cosmetic by the looks of it, but I still think Darren has enough skills to keep the car going.
Alright, so what's the driver's strategy in terms of keeping awake with you racing through the night? You're doing 8 hours of racing, 5 o'clock in the Saturday afternoon to 1 o'clock Sunday morning. What's the strategies like? Go and race 2 hours, jump out, go to bed, get some rest, and allow your drivers to go through a longer stint? Or is it going to be just try and cycle the car around after every second pit stop, and just all try and keep each other awake? What's the game plan there?
Wow, Stephen, you're trying to get all our strategy out for the open for everyone to know. No, I'm sure all of us will be awake through the whole race. Depending on driver stints and stuff, we haven't sorted it out entirely. So I don't want to give away who's driving where and so on. So
fair enough.
I'll leave it at that.
That's fair enough. And getting the info
I'll keep them guessing.
There we go. I quite like that. I mean, you're always known to keep people guessing. That is why you're the hitman. That's why you can get those attacks on, as we see the car getting past the 307. Any last closing words before I let you go to rejoin the team and go and talk about the strategies and about the race so far?
Yeah, I just want to say hello to everyone that's watching, and thank you for the support for RaceFace. And for Hansi, thank you for all the hard work. Bertus, if you are working in this RaceFace thing as well, same to you. I haven't heard from you in a while. And yeah, oh my goodness. So yeah, and Stephen, thank you for your dedication to streaming the race and commentary. And yeah, and to my team, PWS, well, not my team, Alan's team. Yeah, let's go get him.
Part of your family. That's the better one of it. The family. PWSR family.
Family.
That's it. Absolutely tremendous stuff. We're looking forward to seeing you later in the car, Daniel, and enjoy the race for the 8 hours of Monza here at RaceFace.Pro for the GT3 and GT2 Endurance Championship. Round 2 here at Monza.
Cool. Thank you, Stephen.
Oh, incredible stuff. Tried my luck, folks. I really did try my luck to get a bit of insight into the race and how the guys are going to be go and fight it out. So my Musa going and saying, stingy Daniel, very stingy, with going and shutting me down quite quickly. But that is what we do get from a lot of the teams, is they don't open the Pandora's box all the way. They tend to keep a lot of stuff close to the chest. And that is what needs to be happening in the world of racing like this, because when you are playing with strategies to win, you've already planned out a strategy at the start of the race. It does go and change as the race develops to ensure that they stand towards the top and go and keep going. It's always exciting to see it. And I just can't wait to see how the drivers develop. And once again, I'm just gonna refer back to an earlier disconnect. Oh, as we see Black Note getting Chris walled into the wall, and unfortunately, that is a sore one. And yeah, just getting a little bit more word to the KSR OG team. Just having a bit of a chat to Bernard Barkes, and is a bit gutted of what's happened. Much like Brandon Kruger, they put in a serious amount of work, and unfortunately just did not work in the favor this time. And your heart goes out to the drivers and to the teams that put in so much work and effort into a racing like this. Enduro is a massive commitment for you to be a part of, and you know, to ensure that you guys can be there and putting in the amount of effort needed into this. I mean, this is just hours and hours setup work. This is hours and hours of practicing changeovers, getting the setup to work with the drivers. So chaps, you know, everyone out there, the petrol heads, the drivers, you know, please do show support to the teams out on the track, to the drivers that are in the car. But if I can ask for a moment for our entire RaceFace community, and I could see there's 21 people watching. We've had 171 clicking through, watching the racing. I want to ask you guys to just write in the chat a bit of love to the OG and KSR team. They tremendously gutted on the race at the moment, and I think, you know, this goes out to, as a driver, as a sim racer, and also just us. Let's show a bit of love to them. Leave a heart in the chat with OG KSR next to it. Let's show them a bit of support, show them a bit of love, that we here for them, that we do support them, and if they do wish to get that car back out on track, that we will be here to will them on to the end. So that is my call out to you guys. Ahmed, Mahath Musa, Russ, along with Daniel De Villiers, Gavin Scruton, Villy Zitzman. Put a heart in the chat with OG Cross KSR, just to show a bit of support to them, because they earned it. They need it. They need it. And I think as a community we can go and reach out to that. I mean, that's just gutting. Oh, I've never read so many people are so despondent after a thing like that. Got chills from it just thinking about it. So thank you very much, Mahath Musa of Project Vapor, putting in a chat there, starting off the train of support and love to fellow sim racers. So thank you very much, Mahath Musa. Really appreciate it, and I look forward to others being a part of it, doing exactly the same thing. It takes you 3 seconds of your time, and it will mean a lot to the drivers that are going and being there. And that's why we like to support in a world like this, with endurance racing at the top of the game, and drivers having to figure out, teams having to figure out what they need to do, how they're going to close out victories, Where do they need to be at the top end of the order? How are they going to battle their way through? It's always one to be challenging. It's ones that need to be talked about, and yeah, try and keep people for it. Yeah, this is the main thing. So, as we make our way around the track, drivers having to dig deep at the moment, ensuring that they can stay into the fight as they claw their way through. We are now nearing the 2-hour mark of this 8-hour endurance race here at RaceFace.Pro, with lots and lots going on in the world of it. So, going through the running order though, we will be in 7 minutes go through the recap of who is where, as we do see, contact, Duplessis going and having a bit of side-on contact with Dean DePriest, who is getting a little bit out of shape due to that little bit of love tap. Eric Kirstein keeping on to the back of the PWSR car, now looking to try and carry as much momentum through as possible in the running order of this race. Drivers trying to go a little bit later under braking, see what they can do to ensure that they stand at the top of the charts. Not going to be an easy run for them on the way through. These drivers have to dig deep on this one. I think what's going to be the most advantageous through it all, as we do see Jaco Kutzer going and jumping over the curbs. He is pushing a little bit hard at the moment and losing out a bit of time. But once again, chatting about our sponsors as well. On North Machinery Mart jumping on board, going and handing out some amazing prizes throughout the season that have gone past, and also being part of trophies, with that being absolutely incredible stuff. That was 3D printed trophies. That was a nice memento for a lot of our drivers here at RaceFace.Pro. New sponsors jumping on board: Scallywags of Drift Academy, along with Red Star Raceway being a part of it, and SimiWorks Technologies, who went and jumped on board as well for the RaceFace.Pro GT3 sprint race on iRacing, which is always fantastic to see another company being on board. Lots and lots of interesting news to come forward as time goes on, and well, if you want to keep up to date with it, ensure that you follow on our social media here at RaceFace.Pro. Join up on our Discord as well for all the information, and if you wish to enter and race in these amazing races and line yourself up for the next race, which would be heading into the Bathurst 12-hour, that will be out on simgrid.pro. Just look up RaceFace.Pro as we take a look at the amazing action out on track. So much going on. Blue flags being waved. Our marshals doing a tremendous amount of work out there as they claw their way through, hoping that they can ensure for a great run. Side-by-side racing goes on with Matthew Carter going and just giving a little bit of room to follow the PWSR car. And now Eric Kirstein trying to capitalize on this. It will be looking for the inside line, ensuring that he can get past as well. Going to be a little bit of an easy pass as they go through. Absolutely tremendous stuff. And late on the brakes to get it all sorted out. There is a bit of an interesting person out there in the grandstands, and hopefully we'll get a chat with him a little bit later. But it's Hugo, the CEO of RaceFace.Pro, going and sending a little bit of a thank you message to all our fans out there, going and supporting RaceFace.Pro in all of the racing. And absolutely incredible stuff. We're also giving a shout out to Hansi Myberg, who is not only one of our admin here at RaceFace.Pro, but also one of the drivers that is soloing the championship, and he has already completed the Nordschleife endurance race. He is now going after to the world of the 8-hour of Monza. Is Domingo of Project Vapor trying to close down on the Daniel Rowe, being overtaken by a GT2 trying to unlap itself. And under braking once again, gets a little bit out of shape. Unfortunately, I think that is Christian Newell that got caught out there. Yes, it is. It's Christian. Sorry, that's Christian Newell, who loses out a bit of a drive. And we do have Vietia Buerta racing in the grid as well. So Vietia Buerta in our GT2s looking to go for a pass and try and make his way through. Daniel Rowe carving his way through the field, gets past Vietia Buerta, who lifts and Martian Racing going and giving a bit of room there. Teaming up with Henry Mayer and Fleming Bauer. Now, Daniel Rowe leading out the class and leading out overall has got so much on the cards here, as unfortunately we saw the withdrawal, put in air quotations, because I look forward to seeing that car come back on track. I still firmly believe, and I will continue to believe, that the OG KSR team, despite it all, will get back out on the track and saying, listen, let's go. Let's get these cars back on track. Let's try and get across the line as much as we can. And even though they'll be laps down, they will still go and show the sportsmen they are to see it the right way through. So we will keep an eye on that. So big shout out to them and look forward to seeing that. Along with our bobsled team, that was one of our earlier retirements. And I wish to see them get back out on track, being a part of the racing. I know there was some earlier problems going on, but it will always be nice to see them return in on the track and be a part of all the amazing racing action here at RaceFace.Pro. As we start getting into the later hours of the evening, it's now gone past 4 minutes past 7 here in South Africa. We've got 6 hours and 2 minutes left of the racing here for the RaceFace.Pro GT2 and GT3 Endurance Championship as they go and fight their way through. Interesting story coming in from Willi Zitzman, going and say, KSR team, the same happened to my son, Ludwig Zitzman, during Thursday's race when his computer froze. He managed to rejoin and conquer the race behind his brother. So going and showing there's no quit in the Zitzmans, despite it all, and willing to inspire the guys to come through. Paul Fenter going and saying fun times. He's having a good time out there. Handing over to Chris Wall, who has been racing and now into the LNR machine. And we'll possibly have a chat to Paul Wall Fenter on how his race has been, and also as he's going to be getting ready for some of the fun heading into tomorrow's Logistical Nightmare Racing MSA Championship. That's running tomorrow evening. A lot of these very same drivers you see out on track will be racing in that championship as well and trying to score their wins. So not much rest for the wicked, as they say. They'll only have the little bit of the morning and a little bit of the afternoon to rest, relax, recover after a tremendous race right here at RaceFace.Pro. But we're nearly at the top of the hour to go through all our amazing stuff. So as our drivers carve their way through, making a great time out there, Sean Dunn going and trying to chase down and looking to move their way through. Artwork made by Ruan Saliers, who actually designed the car or designed the livery, and giving permission and saying, listen, the livery was bought, it was designed, and they are now going and showing it off. So Ruan, who is one of their competitions, going and being a part of it. Willi Zitzman, Werner Skuman, I note that you're the only Ford competitor. I'm 100% true Ford fan, which means that you have my support as well. So that's always a bit of a shout out, and always like what we're going to see. So a bit of a shout out going out towards Werner Skuman, who is not only soloing in the Ford Mustang, but is the only Ford Mustang out on track and is absolutely having a great time out there. Ooh, getting a little bit tongue twisted. So he's going having a bit of fun in the Ford Mustang, and being an absolute Ford fan, he is just having a whale of a time out there. Sim Racer Dino going and jumping into the grandstand saying, how's it everybody? How are we all doing? Which is always great to see a driver that's transitioning over from the world of Gran Turismo, going into the world of PC racing, done a set of course Competizione, and now into the world of iRacing as well. So he has been making some massive strides there and looking to charge his way up into the world of sim racing. From consoles to PCs, going and showing he's a jack of all trades. Always fantastic to see some stars in our world of RaceFace.Pro. Well, with that being just past the top of the hour, we got Daniel Rowe in first place, Issam Domingo relying in second, Mark Henneberry in third, Jaco Kutzer in fourth, Darren Miller running in fifth, followed by Jackie Albert, Chris Wall, Hansi Myberg, Werner Skuman Johan Blichnote, Ruan Heineke, Rob van der Heever, Lorik Randebel running in 14th. 15th, Matthew Carter, Lucas Jabet, Vietia Buerta running in 6th place of our GT2s behind Jackie Albertson, but 17th position overall. Sean Dunn running in 18th. 19th is Javan Turka, who is going and battling out. Then we got Quinton Weening, followed by Eric Kirstein running in 21st. 22nd, Bernard Renner, Bradley Surley, Rian Ferry, along with Ludwig Zetzman, Jean Monsart, Christian Novel out on the track, and Henrik Porhita running in 28th position. So that is our running order at the moment. We're down to 28 cars, unfortunately, with 2 retirements, as we know, which is always great to see. So, that being said, though, we're going to take a short intermission just so we can get ourselves all organized. Go grab yourself something to drink and go grab some food. It is going to be an absolute blistering race as we continue all the action for round 2 here at Monza for the RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 Endurance Series. And it is going to be ending at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. We have got 5 hours and 57 minutes remaining. We'll be back shortly. are back with some of the amazing action here for round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 endurance race here at Monza. 8 hours of racing to be done, 5 hours and 39 minutes remaining of this race. Darren Miller leading out top of the charts for PWSR. They've managed to get ahead after the next round of pit stops has now happened. Second place is Tiernas Buerta, who is in the car. Third, Mahayath Musa for Project Vapor, so hybrid racing in second, Project Vapor in third. Then we go down, we got Slick Racing Team running in fourth. Fifth is the Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom, and first of our solo drivers, first of our solo drivers, Gavin Scriven running in sixth position for the Team Tryhard Bandits, getting chased down by Griffin Sim Racing Team, car number 369. And then we got second of our solo drivers, Hybrid Racing Adventure, QNWC of car 194. Running in ninth position for the Griffin Sim Racing Team, Rob van der Heever in ninth, and John Blicknote jumping into the car for the Ominous Gaming Nitro. 11th position is the RSZA KTM Team A, and first of our GT2s making their way around the field, along with Eleanor Wall and Friends running in 12th. Team Tryhard running in 13th position. Then we've got Hammers and Cow Racing in 14th. 15th is OG and ZRC Monza, followed by the Martin Racing in 16th, running second in our GT2 class. Rev Limits 8-hour Monza running in 17th, and we got Holson Motorsports running in 18th. 19th, Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. Griffin Sim Racing in 20th position. I do apologize. It's now exiting out of the pits. It's Etienne Maton. Then we have got Liam Swanburn of Seamless Artwork. That is Project Venomworks making their way around the track. Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes running in 23rd. 24th, Ominous Gaming Excalibur out on the track, along with Tire Troopers. Chasing down Ludwig Zetzman of Ebb and Flow, the Zetzman family going and racing together. Two brothers racing with one another. Gotta say, absolutely incredible stuff. Love to see families racing with one another. True Racing in 27th, and 28th position is Rookie Snail, still trucking on. At the moment, closest battle out on track is Connor Bergstrom, with Matthew Carter just ahead of him. Matthew Carter trying to go a little bit late on the brakes, running a little bit deep into the corner, and Connor Bergstrom trying to get the momentum bouncing around as we do see one of the cars, and that is Yavin Tarika of the Holson Motorsports car, going and bouncing their way up and down at the moment. So this is going to be a proper run between them, and let's see how the guys can make their way through. A monster crash has gone through with all the different cars, and a lot of drivers were shaken up in the early stages of the race. This time now they're having to work their way around and see who they can get going. A lot of different support coming in. We've also got M1N0 saying, let's go Team Tryhard. Well done, boys. Oh, as we see Matthew Carter getting turned round. Unfortunately, running into a bit of a problem there. Number 69 going and spinning out. And I think that was under braking, though. Let's go back to it as we see Connor Bergstrom getting closing on. Looks for the inside line. Matthew Carter stuck on the outside. Side by side they go. Oh, was contact from the Zetzman car. The Ebb and Flow. Little bit of a argy-bargy on the back. Gets him turned round. And that allows Connor Bergstrom to break away. So one of our closest spells now been turned on its head a little bit. And unfortunately, it was under just late braking, missing out the brake marker for the Ebb and Flow team. So Matthew Carter is going to have to really dig deep here to try and close back 7 seconds. Werner Skumard all over the back of Chris Heineke. So we've got two V8s cruising with one another. Chris Heineke and the big Bentley being chased down by the Ford Mustang of Werner Skumard, who is trying to really put on the heat at the moment, trying to get a little bit closer, hoping that he will be just close enough to go for that pass. trying to keep in tow. Remember, a solo driver, 8 hours, not an easy thing to do, versus our current championship leader, the Slick Racing team, that walked away with the win at the Nordschleife round 1 earlier this year. Now trying to make it all happen once again. We did hear the PWSR team also looking to close down. They came second in that one. They're running second in the championship, hoping that they can be part of all the amazing action and get a little bit closer in the championship. Considering this is the 8 hours of Monza, we still have the 12 hours of Bathurst, along with the 24 hours of Spa, and then we move on to a fun little race coming in. That would be the Paul Ricard 8 hour as a bonus round. Doesn't count for points, but just will be a nice enjoyable one to be a part of. So lots and lots of things happening here in the world of RaceFace.Pro. Glad to have you guys here, and welcome to all those that just tuned in from all around the world to see the amazing action of round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 endurance races. We keep an eye on Chris Heineke with Werner Skuman now within earshot of him. 1.7 behind, now trying to close down, do everything he can, under braking. This has been the closest they've been for a long time, and now it is going to be a proper run. Develd Engelbrecht saying, let's go, car 223, so a bit of support coming in there to keep an eye out for car 223, running a little bit down, running in the top of the order, actually, it's Tianas Buerta, who is running first place. Oh, bit of a tank slapper on the exit there for Werner Skuman. That is going to play into the hands of Chris Heineke as he makes his way through. We take a look from the rear wing of the big Bentley, on looking to the mighty Mustang of Werner Skuman, jumping over the curbs, doing everything he can to try and close up the time. You can see frantically working hard on that steering wheel, trying to get it all into check. And not going to be an easy run there. And yellow flags kicking up for Matthew Carter, number 69, running into a bit of a problem. Let's actually jump on to number 69. Oh, he was just coming out of the pits. So, just getting out of the pits. No problems there. Yellow flags warning other drivers that there is a car rejoining the circuit. And just as a hello to every driver that's seeing a car coming through. A bit of a shout out going to the PWSR from the biggest, baddest, and, well, biggest, baddest, best. As they put a bit of a shout out there saying, how's it, guys? A good shout out to PWSR. So always glad to see that. So lots and lots of stuff happening out in the world. And we've got yellow flags for the 210 car. That is the Holstein Motorsports, unfortunately, facing the wrong way. Gets going, but has taken out yet another brake marker. So it means out towards the top of the circuit, there is 0 brake markers. So if you're going to use that to get yourself sorted out, if you haven't planned for any secondary brake markers, well, that unfortunately is all gone. And now you're going to have to work on the next plan. Christoph Pedersen, a new driver to the world of RaceFace.Pro, all the way out from Germany. Eleanor Wall and friends now going and chasing down, trying to make up a little bit of time as he's caught up behind one of the hybrid racing cars. He's actually going after the GT2 that is ahead of the 2 GT3s at the moment. Marius Ebbers of RSZA KTM team. They're trying to close down on one another. We have got Virtia Buerta going after Michael Donaldson at the moment. And this is going to be a bit of an interesting one because Michael Donaldson is a GT3 car and he is in the fray of things around our GT2. So he is going to be monumentally pushing to stay on the back of Christian Norval, but also looking to try and get by. Gets past Christian around the outside. Oh, but just losing out in the drag race. Unfortunately, there is no replacement for displacement. Now KTM's got plenty of top end to try and make their way around and going and actually lifting, allowing the car to go by. And Virtia Buerta now has to try and figure out how he's going to get past the third place of our GT2s as he looks to stand on the gas and close down the gap. Getting a little bit closer. Michael Schultz, though, getting onto the dirt, touched the dirt on the outside, most probably, and got thrown towards the wall. Luckily, saving it from the wall. Let's actually go and take a look at the replay. And quit out with the speculation. Let's actually take a look at what happened on board. No brake markers. Oh, way too deep into the corner there. Bounce over. Got unsteady. Oh, a bit of a skate on the wall. Not too bad. And the guys doing whatever they can. So, Michael Schultz going and clawing his way, trying to do everything he can. Marius Ebers going side by side with Christoph, who gets past. So, Marius Ebers losing our position to the likes of Christoph in the Aston Martin. Ebers is going to be focusing on the charge at the moment to try and reclaim the position or keep into the tow, watching the relative. And we'll have his spotter with him going to keep an eye on this machine over here, the Martin Racing GT2, trying to chase them down. So first and second is still on the cards for our GT2s on the same lap, and still continuing a monster charge between them. But out in front though, Tienes Buerta leading out the charge. 82 laps completed by our front four as they make their way around the circuit. The likes of Hybrid Racing, Project Vapor, Slick Racing Team, and Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom. Werner Skuman going and make his way through. Yellow flags coming up for Bradley Surley, who is by the Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes. That car has been through the absolute ringer through this race so far, and not having an easy time. Sean Berg going and landing up into the weeds as well. Now trying to get going without impacting a lot of the race, going and giving a light bump over, just waiting for everyone to get their way through. And the rookie Snail rejoining the way that you should actually rejoin. So hats off to the rookie Snail. Great rejoin. That's the way to do it. And I think a lot of our pros will be looking at that rejoin going, well, that's the way to do it. That is how we want to get that car across the line and not land up with a bigger smash. We've seen rejoins in the past that can end up in absolute nightmares for a lot of our drivers. They go piling off into one another into oblivion and smashing up their own race and others at the same time. So it's one thing they have to keep well aware of and be so cautious of. So always have to take a nod to the drivers and also a nod to the teams, taking that extra little bit of caution. Yeah, rather be safe than sorry, rather see it to the end. There's lots of racing to be had here for round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 endurance race. It's the 8 hours of Monza as they call their way through. 5 hours and 26 minutes left to go, and we also got our commentary box open for any drivers or team managers or even just some of the spotters and viewers that are wanting to have a quick chat to talk about the amazing racing that we have currently out on the track, and maybe a bit of insight to what's happening down in the pits with all our drivers. One of them actually, Loke Radewell, going and saying apologies for the tap in T1 earlier in the race, and that will let him by Lesmo 1 as a sorry, saying, hey buddy, I'm just gonna let you by. You know, it was a bit of a knock there. Understand you took a lot of punishment. We'd like to just have our, reach out a hand and say sorry, guys. So always nice to see drivers going and owning up to when there is mistakes. Say, look, let's make this going. So very interesting stuff from the world of RaceFace.Pro. It's always interesting to see a lot of our drivers that have been duking it out. Hansi Myberg going after Marius Ebers now. He's going to be closing down the gap and trying to make his way through. Everyone hoping that they can get going once again. So our drivers trying to make their way around. Oh no, in the wall. Big impact for Gavin in the McLaren as he goes hard into the wall out of Ascari. And let's take a look at it. Bouncing on the curbs, trying to keep it all together. All right. The rookie Snail around, goes out wide, hooks the dirt, and oh man, just nowhere to go. The car started bouncing around like no tomorrow. Unfortunately, that landed up in a bit of a ding-dong battle, getting past the rookie Snail, but he is going to be carrying a fair amount of damage onto the back of his car, and that is going to play into the helping hands of Duplessis, who is pulling along, trying to get a little bit closer at this point. Will have a serious amount of top end, does get past the rookie Snail, and now continues the charge for the likes of Gavin Scruton just ahead of him, 2 seconds up the road. Another very good battle happening at the moment is Hunty Myberg, a GT3 versus a GT2, and the likes of Marius Ebbers going at the likes of Hunty Myberg. The two of them really pushing as hard as they can. The GT2s, once again, are a little bit more of a prototype build. They have a little bit more power, a little bit more aero, and they do have a much higher cost cap compared to the GT3s. There actually used to be 2 classes of GT racing in the past. There was our GT1s, which more famously known as, with our GT1s, is like the Chevrolet Z06 or the CR6, CR7 being the last one of our likes of our GT1s, along with the Ford GT1. Then came our GT2 class, which was a little bit more detuned. They weren't so powerful compared to the GT1s. GT1s eventually turned into GTEs, which were basically prototypes with GT bodies on the top of them. But the cost got higher and higher and higher, and people going and saying, well, what do we need to do to try and circumvent this cost cap? Eventually, the idea came out to have a more of a production setup GT class, where there is a heavy amount of restrictions on the weight of the car, the power of the cars, the way BOP is done, the regulatory system on what counts as a GT3. So the amount of cars that are sold of that shape, the manufacturers having to sell a certain amount of the shape, the cars, to ensure that that is a GT3 that can be built. It still has a little bit of the racing going to it, but not as much as the GT2s, and not as whimsical as the GT1s. So GT3s came to be and became the most popular class due to its high affordability for a lot of racing, and high affordability in spares, easier to get spares, and just became the racing car to have in the world of GT racing. GT2s eventually tapered off and nearly fell into non-existence, but got pulled back from the brink, and now still has a class going to today. Not a very big one, but is a class nonetheless. So GT2s on the pricier side, the smaller side, but the amazing side. Oh, bit of contact. Werner Skuman going into the back of the Slick Racing. And now is pushing Chris Heineke. Heineke landing up with a back marker, not backing out. So this is going to be a monumental effort, and the drivers are going to have to figure it their way out. Werner Skuman trying everything he can, getting into the rear of that big Bentley, trying to figure out what's going to be the charge as they carve their way through the back marker. And now this is going to be interesting, because this is currently a fight on track for 3rd and 4th position. Heineke and Skuman are going to go nose to tail. Our championship leading car being the big Bentley at the moment, now getting chased down by Werner Skuman in the Mustang. Dives up on the inside. 3 wide through Parabolica. That eventually got changed out as the Wholesun Motorsports car getting absolutely swamped at this point. They just trying to keep it all in go, but still keeping their foot on the gas. Werner Skuman, though, is starting to lose out a bit of ground. Tucks into the toe, tries to move out. He is just saying, come on, buddy, give me the room at this point. Goes late on the brakes to try and get past, leans onto the Wholesun Motorsport car just to say, listen, give me the gap. I need that racing line to straighten out the corner. And that just played into the hands of Heineke, who managed to get the pass done early on and just straight line at that point. So that is how quickly a gamble can pay off, whether in a positive or negative way. As we see Chris Heineke and Werner Skuman going at one another, trying to chase and do everything they can. Werner Skuman looking to follow in the toe. Trying to push on at this point. Putting his head in for a monumental battle. Heineke doing everything he can to keep the car in bay. Looking slick out on the track. And just a monumental run. So the drivers needing to figure out what's going to be the pass. Both so evenly matched in the fight. As they go side by side on the way through, Werner Skuman getting past the likes of Chris Heineke, under braking into turn 1. Heineke had no answer for that, just couldn't go past. And absolutely monumental running between them. Now, Skuman has gotten past. Heineke, 0.5 of a second, is going to look to try and come back. This is still a fight for third place at the moment. With 5 hours and 17 minutes to go, there's still plenty of racing on the cards. The drivers are going to have to really think it out at the moment to see how they're going to get going. And will be duking it out between one another. As we see, these two are really giving it hammer and tongs. Chris Heineke keeping the pressure on Werner Skuman, who's starting to feel the fatigue at the moment. Because remember, he's done a lot of this racing by himself at the moment. And with so far 2 hours and 43 minutes completed of the race, fatigue is starting to set in. Those muscles are starting to ache, bake, and cry for mercy. And also just trying to keep the mental fatigue concentrating at the moment, where Chris Heineke is sharing the car. They're bouncing between the two of them. Hannaberry, who knows Bentley all too well, knows what needs to be done. Chris Heineke also going and bouncing the load. So they will be giving each other a bit of rest on the way through. Marius Ebers trying to close up the gap to Hunty Myberg, who is now 1.8 seconds behind Conor Bergstrom. Gavin Scruton, though, goes out wrong, and that is a Team Tryhard Bandits McLaren that is pointing in the wrong direction, going and clipping the dirt on the outside, and now is in the worst case scenario. Ooh, into the wall. Not quite the reverse gear there. Frustration kicking in. And that car looking very, very properly bent at the moment. So they're going to be getting that car back to the line. Not towing it, but I do think that the steering is properly bent at this point. Let's see, take a look. Now, that is sitting at a 45-degree angle. That means the steering is properly bent. And the only way they're keeping it straight, it's just not turning left. A proper smack, unfortunately, changed game there, and it's just not turning left. That car is coming into the pits whether they like it or not. There is no way it's going to stay out at the moment. So our drivers having to see what they can do to try and push themselves out a little bit more. Werner Skuman now closing up the gap to try and get back into the fight. Chris Heineke all over the back of him, trying to see what they can do. Heineke hoping that he can keep up the momentum at this point. Late on the brakes, trying to swing it in. And just trying to keep as much momentum as possible in the big Bentley, with Werner Skuman starting to hunt him down once again. Third place will be going and battling out. So these two are going to fight their way through. And it does look like Werner Skuman is a little bit later on the brakes, a little bit more on a hard charge. The Slick Racing, a little bit more set up, trying to make his way towards the top. And this is going to be a battle of note. Skuman looking left, looking right, trying to see how it's all going to end up as they try and battle out. Nose to tail, looks to the inside, just couldn't get it in as yet. Going to try and battle way around, looks outside, looks inside, gets onto the power early on. And hoping that maybe, just getting slightly boxed in by the rookie Snails. And Heineke stuck on the outside, will look to try and carry the momentum. He will have the inside for the upcoming left-hander. Werner Skuman, though, trying to carry as much of the momentum, closes up the door, and that allows him to retake third place. So Heineke got fouled up behind our rookie Snails, and now Slick Racing is staring at the back of the Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom Mustang, but is coming back at them. 0.4 of a second as we see Chris Heineke a lot more cleaner. Oh, that is the Pandassi Mosquitoes getting turned around. They are pointing in the wrong direction. Bradley Surly going and losing out a bit of a run there and losing out the positions, having to just hold his brakes at that point and just hope that no one can get to him and just waiting for that clear opportunity to get the car turned around and get going once again. Got to cross the circuit to try and get that car swung around. A Slick Racing team going for a monumental charge. Oh, Werner Skuman onto the dirt, though. That has compromised his drive. Werner Skuman has now lost out that little bit of straight line. That 1 or 2 kilometers that was needed for keeping Heineke at bay, as Heineke has now closed up the gap onto the brakes a little bit more. Both are thrashing their tires at the moment. Going and demanding for some excellent braking. Going and saying, come on, give me that little bit of grip. Chris Heineke, though, not so comfortable through Parabolica compared to Werner Skuman, who immediately gets into the toe of the GT2 ahead of him. He's going to try and pull himself along, and that is Marius Ebbers that's ahead of him. Marius Ebbers going and keeping an eye on the rearview mirror. Remember, he is the blue flag car, and Werner Skuman goes for the late dive. Gets the lunge in, gets it done and dusted, and Ebbers, unfortunately, getting put in the middle of the two dueling V8s. As a big Bentley now trying to get past Ebbers, who is fighting in his own race, currently lying in 10th position, needs to keep up the momentum, goes around a wide line, lifts off the throttle a little bit, allows the likes of Chris Heineke to get by. That has changed the entire ball game for third place, as the Slick Racing team now needs to try and figure out how they can close up onto the back of one another once again. 1.6 seconds separating third and fourth. Another breakdown happening at the moment is the likes of Hansi Maiberg. Remember, one of our solo drivers and third of our solo drivers going after Conor Bergstrom, who was on a monumental charge early on. Unfortunately, not having an easy race out there. Now lying in 8th place, staring at Hansi Maiberg in the rearview mirror, catching up slowly but surely at the moment, so he's going to have to dial up the wick, really put on that pressure and get going once again. Going to be a monumental fight between there as drivers try and push themselves a little bit more. A lot of drivers needing to go and keep an eye on things. Mahayath Musa, though, having a slight bit of contact from a car. And let's actually see what happened to Mahayath Musa there. Was this a bit of contact? That was one of the cars moving out of the way. I think it might have been a ever so slight touch heading into Parabolica. Both on the brakes, both turning in. Oh, big knock there. With the number 97, that is Quinton Weening going and taking the hit of the rev limits. So rev limits, unfortunately, getting a slight tap on there. Also, say slight, that's enough just to ding the door quite a bit and go and order a new one from BMW and front fairing from Ferrari, which is never a cheap exercise. Ian Swinburne, I've seen this artwork going onto the grass, gets himself going once again in a monumental battle between the two of them, going and battling out and charging their way through. I do want to point out something very interesting, though, because taking a look over to our Discord where the drivers do have a bit of a chat with one another. Werner Skuman, actually one of our drivers that is racing, is a solo driver, managed to type in Discord. So having someone to quickly go to the keyboard and mouse just to quickly type in, I'm sure as a driver he's not doing it because he's feeling some serious pressure to Chris Heineke at the moment that's breathing down his neck like no tomorrow. Mordred Claessen's trying to make his way through, Jean Massot and Ludwig Zetzman. Oh, Zetzman in the wall and now trying to get himself going. So 3 yellow flags all coming on top of one another and Zetzman being the last of that. Michael Berg a little bit slower and Christian Novel a little bit slower than planned, now chasing down the PWSR car. And it's not full position, but definitely one you want to hang on to the back of due to the pace. Liam Swinburne of Seamless Artwork Project Venomworks going and keeping a good pace with Etienne Mouton as they go and battle it out. But side by side, oh, we have got a bit of a jumping jack of Christian Novel going and hooking the curb, bouncing around. Etienne having to come off the throttle there. And a little bit of an exciting run. Not quite what you want to have in a race like this where it is all or nothing. So much can happen in the world of sim racing. Anything can happen and our drivers having to dig deep on their runs. Seeing who can claw their way back to victory. Not going to be an easy time as we battle our way through. With 5 hours and 8 minutes left of this race. The 8 hours of Monza. Round 2 of our RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 endurance series that is going on. We do have tons and tons of racing here at RaceFace.Pro out on simgrid.pro. You can go and look us up at simgrid.pro.com and be a part of all the action. Look up RaceFace.Pro. We do have racing now on a Wednesday starting next week. We do have, that is our ACC GT3 Sprint Series. We do have our Thursday series, which will be starting up. That's our Season 19, where you can go and versus some of the fastest in South Africa to battle it out. As Liam Swinburne going and losing out on the braking. It's Maton though, going to get past. And I do want to take my hat off. Liam actually going and lifting, allowing a little bit of a pass there. He doesn't want to go and score a pass unfairly. So well done. Well done, Liam. Great going there and great sportsmanship. So on the Thursday, got some racing. Next week, Tuesday, we have also going out and having a monumental run. Oh, a bit of contact as Liam getting a lot of drive with Etienne Mouton right behind him. No, sorry, Etienne Mouton in front of him. Liam getting into the fray of things. The drivers just trying everything they can as they claw their way through. Drivers needing to dig deep on this one as they fight their way through. So great racing all the way from the sharp end of the field to the bottom end of the field as our drivers tend to stick it out and push themselves a little bit more up the road as it stands. I know a lot of our drivers were watching the Formula 1 qualifying during the build-up to our race, and a lot of the drivers saying, listen, we want to get this right. We want to go and show that we can pull a Max Verstappen on the rest of the field. Others saying, hey, look, we're not down and out like the likes of George Russell. We're going to really dig deep on this one and not score as many points, penalty points that is, like Kevin Magnussen. Yes, I've pulled out every reference I could think of right there, and I do apologize for going and just bombarding with information that may be not necessary to have. Liam Swinburne, though, going, looking for the outside, trying to go for late braking, couldn't get it all sorted out. It's Maton going defensive. Oh, misses his brake markers, going to go straight. Liam's going to get the pass done and dusted and says thank you very much on that one and goes racing once again. Oh, Werner Skuman is coming out of the pits. He is now needing to go and gain a lot of time. He is down into 6th place with Alan Patterson now into the car for the PWSR team, getting the car handed over from Thriller Miller, and now looks to try and keep the momentum going with Duplessis ahead of him as his target 22.3 seconds up the road. Drivers needing to battle their way out. We're going to go back to a bit of an auto cam to show off some of the action as it happens out on the circuit. Tim giving us a bit of an insight well go and clear the throat, and also see if we can try and get a couple of people to have a chat with us in the commentary box, just to get a bit of an insight on what's happening out on circuit, what's happening in the pit boxes, and what's the news down in pit lane. And we are back with some of the action here at the Monza 8 Hour. Thank you for joining us here at RaceFace.Pro. My name is Stephen Koenig. Glad to have you guys here. And, wow. Lots and lots of things going on in the world of this race. As we keep an eye out on a ongoing battle out on track as Keegan Cowley going and unfortunately dropping off the track. So Jess has got back to the microphone to go and talk about it. Unfortunately, that's going and landing up with a bit of a problem. So, taking a look, Donaldson saying thank you, RSR Raceway, Delmas, Red Star Raceway being one of our official partners here at RaceFace.Pro and being part of the amazing world of RaceFace.Pro. So good to have them on there and good as great support for a legendary track. And LCGB is saying Etienne doing great in the car 75 with some steering challenges. Go Etienne. So always interesting to hear. Would actually like to find out what is the steering challenges that number 75 is going through, and give us a bit of an insight to what's happening in that car and what's actually happening to the driver. So if we can get a little bit more insight into what's happening to Etienne Mouton, yeah, of the Griffin Sim Racing, that would be always great. Devil Dingerbrecht saying hybrid new test 722 FTW going and supporting the likes of the hybrid new test. That would be the likes of Tiana Spuerta, who has lost out the lead to the Project Vapor. Maeth Musa up into first place, now open up a 2.6 second to the front, and this is going to be a monumental battle coming through. And interesting little battle that is starting to form as Henry Mayer back in the car now chases after Lucan Haynes. So our GT2s have now grouped back up together. First and second of our GT2s are now going to be getting into a little bit of a fight with a Pandasli Mosquito currently running in the middle of them. That GT3 is going to be starting to feel it in one of our blue flag cars. So, likes of Mordred Clausen will be getting the flag saying, hey, listen, buddy, it's not your race right here. You're in the race, but this isn't your race. And our GT2s will make quick work of him and going about his way through. Well, bit of an interesting news coming in, and always great to see LC Joubert giving a bit of insight. Steering was too sensitive, but Etienne is managing it for his stint. So, bit of an interesting one there, that unfortunately the steering a little bit too sensitive, going and landing up small little increments of turning, do large turns. So just being very cautious of that, and that can change things out in a monumental run as drivers are making their way through. So very interesting there. And Etienne Mouton managing that, going to be getting some serious wear and tear on the driver, that's for certain. As our GT2 is currently our closest battle out on circuit, as Henry Mayer going and chasing down Lucan Haynes. The RSZA KTM team was leading out throughout this race, managed to open up a gap early on in the GT2s. Now it's coming down to this, where it's all going to change once again for our drivers. Henry Mayer carrying the momentum. The Martin Racing now going and closing up. Lucan Haynes trying to push himself around. Lucan Haynes, I do apologize. Going and trying to push himself a little bit more. Now getting into the slipstream though is going to be Henry Mayer. Looks to the inside line through Parabolica. Backed out of it. Going to maybe go around the outside. Going and doing everything he can to carry the momentum through. Still going to keep pressure on that left rear of Lucan, who is now having to go and battle it out. Lucan's going to go side by side. Henry Mayer trying to straight line, but just not winning with the top end as yet. Unfortunately, just not enough in the tank to go and get past. Going to try once again. Late on the brakes, so Henry Mayer's going to try sink deep into turn one. Side by side they go. The KTM bouncing over the curb of Henry Mayer. He does lose out the drive, and that allows Heinz to get away. And now Mordred Clausen, who is busy going and saying, listen, buddy, you lost a bit of time there, so you've got to be so careful in this. You've got to keep up the chase at the moment as they make their way through. So absolutely tremendous stuff And Mildred Clausen getting the best seat in the house for this little battle as he charges his way through. So after some monumental racing, drivers now trying to push themselves out a little bit more. Frustration starting to build up with a lot of the drivers and teams as they try and work their way around. And fatigue kicking in is going to test the patience of a lot of the drivers that are racing around the track. Now, a couple of things you got to do when you're in a team like this that you got to look at, especially for an endurance race with different skill levels varying from high to low, from some amazing top flight competition that goes and represents. Oh, that is ebb and flow pointing the wrong way. They're getting themselves turned around. The Zetterman brothers car now needing to get going as we see the slick racing. Chris Heineke getting a bit out of shape, and we'll have to be very careful of that. Side by side, the GT2s go, and Henry Mayer sends it on the inside through Parabolica, comes right into the mix and forces Lucan to back out of it. So Martin Racing getting ahead of RSZA KTM Team A as they try to go and get a little bit of a comeback. Side by side into turn one, Henry Mayer going and choosing towards the inside line, and Lucan going and not challenging that. A little bit of contact from behind, and oh, Mildred Clausen having to back out of it as well. He is going to be not enjoying this little battle that's happening out in front of him. Eric Kirstein onto the back of Michael Schultz. Hammer Cow Racing now just doing everything he can to try and battle his way through on the way around. So interesting things being said by, interesting times being had by our drivers. Frustrations boiling over, but what can you do as a teammate? Well, there's a couple of things that you can do, and things that you've got to really consider as both a team and as drivers, because since this is a team sport and is trying to get each other across the line at the highest possible position, one thing that you want to look at doing and focus on is ensuring that you work together. If the frustrations start to boil over, start trying to calm each other, calm down a bit, talking them through, giving them information that can be relevant to the racing going on. Start trying to taper the thoughts into one simple charge, saying, okay, this is what we want to do, this is the stuff we want to try and improve on, this is where the times are, and start working on your strategy, building up, get that little bit of a change over. The silence can be an absolute monster in the driver's head, especially in a race like this where concentration is absolutely key for a lot of our drivers. Laton going through the barriers though, not able to stop the car for turn one, turn two, so he's going to carry on the momentum at this point, trying everything he can. Jonas Buerta into the pits, Mahath Musa into the pits, Chris Heineke taking top flight and getting chased down at the moment by Bego Krobler. Is that Bego Krobler? No, that is... Is that not Furnace? No, it's not Furnace Guman. That is the one, that's the 222 of Eric Kirstein, the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro, onto the back of him. He's going to be feeding a bit of information to Jonas Buerta, saying, okay, this is where he is on track, and this is what we're going to be eyeing out. So, talking to your driver, giving him information, and the driver to respond with that type of information, to also say, look, this is what the car's doing, this is what we're feeling, and trying to work out what is going to be more beneficial in the long run. Mahath Musa getting ahead of Alan Patterson, Jonas Buerta tailing in behind as they leave the pits. So it is going to be a proper run for them. So this is where the driver's going to have to really figure out what's going to be the long-term plan here. So teams communicate, talk to one another, try and keep each other up and going. If you starting to feel that fatigue, starting to feel that tiredness kicking in, you do get into points where it's a little bit ratty towards fellow teammates, but you also do tend to make mistakes as well. And that's where the communication comes as a very important key to one another, and also just to know where the limits are in both the car, or in the car, the team, and yourself as a driver that comes into play. And that's why endurance racing is a challenging one for everyone participating and to ensure that everyone can get across the line. Christian Zitzman, though, going and learning the frustrating part of a Honda not working with them. The ebb and flow, unfortunately, not ebbing and flowing the way that they would like it to be, with 105 laps completed by our leader, Chris Heineke, out at the top of the charts, being chased down by the likes of Quinn Duplessis, who is going and giving you everything he's got. So Hybrid Racing Adventure in the mix there. Project Vapor lying in third. PWSR in fourth, along with Hybrid New Test 722. Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom running in sixth, along with Almost Gaming Nitro in seventh. Eighth place is Team Tryhard Racing, along with Griffin Sim Racing in ninth. Griffin Sim Racing in 10th. So the team of Griffin Sim Racing all going and battling it out. Lots of information coming in where the guys are supporting Jason Farmer and saying that he has locked in now and looking to try and close up that 5.7 second gap to Hansi Myberg in 8th place. 11th place, though, is the OG and ZRC Monza team going and battling out. So the first time that the OG ZRC team have actually joined forces. So this is a working together car. And it's always great to see that the OG team, with Loic Randabel and Michael Donaldson being part of it as well, and their teammates going and being a big help. We did see, actually no, they were at the beginning of the season round 1, but they are now getting chased down by Eleanor Wall and Friends, who's looking to make a brick wall of a defense to get past the likes of Michael Donaldson, going late under braking, trying to get it all hooked in. Can't get the pass down as yet. Runs over the curb, bouncing up and down, looking left and looking right as they challenge their way through. Paul Fenter not backing down from the fight. He will be trying to push on and ensure that he could stay into the fight with Michael Donaldson. Michael hoping that he can keep it all together. Late braking into Parabolica, making his way around. Going to be an absolute challenge at this point. Nose to tail, but we do have yellow flags. Werner Skuman has gone off the track. Our 6th place car has gone off the track. That is a lot of damage on that Mustang as he tries to snap it back onto the circuit. He will be a bit of a slow car on the track, but that has now taken his run at Tiernas Buerta and put it to bed, with Connor Bergstrom now having an opportunity to close down. So this is going to be an absolute monster run for Werner Skuman to try and close up the gap. He is going to keep out of the pits, though. Not going to get into the pits to get that all fixed up. Paul Fenter, side by side with Michael Donaldson, locks it on the inside. Beautiful pass on the way through. A bit of textbook passing. And both respect from Michael Donaldson and likes of Paul Fenter going and giving a bit of room. Lucan Hines, though, oh man, that is 2nd place of our GT2s, getting a drive-through penalties. So that is going to take them out of the fight, with Henry Mayer now able to open the gap even further beyond them. So our GT2s now getting a monster split between them, and that is going to play into the hands of likes of Henry Mayer, who sees Etienne Mouton, who missed out his braking marker, and now trying to get going once again through turn 3. So absolutely awesome running from all the drivers. And hopefully we get to have a chat to a couple of them here in the commentary booth, in the interview room. So if there is drivers, team members, and just even the bosses of the teams to come and have a chat. Let us know what's happening down there in the pits. What's the thoughts? What's the ideas? What's the feel of the race thus far? You're always welcome to come to the interview room. Or just let us know on our chat, or just a DM as well. That works just fine. So we got Please Frosty saying, geez, I can't believe how much I've forgotten how to drive the Honda. We haven't driven it in such a long time and it feels alien. And to think that I called it my favorite car, which is why we entered the car, and it felt like a total beginner in the car. It's insane. Yes, that is something that a lot of our drivers have actually been having a feel with, and that is this little Honda here, the EBB and Flow, the Ebb and Flow car of the Zetzman brothers, who are going and fighting it out, both reporting the same thing of just it's a car they're trying to get used to, but being a car that they're not often driving, it does make a lot of problems for you to get used to it and get your eye back in. So that is a proper run through it all, and will be stressing out a lot of our drivers. Yellow flags though, that is unfortunately the 307. There's the tire troopers that was facing the wrong direction and parked in the middle of the track. Not ideal circumstances. Let's actually take a look at what happened to the tire troopers. Make his way around, going out a little bit wide onto the grass. Oh, second on the grass. That's going to be unsteady under the braking. Already had a poor entry. Tail snaps out because of the dirt and parks it in the middle of the track. Oh my heavens. How there was no knocks there is I have no idea. We're seeing the ebb and flow just getting past. The LNR going and getting past by the hair of their chinny chin. That was a nerve-wracking situation for all included. And unfortunately for the 307, they just had to wait, hold the brakes and wait. Oh man, getting off onto the dirt once again. Man, that car is just not having a fun day right now. And Dean DePriest, who is doing everything he can to just try and bring it home at this point. It's like, listen, I just want to get the car going. I mean, we got 4 hours and 40 minutes left. I got to just get this out and running. So always a very interesting time for everyone. This is going to be a monstrous run as it stands, and we do have yellow flags for Chris Heinecker, oddly enough, landing up. That is number 37 car landing up with a bit of a problem. Let's jump on board with him and see what happened. You'll notice he's also in a right-hand drive car compared to all the other vehicles that are in the sim are all left-hand drive vehicles. And, oh, there's a snap. Just over the curbs a bit much, down into second gear, and he gets himself going. So not an ideal situation for the Big Bentley, but still managing to maintain a very good pace at the moment. Makes his way through. Werner Skuman into the pits, and they're doing a bit of repair work to that Mustang, dropping down the order into 7th place. That is going to allow Conor Bergstrom to go and get past. Conor Bergstrom going and making a good move at this moment. Was part of the Pandacity team, and in that pond before getting a move towards Ominous Gaming Nitro, which is the OG, stand to be corrected, it's the OG junior team that is out there doing everything they can. Always fantastic to see the guys going and trying out something new and just looking into the world of sim racing. We will see a lot of team members going and moving around. It's always before a season like what we have coming up next week here at RaceFace.Pro, with not only our GT3 ACC Sprint Series, but also our GT3 Thursday Series. We will see the likes of Keegan Cowley going and fighting out as well, who we're currently watching on track. He is chasing down Liam Swinburne, who races and doing everything he can towards the top. So drivers will be going and shifting around with teams, shifting around with cars, trying out something new and to really push themselves forward. One thing about the championship, though, that a lot of drivers are going to think about is this championship was selected before race 1. You had to choose your car before race 1, and now with all the different BOPs, the updates coming out, you kind of just having to live with the car that you've picked. Some working really well, others not so great, and that does challenge your usual run. A bit of information coming in from the Farmer car. That is one of our Griffin Sim Racing. That is Jason Farmer, who is sending a radio comms to everyone saying, unfortunately, the brakes are not feeling as great and not stopping where he wants him to do. So probably getting a bit too much heat into those brakes, and they are starting to get, we were talking about at the beginning of the race, that brake fade coming in. That is now, the brake is getting too hot. It's losing the usual bite that it usually has to slow you down. The pedal travel is getting further to try and slow the car down. and that just impacts worse and worse and worse and worse. You got to try and cool the brakes down. If it's the front brakes that are giving you a problem, you got to try and bleed the brakes to the rear. If it's the rear brakes, you got to try and bleed it to the front. You got to try and shift that brake bias around. So you'll see a lot of drivers do actually play with a brake bias, just try and move some of that heat from front to rear, and also to try and give a bit of, you know, bit of a break to the actual brakes. And I know it sounds very weird at saying that, but that's what's needing to be done to ensure that you can keep the car going on the way through. Because if there's too much heat in the brakes, not only do you get brake fade, but all that heat that is now built up, that is going well over 100 degrees, starts bleeding into the rim. Now, that's always what you want to have at the start of the race. You want to have the brakes nice and warm, bleeds into the rim, and that heat is then distributed into the carcass of the tire itself. Great stuff. That's always a fun thing to have. But think about this. If you're going out and it's a hot summer's day out wherever you are, and you got a brick paving, okay? You go and take your sleeping socks, you put your sleeping socks on, and you walk outside on this hot brick paving. The brick paving is the brakes, just extremely warm. You are standing here at 35 degrees in the sun, no shade, and that is just blazing to you. You stand on those bricks. At first you won't feel it because the socks are soaking up all that heat, and it continues to do so over and over and over again. But then eventually the sock gets a little bit too hot and it's bleeding into your foot. Now you are starting to bounce around because your feet are starting to burn. It is starting to get way too hot, and now you are going and feeling it. You run back inside, you kick your feet up, you got your socks on, you're now away from those very hot bricks, but the socks have still absorbed a lot of that heat, and it will be sent somewhere, and unfortunately your foot is the first thing to get. That is just how the same it goes with your brakes, your rims, your tires. Too much heat lands up going backwards. So too much heat into these tires turns them into balloons. What creates heat? Your brakes. What absorbs heat? Your rims. Your rims distribute it into your tires. So you can see how it becomes a little bit of a problem as time goes on. So some awesome racing. Joe Pretorius keeping a defensive run, goes to the inside. He actually moves out of the way for Werner Skuma, not wanting to get into that fight. He's going to rather wait it out. I think seeing the pace between the two of them, he went and opted to rather open up the gap a little bit, get back into the tow, and try and bring himself a little bit closer into the fight. It's always very interesting to see drivers moving around, thinking about the big pictures here, trying to see how are they going to last out the 4 hours and 33 minutes and 46 seconds left of this race, and go and have a monstrous run. So taking a look through the field at the moment, it is the PWSL, that is the Slick Racing team, not the PWSL. Slick Racing team out in first in the Big Bentley, the Hybrid Racing Adventure running in second. Third place is Project Vapor, followed by the PWSL in fourth. That's what I was busy thinking of. They're running second in the championship to the Big Bentley that's currently in first, so needing to score some big points here at Monza, being one of the shorter races out on the calendar before we head over to Bathurst for the 12-hour, and then the Spa 24-hour a little bit later this year out on ACC. So you want to go and join that at SimGrid.pro. So Alan Persson going and riding out, he's in fourth place. PWSR enjoying that one. Hybrid New Test is starting to close down the gap. They are 4.2 seconds behind. Then you have got Ominous Gaming Nitro in 6th. 7th is Griffin Sim Racing. Then followed by Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom. That's getting pushed down the road by Griffin Sim Racing. They're trying to make up a bit of time and utilize the slipstream all the way through, with Eleanor Wall and Friends running in 10th. 11th position is OG and ZRC Racing, along with Team Tryhard Racing. 13th place is Team Tryhard Bandits. Henry Mayer of Martin Racing in 14th. 15th is the RSZA KTM Team A with Rev Limits 8-hour Monza in 16th. 17th is Pandassi Infiltrate. 18th is the likes of Griffin Sim Racing, and it's 0.8 of a second behind them. Eric Kirstein is running 10 seconds for the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. They're chasing down after a bit of a rough start to their race. Hammers Cow Racing in 20th. 21st is Seamless Artwork, followed by Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes going and making their way through. They in 22nd. Omnis Gaming Excalibur running in 23rd. 24th is Wholesome Motorsports. 25th is Tire Troopers, followed by Ebb and Flow. 27th position is True Racing, and rounding out at the back of the field, 28th position, Rookie Snail. We've had 2 retirements so far, one of them being our bobsled racing team, and the other, unfortunately, being the OG and KSR team with a power failure taking them out of that race. Henry Mayer, though, getting the pass on Gavin as a straight liner through. The KTM should have the legs on the McLaren, but did not expect to see Gavin going back at them. So dives up on the inside and makes his way around. So absolutely monumental running there. Henry Mayer now going side by side as they fight their way through. So questions being asked of who dropped. Well, it was the likes of our bobsled racing team. They were early on. They were part of our first casualties that unfortunately went and had to retire the car. And the second of that was our OG KSR team due to a 10-second load shedding, taking our leader at the time out of the race, Bernard Barkhuizen. Unfortunately, that pretty much called it for the end of their race, and frustrations came key. All right, well, a bit of a interesting situation coming on here for our 210 and our 13 car that landed up in the weeds. This is our Rookie Snails, who is making his way around the track. They landed up going off circuit, but why was that? Late braking, middle of the circuit. Yep, nope, just missing the braking marker completely. And there is our Ferrari, also going and missing the brake markers. Well, what brake markers? They've been taken out by a couple of accidents, so you're having to try and guess where your brake marker is. A lot of different drivers try and look for other things that they can identify, trees, just pillars, maybe even going and looking at when the curbs start to try and identify when it's a braking marker for them. That's why you've always have a primary and secondary brake marker as something to learn in the world of racing. Just in case the original doesn't do so well. Chris Heineke pulled into the pits, now exiting. They will be rejoining in 5th place and down the order. So it is Duplessis, Domingo, Alan Patterson and Tienes Burta running 1st to 4th. Chris Heineke running in 5th. So very, very interesting to see. As top of the charts, though, is our solo driver for the Hybrid Racing Adventure, Quinn Duplessis, who's looking to try and stretch his legs at the moment. Issam Domingo for the Project Vapor team is looking to try and break away, as we saw in shot. Alan Patterson of the PWSR starting to close up the gap. Tienes Burta of the Hybrid New Test going and making their way around. So the Hybrid Racing Machine now looking to get within the fight of the two. Will be looking to close up, late on the brakes, tries to turn in as much as possible, keeping it all together, bouncing his way through. Oh, proper bounce. And we do see a stop-go 30-second penalty coming in for Michael Donaldson, who rejoins the circuit. Michael Donaldson, unfortunately, that is for speeding in the pits, turning the pit limiter off a little bit too early. And unfortunately, that goes and drops him down the order as well. So everyone trying to keep it going and trying to deal with everything going on. Our drivers going and slugging it out at this point. Duplessis into the pits. He was in first, now exiting, will be dropping down into 5th position, possibly 6th. Nope, Jason Farmer a little bit too far out, so will be down into 5th position. So Duplessis, after all that fight, is now down the order and will have to try and keep going. So that has allowed SM Domingo out in first place. And Alan Patterson of PWSR now into second as they make their way through. Tienes Berta running in third place, trying to make up as much ground as possible. Mark Henneberry will be having a good go to try and make up some time, getting the car handed back to him this time from the likes of Chris Heineke. So he's going to be smiling ear to ear on this one, back into the big old bin and trying to close down on championship rival PWSR, who is currently running in second position, and they've opened up a tremendous gap at this point to ensure that they will have a little bit more of a safer pit stop and a little bit more room to go and mess around with. So hoping to refuel, get new tires on and get back out onto the track. Maybe, just maybe, going in second, stinting the tires is an option if you're not going for a full tank. But I don't see that coming to be. They're going to try and keep it all going. Yellow flags coming in for our ebb and flow. Christian Zetzman, unfortunately, into the dirt once again. The little Honda going and being a bit of a lawnmower at the moment. And the Zetzman brothers having to contend with a car that just is not going and working with them at the moment. Trying everything, clawing at any way to get past as they claw their way towards a monumental run. Henry Mayer all over the back of Hansi Myberg, trying to figure out how can he get past, and will be utilizing all the power and aero of that GT2 to go and make their way around. Remember, GT2s aren't often raced here at RaceFace.Pro. Actually, they raced once a month, and that is because of the Endurance Series. We don't have a GT2 series running, so a lot of these cars that is going and fighting it out, trying to go late on the brakes, and you can see Henry Mayer just getting past Hansi Myberg without too much of a problem there. Late goes and spins out, well, goes and late on the brakes and gets onto the power. So now we'll pull away from Hansi Myberg in that BMW M4 GT3, and Hansi Myberg, one of our solo drivers at the moment. So we have got a absolute stellar run with our with our 3 solo drivers in the top 12 of this race, starting with the likes of Duplessis in 5th, and then you've got Werner Skuman in 6th, and Hansi Myberg running out. Jason Farmer pulling into the pits as that pit lane is getting very busy. I see the rookie Snails car going and getting their way out of pit lane. I saw the Ebb and Flow as well going and pulling out of, well, into the pits, so we will see them doing everything they can. Oh, and that is a GT2. That's JD Ellis going, unfortunately, getting it all out of shape. Paul Fenter will be going side by side with that KTM GT2. Gets past, and now will continue on the drive. So Paul Fenter looking to try to stretch his legs a bit in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage 2019 model, and just managing to keep away. Oh, a little bit unsteady for JD, who is doing everything he can to try and keep that car all together. Alan Patterson now into the pits. That's going to allow Mark Henneberry to get by. So Mark now up into 3rd place. Will have a pit stop over the likes of Alan Patterson at this point, doing a little bit more of an undercut as it stands. So drivers that have gone into the pits is going to be a bit of an interesting one. Jason Farmer coming out, and he will be right in front of Henry Mayer in the GT2. So it's going to try and make short work of him right there, and then getting on the gas, looking towards the inside line, gets onto the power and makes very short work of Jason Farmer, who wants to utilize the tow at the moment, trying to get those tires up to optimum temperature, try and get them scrubbed in. And you can see late on the brakes, the whole car pivoting onto its nose. That tells me that the brake bias is very, very far forward, and the suspension is very softly sprung to try and keep that car going in a straight line, trying to brake as hard as you can as late as possible, but does start to upset the rear because you're pushing all the weight to the nose. You're taking all that weight off the rear wheels, and unfortunately that does cause the rear wheels to slip or even give themselves a little bit more room to wiggle around. If you're starting to have that little bit of a problem as the rear starting to step out under braking, you start moving that brake bias a little bit towards the rear. Try and slow the rear down instead of the nose to try and make the corners. That's coping with understeer and oversteer, utilizing your brake bias, and it's a little skill that you pick up in the world of racing and in sim racing. you get to pick up these neat little tricks that can move you and pivot you forward. Always fun to play with as a brake bias. Never turn it to maximum front or maximum rear. You will be in some serious anal pain on the way through. Closest fight on circuit, Hansi Myberg 1.6 seconds behind Ruben Heineke, who is 1.5, going 1.8 now to Henry Mayer. So he's going to lose out to Henry Mayer, but Hansi Myberg starting to close up the gap. Alan Patterson, unfortunately, runs into a bit of a problem and is very, very slow on the exit. What on earth has happened to the Patterson car? Number 24, yellow flags, now runs into a problem. Let's go back about 30 seconds. Let's see if we can try and see what happened here to the Patterson car as we jump to Tim in the helicam. PWSR all together. Oh, hooking the curb. Just trying to bring it back. Shuffles its way around. And very, very slow on the drive. So very interesting. Got a little bit turned upset and is slowing down. What has gone on with that car? He's in 6th. Why? That car has stopped. He's out of fuel. But they just... Hang on. Can they make it to the pit box? That's the question. Oh no. Let it not be the case. Did this car not refuel? The pit box is just up the road. Oh my heavens. This is where use the clutch. Use anything. Trying to swing it in. Alan trying to get it to his box. That car is a dead duck. Oh, so close towards the pit box. You can see he's trying to line it up. And that's it. Was slightly out. Had to tow a little bit. Controls were locked. The PWSR car did not refuel and came into the pits out of fuel. Oh my heavens. What did we just witness, folks? What did we just witness there? An absolute heart-wrenching moment. And looking at it, I think he just missed the pit box. He got lined close to it, but that car went up, down, back up again. That car was moved. He did not make it to the pit box. He stopped just before the pit box. Well, that is going to be a conversation that I'm sure the refueler is not going to be too chuffed with. And going to have drivers going and getting a little bit cross in the background there for that. But unfortunately, that is leaving him in the pits, stranded for a longer time now. Down into 14th position. Michael Donaldson getting the pass done. This is devastating for the PWSR team that was on a upright charge. And I think they narrowly missed their pit box by a meter. I honestly think it was 1 meter. He lined himself up for it. He lined himself up for it, but it just didn't have it. Needed that fraction more. And still in the box. Up, down. Looks like they now starting to refuel the car, so they pushed it back towards the box. Had to serve the penalty time. That has developed their race into something different, and drivers are going to be not too thrilled with that one. But something went on that car did not have enough in the tank. it did not get enough fuel on its pit exit, and it still had just come out of the pits. So Alan tried nursing that car to get it all the way through, and that was prior. That, unfortunately, is something that does happen in the world of sim racing, and, well, can change things out. Let's go through the running order as it stands. It is the Project Vapor team, followed by the Hybrid New Test. Then we've got Slick Racing running in third. Fourth, Hybrid Racing Adventure, followed by Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom. Eleanor Wall and Friends in sixth. Seventh is Honors Gaming Nitro, and Martin Racing in eighth. Ninth, going to the Griffin Sim Racing as it stands, with Hansi Marburg of Team Tryhard going and chasing down in 10th. Gavin Scruton are the Team Tryhard Bandits. Rob van der Heerder of Griffin Sim Racing. RSZA KTM Team A. OG and ZRC Monza lying in 14th. Then we have got Rev Limits 8 Hour Monza, followed by Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. Siemens Artwork running in 17th position. 18th is Pandacity Infiltrate, along with 19th position Griffin Sim Racing. Hammer Cal Racing in 20th. 21st, Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes, followed by Honors Gaming Excalibur. Wholesome Motorsports running in 23rd. 24th is Tire Troopers, followed by True Racing in 25th. 26th is Ebb and Flow, and 27th, Rookie Snail. But I hate to say it, folks, there is one name that we didn't get to see while running through that order, and that is the PWSR car. So something has gone on with that PWSR car that looks like they may have just retired the machine. Daniel De Villiers, Thriller Miller, and the likes of Alan Patterson. Did they retire the car? Oh, as we see Hansi Myberg into the weeds, and now trying to get himself going. Gets on the power. Fatigue starting to kick in for one of our solo drivers. And information coming through out of the race. Fuel pump issue in the Ferrari. PWSR gutted. Ran out of fuel. Oh my heavens. That, wow. Oh man, that is, we're seeing it all here. Now after so far 3 hours and 45 minutes of racing, we just witnessed the retirement of yet another car. And man, oh man, that is just heart-wrenching that unfortunately that just the car running out of fuel and just within arm's reach of the box. Man, oh wow. Our interview room is open, guys. If you want to come talk about it, if you want to take some time, you're more than welcome. But to everyone out there in the grandstands that is watching now and watching in the future, please let's give some hearts in the grandstands to the PWSR. Show them some love. Show the team that we still shout and support them, will them on, and hopefully, I'm going to say it once again, hopefully you guys can get that fuel pump sorted out and get back out on the track. We want to see you guys see that checkered flag. No, it's not fighting for the championship points that you want, but it's championship points nonetheless, and also deserve to see the end after 3 hours and 47 minutes of racing. 4 hours and 12 minutes left of this race. We'd like to see you guys out there, and I know that's something that Alan will be going and saying, Stephen, seriously, enough with it. You say it over and over and over, even Darren Miller, and also the likes of the Hitman going and saying, you know, that's the constant thing I say. But there's a reason for it, folks. There's a reason that I keep cheering on for the guys, that I want to see everyone get towards the line, because as petrol heads, as sim racers, as friends, as families, we all want to go and see these guys that have poured hours and hours and hours of work into the race, not to throw in the towel, just to stick it out, to get there. Even if it's under the worst circumstances, it's always to just try and be there. be up towards the front and say, look, despite the hardships, the drivers are able to get there through it all. So, a bit of words coming in. Chris Heineke, part of the Slick Racing team, going and saying bad luck there, PWSR. Darren saying thanks, Chris. So, you know, a bit of a chat there. But I want to ask everyone in the grandstands, our virtual grandstands out there, can we show some love for the PWSR team that have stuck it out? They went and pushed themselves. Let's show a bit of love out there. Give a bit of a heart with PWSR next to it for all the hard work that they have done. And let's try and let them know how we want to see that car get back onto the track. We want to see the drivers see the checkered flag the way they should go and see the checkered flag under their own steam. And I know many of the teams that are watching this right now, having it in the background, I can see you guys out there are going and tuning in, the 309 that have gone and viewed, going and seeing all this. I want to see you guys going and show a bit of love to the PWSR. We have lost 3 teams so far, but I firmly believe that we will see the return of the OG KSR car. We will see the return of the PWSR car to get those to the end, to see it to the end and show what they can do. One person who does not want to see a certain incident right now is Ruan Saliers, who gets a drive-through penalty on his way through. So, Ruan getting a drive-through penalty. That is going to be for track limits, unfortunately. Vietia giving a bit of a heart. Mahath Musa giving a heart. Thank you so much, guys. It's always great to see this. Going and seeing the communities, the drivers, your competitors, going and showing a bit of love to the teams there, showing the support to everyone, and even biggest, baddest, best, going and echoing what I've been shouting out to all the teams. Get back out there, boys. Get back out there. I want to see those cars come across the line the way it should. I love to see it. I love to see it. And you see, I'm not the only one that echoes the same statements. I love it. Stick it in till the end. Keep going. Push as hard as you can and ensure that you go and see that checkered flag. This is a long race happening at the moment, and with so many races happening at the moment, we've got Swinburne dealing with Kerry van Zyl, who is chasing him down at the moment, and Swinburne now having to deal with Van Zyl looking up on the inside. Van Zyl in the BMW trying everything at the moment to get past Swinburne, who is going to keep a very defensive line at the moment, not moving left and right. It's going to just make the car as wide as possible, going and keeping middle of the track. That does make things a little bit more tricky for your competitor, who has to guess which way you're going, left or right, and also readjust a brake marker where you've already planned out where you're going to brake. You know that you're going to be compromised, but if you can just unsettle them, let them move around, scurrying left and right behind you, it does make things a little bit more interesting. As we see Swinburne giving a bit of a flash of the lights to the 307, who is just trying to keep his way going. Don't think that little car is currently seeing them, and does lift off the throttle. Swinburne having to take evasive maneuvers, so does Van Zyl on that one. That does split them up a little bit more. And, well, with all the racing going on, it's absolutely tremendous. I can even tell you, if you want to talk about heartache, I was with my team, Team Heap together, going and doing the Spa 24. We were running in third. And unfortunately, due to circumstances of walls being not the most secure things in the world, well, being very secure, and our body piece is not. We went from third, we're currently 7th, and still with a shed ton of damage left on the car. So, and that is with currently 4 hours of racing, 3 hours left of our racing in that one. So, yeah, been a difficult race for everyone. Oh, bit of contact! Could see that one coming. Kerry van Zyl getting a lot of drive compared to Swinburne. And a little bit of flash of the lights here saying, sorry buddy, didn't quite mean to square you on the exhaust like that, but unfortunately you got a whole lot of go and a whole lot of no at the same time as they battle their way around. So Swinburne's going to have to try and do everything he can to keep ahead of Van Zyl. Yellow flags for Skuman though, into the wall. Skuman has hit the wall once again. The 344, that is exactly where he bit it last time. What has gone on with him? As we go and take a look on board with the car. Oh, that's prior to that. Spun round. So he's got some serious damage to the car. Let's try to go back 1 minute and try and analyze where this all went wrong for him. Making his way through. That's all looking fine. Not too much of a problem there as they fight their way through. Accelerating. Heading towards Ascari. Going to be late on the brakes. Tricky thing about being a solo driver, if something goes wrong, but no one to rely on to give you a bit of eyes. Oh, tried powering out of a slide. And unfortunately, that did not work out in his favor. Hoping to just stay on the gas and get the rear to just work with him. Unfortunately, did not turn out to be the case. And landed up in the wall once again, having a nightmare run. Still holds the fastest lap time of the race, I do want to add, as one of the solo drivers, but still not ideal circumstances. Oh, the ebb and flow. Christian Zetzman off into the dirt as well, trying to get himself back on. So that car just rotating way too much at the moment and turning into a monstrous run. So drivers just trying everything at the moment. Keegan Carl going over to chase down the likes of Eric Kirstein, who is trying to claw back some time. Keegan going to keep into the tow and going to be on the rev limits at the moment, as the team name suggests. Will be going and pulling himself along. Closing a little bit too far to go for any lunges as yet, but it's going to try and go a little bit later on the brakes. What you can note with a couple of the drivers, though, I do want to point out, very, very interesting that we're starting to see. Closing down on the drivers. The guys are getting onto the brakes, but they're bleeding off the brakes and then going back on. So they're coming on the brakes, giving that sudden sharp slowdown. They're coming off the brakes to allow a little bit of rolling momentum and then back onto brakes to just try and slow the thing down again. So slowing it down, get the rolling momentum, and then going back onto the anchors to ensure that they can keep up the momentum, keep up that pace through the corner and stop it dead on its nose after a bit of a battle, utilizing a little bit of not only your big brakes to slow you down, but also going and using a bit of engine braking, slamming it down the gears. Swinburne, though, now trying to battle it out, has got a little bit of front-end damage to the front of their car. Has Ulrich Diaga looking left, looking right, goes for the inside line. Can he get the pass done? It's on the inside, will have the advantage unless the sweep across happens. Swinburne trying to go for the sweep across, will have the advantage into the left-hander, pushes out wide. You're going to have to run right to the fringe of the circuit, and they're going to still go side by side. Little bit of a touch between the two, as they will share a bit of paint. Ulrich Diaga, oh, once again, a little bit of light contact with Swinburne. Swinburne's going to try come back in, looks for the inside, chooses not to go for the lunge, saying, listen, I'm not going to go and scratch my paint anymore. I'm going to now apply pressure back onto you to ensure that you will now feel the pressure that you were adding onto me. So he's got a little bit of front end aero damage, top end's not quite there, and now trying to make his way through. So not ideal circumstances right now for the drivers having to fight their way through. Wow, some proper running for the going. So interesting enough. There is discussions down in the pit lane, though, that is happening between teams, which is always fantastic to see. Tristan Herbst going and also having a bit of a chat to the teams there. Positive chats, actually. So great to see it. And it's always nice to see that. Well, one person that's not going to be enjoying something to see, and that is going to be a drive-through penalty for the Honest Gaming Nitro. Johan Blicknote, now in 6th place, has got a problem. Henry Mayer will be going for the pass, but Johan Blicknote got the drive-through penalties trying to go across, and that is the OG KSR team, the OG ZRC team that got a little bit fouled up. So that is the mother team to this Honest Gaming Nitro. And not quite what you want to do in front of the boss's team is score a drive-through penalty and then have a bit of a foul-up moment, tripping over each other with that pass. So not ideal circumstances, but it has happened. But Henry Mayer, now showing what the GT2 can do, has climbed up into 6th place. Oh no, Christian Zetzman went straight on. Number 23 going and keeping going. You know what, folks? For a car that's battled, I have to give it up to this team. It's going to sound weird. It's going to sound very, very weird. But the Ebb and Flow team, throughout this entire race, keeps bailing off the track. This Honda just does not like it. And the Zetzman brothers have said outright that this car, it just feels weird. It's just not doing what they wanted to do. But at the moment, and what they're showing now, is they embodying what as sim racers that we do, and that is to just keep going no matter the circumstances, no matter the problems, no matter the frustrations, everything that goes on that just will take and grind your gears to dust. And when it all looks like it's just not going right for you, that the frustration starts to build, you're grinding your teeth together, they're keeping on going. They're sticking it out there for a team that could have thrown in the towel a long time ago for everything that they've had. Damage, off tracks, even now, an off track. They still keep going, no matter what. So to the Zetzman family, to the Ebb and Flow team, chaps, keep going, guys. You're absolute legends. Keep powering through and show exactly why we say you want to see the checkered flag. No matter what, you cross that line. So for everyone out there, I know you guys are watching, so you know what? I want to see hearts in the grandstands. I want to see fire in the grandstands for the Ebb and Flow team, for the Zetzman brothers that are sticking it out with the only Honda in the field from round 1. They are pushing through no matter what. We want to show a supporting run to the Zetzman family that are going and embodying what we say of see it through to the end. I want to see that out there in the grandstands, virtual grandstands, because that is just monster respect for any drivers that can push through adversity. And honestly, tremendous, tremendous stuff. Wow, wow, wow. So much going on though. 3 hours and 57 minutes of this race. Tremendous racing all the way through. We are now getting towards the later stages of the race. It has gone past 9 minutes past 9 here in South Africa on the 20th of the 7th, 2024. And we are still with 3 hours and 57 minutes of racing. The racing due to end at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. You want to stick around, be a part of it. What I am going to recommend though is grabbing something to drink, grab some snacks, go and bring your loved ones, put it on the TV, go to your room, put it on the TV there, crawl underneath the blankets if you need to, and support the drivers. We're going to take a short intermission, and we're going to come back to all the racing out in it. We're going to go to Tim, our cameraman, to give us a bit of auto shots of the racing currently happening for round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 Endurance Championship. 8 hours of Monza, and we will be battling out, coming up with the nearest end of it soon. Keep an eye on all the action here at RaceFace.Pro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back, and my oh my, there is stories to tell. Just going and having a glass of water, and I think I went and landed up with all of it getting sprayed over my keyboard. Well, let's go through the big one at the moment, and that is our GT2 of True Racing has been disqualified out of the race. So, one of our 3 GT2s, True Racing, unfortunately, is out, done, dusted, game over. And after so much racing, 4 hours and 17 minutes, is DQ'd out of the race. We have seen a drive-through penalty go and flare up for a couple of drivers. The driver of 99 going and serving drive-through penalty, and that was Kieran Sale. That was our BMW, the Pandasti BMW, landing up with a drive-through penalty, and also our number 23, and that was Christian Zetzman going and serving a stop-go 30-second penalty as well. So that just came one on top of the other, and what a change of events where we now down a couple of cars as well, not only from technical difficulties that have kicked in. We have got guys going and losing out due to the rules. I mean, that is just ends up creating a bit of carnage there. Always something interesting to take a look at. And I go and see Werner Skuman getting the pass on Rob van der Heever. He's actually just lifted off the gas, let Werner Skuman get by. But with that being said, I'm taking a look over to the grandstands, and there's an ongoing little bit of chat with the likes of the Crazy Rabbit going and supporting Bego Krubler and his entire team with the Hybrid Racing going and making their way through the Pro Enduro team, clawing their way up into 15th position at the moment. And then you have got Gavin Scruton that's busy saying, stay behind us, and doesn't have to get past the Crazy Rabbit going and retorting, saying, hey, we're going to get past you. Watch out. You're going to watch those mirrors as you're going to lose that bit of time. Getting saying, left behind us, not going to quite get it. So there is a bit of a challenge going on, which is always fantastic to see. And the drivers going and being part of it. I actually enjoy seeing the crowd getting so interactive. Oh man, the Zetzmans again. They just served a stop-go 30-second penalty, and again they're getting another one. Oh man, that is heartbreaking. I mean, it's just a race that's, man, oh man. But I do want to point out, they're still going. Oh man, that's Hansi Myberg though. He's twisted around, tries to pull himself back in, and that is going to be a bit of a challenge. So, what has been put forward is something very, very interesting. It is a challenge from Team Tryhard and the likes of Hybrid Racing. Team Tryhard was the original team, and from there, Hybrid Racing was born. Now, Hybrid Racing become the top esports team to go to in the world of sim racing. Hybrid Racing and Team Tryhard Racing has been always that fun, casual, enjoyable, really go for a type of team to go for and really bring in the enjoyment factor. Now is a challenge between the two. This is like having a fight in the house. It's two siblings going at one another, and they are ready to go to war. And honestly, I know everyone's saying, but why is that a thing? What's so big about the two teams that were siblings? Well, the easiest to it is these are friends. These are drivers that know each other so well. These are drivers that have spent days, nights, hours, months, years, all together working towards a common goal. They constantly chat to one another and say, hey, look, we're in for the run here. Two sides of the coin going at one another, which is just extra special for me. And you've got the serious esports team versus the laybacks. You know, you've got, the easiest way to say it is you've got the Lamar team versus, well, essentially the Lemons. What's going to win? Yes, the hybrid racing is doing it for fun. I fully agree with that. But hybrid racing has always been geared up for hardcore. You're going in for first place no matter what. You're going for that top spot. And you're willing to put it out there all on the line. Team Tryhard Racing, they're trying hard. But even the name pretty much goes towards a Lemons team. That's what we got. We have got the 300,000 Rand car versus the 50,000 Rand car. We got the Lemons versus the Racers. And honestly, I'm in for it. I'm all in for it. I want to see it. Who's going to come out on top? Because both teams are talking more than enough smack to one another right now. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with everyone watching here, both teams have laid down the challenge. They spoke enough smack to one another saying, good luck. Let's see what you guys can do. And honestly, well, folks, it's time for the universal words that everyone knows. Time to put up or shut up. And that is what we are going to do. What did Ebb and Flow team done wrong to serve a second penalty? I would possibly think that is for speeding in pits or crossing the white line. That's the only time I've seen the 30-second penalty get handed out. So that's one I'm not 100% sure on where that penalty came from. So we'll try to find out for you. And there's already a question. I was thinking to get back in the race, but I'm not driver one. Both teammates are too distraught and have left. Darren Miller wanting to see if he can get back in. All right. Darren Miller, I know you're listening. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get a hold of the person. Let's see what we can do. All right, folks, I have returned, and I've got some news. So, Gavin, I know you're waiting in the commentary room. I'll want to bring you in, but there's first something that needs to be done. So, Darren Miller, if you can hear me, buddy, I want you to come to the commentary interview room. So, Darren Miller, this is a call out for anyone that has Darren Miller and his number, or that's able to get hold of him. Please ask him to come to the commentary room urgently. And Philly Zetzman going and saying, first time watching my sons, I'm proud of them both. I have to agree with that. Nice to see it. So this is a call out to Darren Miller. I'm going to also send him a message from my side. But with all being said, there's some amazing racing out here. We've seen some amazing racing. Let's actually bring up Gavin while we wait. Gavin, welcome to the commentary box and Team Tryhard Racing. I mean, let's talk about this. You have been very vocal in the chat for Team Tryhard Racing, which is absolutely tremendous. You've also had some great racing out there. The McLaren seems to be on form, but let's get to the nitty-gritty of this. You've issued out a challenge and talked the smack to Hybrid Racing. That was the sister team to you guys, and you've gone and put out a bit of a challenge to them.
Yeah, I don't know how clever that was, but yeah, that's sometimes you have to put the sister team back in its place every now and again, you know.
There we go. I love to hear it. Take us through, how's the race been for you?
Well, it's actually been sort of pretty good, except for my terrible first stint. Yeah, unfortunately, I got tangled up in a back marker and just wrong place, wrong time, and yeah, I just went into the wall. Had around about 18 seconds worth of damage, but it wasn't actually too bad. It was manageable, and then unfortunately, just going through the scarry, I just lost it, and yeah, next thing I know, in the pits for like a minute and a half getting repairs. So now Yucca's in the car doing what he does best, is driving the bejeevers out of it, and yeah, we're up to P10 now, so yeah, we're hoping for a top 10 finish.
Well,
and obviously beating Hybrid. Where's Bago again? 14th. Oh, okay, back there. Okay.
All right, yeah, in the review mirror, as you said, that's a little bit far back. So
yeah, it's but with Bago and all of them, yeah, they're rapid, they're fantastic drivers, and yeah, they're gonna give it horns, and like Tennyson and Daniel, they're sitting in P4 at the moment. They're having a good race as well, so yeah, good fun.
Absolutely tremendous stuff. So the aim is to be right up at the top. We see like say Henry Mayer now getting past you, the GT2s definitely having a bit of straight line over the GT3s, but how the race has evolved for you guys, being a little bit mid-pack at the start, suddenly now getting a bit quicker, starting to deal with a lot more, and that top 10 just within reach every single time for you. What's the game plan to get through the final 3 hours and 27 minutes left of the 8 hours of Monza, round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 Endurance Series?
Well, not giving too much away. We definitely don't want the hybrid guys to catch us and pass us, but with Yaku's in there, and he's putting the pedal to the metal, getting our pace back up there, so by the time I get to the car, Captain Slow that I am, I don't completely destroy all the work that he's done, but it's just at the moment, while the temperature is dropping, the car's a lot more stable, the times are consistent, so it's just basically getting those consistent times in and slowly building a way back, and hopefully by the time I get the car, just keep it on track and hold everyone at bay.
Well, Gavin, you've been fighting left and right to ensure that this car gets through. The whole team has been really working hard. It's absolutely incredible, and still sporting the old colours of the team Try Hard Racing, the orange and the blue being the main ones. So this is absolutely great to see the car going out there. It's great to see the enthusiasm and also adding a bit of spice. I always talk about, can someone add a bit of spice? And Gavin, congratulations. You're one of the very few that do actually add a bit of spice to it, saying, come on guys, let's see what you can do. So before I let you go to rejoin your fellow driver in the out on the mic and going and listening to all the conversations going on, is there anything that you want to go and say to all the petrol heads that are watching now and in the future, to all our sponsors keeping a close eye on it and saying, wow, this is the racing to be at? Remember to keep it PG, but you can add the spice.
No, I just wanted to say a big thank you to RaceFace, Hansi, and all the other guys sort of behind the scenes making it go through. RaceFace, all with the other racing communities, they make the racing what it is. And it's great to see people like Ardendorf Machinery Rods, SA Lube coming on board. It's great for sim racing. It's putting it out there, and seeing all the people in the YouTube chat and getting involved, and obviously parents are coming through to watch their kids and driving through. So I saw in the chat there Willie Zietzman watching his two sons race there. So yeah, sim racing is for everyone. It's good fun, and yes, it gets a bit heated or whatnot, but in the end, it's racing. If you don't get heated, you're not doing it properly. So, and a big thank you to you as well for listening to you on the stream, and especially doing a 8-hour stream on your Linsim. It's fantastic, and yeah, and we'll keep it spicy, most definitely. And
so I'm going to ask the question: who's going to win, hybrid racing or Team Triad?
So depending if we're talking about the guys in the front or the guys in the back. So if the guys in the back, we're definitely going to be Bago and them. It might be a bit of a difficult ask to catch a Daniel and Tinas in P4 there, but hey, if Hansi can keep it up there as well to stay where he is, I think let's see, two hybrid car or two TTHR cars ahead of a hybrid car, I'll be happy with that.
There we go, and maybe a couple of drive-through penalties just snuck under the carpet may also sweeten the deal, hey?
No, I think so. It's live stewarding would have been awesome. It's like just slip them a couple of $100 there and just make some changes for us.
Yeah, the BS, well, would be the BS side of things. In the case of lemons, you actually have a BS technical that goes through and sees whether your car is 50,000 Rand or not. But absolutely incredible stuff to go with it. Yes, you actually bribe them, by the way. If you go to a lemons race and you have the BS technical come through, you actually can tape 100 Rand to like the bonnet, and they can do it all. You know, you just have to.
Oh, there we go.
Just, yeah.
Okay.
By the way, useless information if you are going for the lemons, though. But absolutely incredible stuff. Always fantastic to have a chat to you, and look forward to having a chat to you a little bit later on in the race. Good luck for it.
Most definitely.
When are you getting back in the car?
It will be Yaku's doing a 2-hour stint at the moment, so I'll be taking the car in the last 2 hours of the race. So, yeah.
All right, so got to get yourself warmed up and get going, and good luck for your.
Thank you very much.
It's always fantastic to have a chat to our drivers. Gavin going and taking some time to have a chat to us, which is always grand to see. That being said, though, we did put a call out to Darren Miller, also known as Darren 1411 out on the YouTube side of things, and well, we haven't been able to get hold of him, unfortunately. So Darren, this goes out to you. And Bertus Hugo, I would like to ask if you could come through. Oh no, Vernus Kumon again in the same wall, going and taking a bite out. I'd actually like to have Bertus Hugo to come through, one, to have a chat, but to bring this critical piece of information to our drivers that they want to go out. And like in the case of Darren Miller, who, man oh man, if anyone has his number, please, please, please send it through to me. I've sent a message on Discord. We've sent a message on the YouTube. We would love to have a chat with the guy and give him some rather exciting news on, well, a way to see it to the end. So for anyone that has Darren Miller, please send it through. That being said, we're watching Rob van der Heever dealing with Henry Mayer at the moment, who's trying to make up some time in the GT2 as he makes his way around. Mark Henneberry into the pits and will be dropping down. Duplessis will be taking that first place run and taking a look over to our grandstands. Racing Snails getting a lot of support there from our crew, which is always fantastic to see. The Lizzie going in supporting the Racing Snails that are still sticking it out no matter the cost, no matter the run. They will go and see it to the end. Always fantastic to see the guys challenging their way through. So as drivers make their way around the track, trying to improve, seeing how they can get to the top. Who will be able to stand at the top of it all? We're about to find out. The drivers go and battle out for the last 3 hours and 19 minutes in this 8 hours of Monza. A absolutely monstrous run. It's sitting, it's bugging me. Alright. So folks, I'm going to be straight with you all. Because you know what? We gotta address the elephant in the room here. There is a way for Darren Miller to get back in the server. And I'm going to let him know. So give me 2 minutes. And Darren, if you can hear me, I've got news. You can get in and see it to the end. All right, so I'm back, ladies and gentlemen, and well, huge news coming in. So Darren Miller of PWSR said he wants to see it to the end, and unfortunately his team gutted from the car not able to get there, ran out of fuel. So we did something. We did a naughty. We did it together. Because if I'm going down, I'm going to bring everyone down with me. But hey, let's go and talk about this right now because, well, we haven't got Versus Hugo to tell us the situation on this. So I'm going to tell you the situation on what this is. We are able to get Darren Miller back in the server to see it to the end for the PWSR. But there is a caveat to this. There's always a issue that creeps up as we see the name pop up on the timing tower. I have got tears in my eyes, folks. Right there. Darren Miller is able to get back into the server. But the caveat is he's starting from lap 0. So that car is an entirely new entity. It is lap 0. It will be going out as an entirely new car, new entrant into this race. He will not be able to swap with Alan Patterson or with his teammate De Villiers. So he will be able to just drive for 3 hours and 14 minutes solo. But that being said, Darren Miller will get back on the track and go racing once more. He will see it to the end for the PWSR. He will go and get it back on the circuit the way it is. And ladies and gentlemen, as I keep saying, go and see it the way it should be done. So, PWSR has got all their chips in one basket. Alan Patterson and De Villiers gutted with the situation at hand. And obviously, for the right causes. I mean, the fuel pump failed. But what is being done now is we're in for a race. So Darren Miller is going to get back out there. He's going to get back out on the track and get going as he leaves the pits. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to see you guys screaming from the rooftops. I want to see the love because heading out onto the track, starting at lap 0, but just wanting to see the end for the team and for himself, Darren Miller is out on the track to fight it out once more, solo for 3 hours and 12 minutes, despite a fuel pump failure, despite the team throwing in the towel. He's offloaded a new car, he's got it on the track, and guess what? Under his own accord, he's gonna get it to the end no matter the cost. And my heavens, if that isn't respect for a driver that wants to not give up. Sorry, I've actually got tears in my eyes. What a race. We've got everything going here, folks. We have got the highs, the lows, we got the fastest, we got the challenges, we've got everything happening. We have got drivers that don't know when to quit. We have got teams that don't know when to quit. And honestly, for those that are out, those that have thrown in the towel, well, then I'm going to say it once again. OGKSR, you've got no excuse to not get back in there. PWSR is in there to give it everything he's got. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're witnessing right now is history being made. We are seeing some of the most exciting racing in endurance. We are seeing a never-end quit. This is proper. But while we're talking about that, we've got Michael Donaldson coming in for an interview, and let's have a chat to him. Michael Donaldson, welcome to the commentary box. Well, lots of things happening.
What's up, Steve?
Yeah, okay. Well, lots of things happening here. Let's head on to your side. Exciting racing. Give us a bit of feedback.
Oh, well, I just finished my double stint. Loic is now back in the car for his double stint. Basically, our goal was just to extend. Like, from the start, we tried to save fuel for our first couple stints, and then some unfortunate instances with us getting hit from behind caused us to carry quite a bit of damage and be about a second and a half slower. So we fell back to about 22nd, but now we've managed to bring it back to P12. And we're hoping to finish in a P10, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's 8 hours, lots of things happening out there on track. How's the morale in the team? I mean, it has been a up and down for both the ZRC teams. It's been up and down for the OG team as well. Going and seeing the demise of the KSR OG, which I firmly stand they need to come back and see it to the end. I mean, you've already got the likes of Darren Miller, who is starting from lap 1 just to get it across the line. But how's the morale in the team as a total of trying to get these cars to the line and to see it to the end?
Well, I can tell you for Loic and I, our morale is as high as it can possibly be. I mean, regardless of what happened, we're in a very strong position, and we've got the OG Nitro team in front of us. And I can tell you now that if you're watching that fight towards the end of Loic's stint, well, it'll definitely be a good one, because we definitely want to finish on top there.
Okay, so you know the OG ZRC does not want the Nitro team. Now, I've been saying the Nitro team is more of the junior side. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not in OG, but I do believe that Nitro is their second/academy team.
Okay, all right. So it's all gloves off to ensure that you stand at the top of it, not wanting to get caught out in that fight, but wanting to be at the top, into that top 10. Connor Bergstrom is the target. Between you guys, you have got Gerard Pretorius, who is a very, very quick driver. The Griffin Sim Racing team has been very defensive. Any plans of attack to try and get round the Griffin Sim Racing team?
Pure pace.
Fair enough.
That is how we're going to do it. That's how we've been doing it, and that's how we're going to continue to do it.
That works. When in doubt, hit it with a bigger hammer sort of approach.
Yeah, well, I mean, about an hour ago when I started my second stint, I came out the pits just behind Johan Blicknote, who's the second driver with Bergstrom. And they had lapped us. So I managed to unlap ourselves and then also get us 30 seconds behind them. So we're catching up, and we've checked the pace. We're faster than about 5 cars in front of us. So if we can just keep the pace for the remaining 3 hours, I think we can definitely get up to a top 10 finish.
Oh, absolutely tremendous stuff. And how has the car been dealing with Monza? As the lights start to come on, it's starting to get darker out there. Is there any worry about the tires not lasting, or just the wear and tear on brake pads as well, a brake fade, things like that coming into play? Or has it all been smooth sailing?
Well, up until now, we haven't really had an issue with tires. Like, my whole stint, I was able to keep a consistent pace. Like, I mean, I set our fastest lap on about 33 lap old tires. So the track is definitely ramping up to a very fast speed at the moment. Since it's going nighttime, everything's getting cooler, so then therefore we go faster.
Well, that's the way it's all going to work. Well, Michael Donaldson, before I let you go, and while we keep an eye on all the different battles happening out on track, is there anything that you would like to say to all our fantastic spectators, our petrol heads, and our sponsors, all keeping their eyes firmly fixed to the screens right now and watching an absolute amazing run of cars and amazing run of drivers giving it everything they got.
I mean, to all the spectators, it's an unlimited achievement watching guys race for 8 hours and just watching all the excitement go through, all the battles, because it's never ending here. You always have people on the same lap as you, always have fights going on somewhere, whether it be a guy trying to unlap himself or get past the back marker. It's a constant fight, and all the sponsors watching as well. I need to give a special shout out to my mother. She's been here the whole race so far, and she's not stopping anytime soon. Keeping me supported, giving me energy drinks and stuff to keep me hydrated and going. So things are going well.
Thank you, Mrs. Donaldson, for keeping our driver up and going. Absolutely awesome. You know, it's nice to hear the family getting involved, being a part of it, and also the enthusiasm. But obviously, pressure on the line because she's helping you out now. Now you've got to put in the laps to ensure you get to the top. Got a question. When are you back in the car, or are you done for the race?
Well, Lois going to push a double stint, and then after that, it's going to be a straight sprint shootout to the end for the last hour for me.
Okay, so it's
it was supposed to be a double stint, but we saved so much fuel with the battles and everything going on that we've cut a whole hour out of our schedule. So it's going to be an exciting finish.
So it's all or nothing when it comes down to you. All the chips on the table, and you're lucky to hold the full house of cards in your hand. Absolutely awesome stuff. Michael Donaldson of the OG and ZRC combo. Good to have you here, and looking forward to chatting to you a little bit later after your final stint in that shootout to the end.
Oh, Steve, I'm very excited for my post-race therapy.
I think a lot of people are going to be needing therapy after this.
Yeah, so I'll see you at the end of the race. Have fun. Keep going. I know you're also being a bit tired. You've been going for a while now. I mean, 5 hours. So
it's been fun. There's been lots of interesting battles, and also having interesting conversations like with yourself. Keeps me up and going. And also, well, Michael, I don't know if you've noticed, there's been a couple of things happening on track. The Zetzman brothers in the Honda, nearly every lap they've been off the track. They are still going. No quit. They are not going to give. Okay. And then second to that, Darren Miller has had both his teammates throw in the towel and say, we're done. He went and asked for special help to get this car in, purely to see the checkered flag at the end of it.
Well, I mean, Steve, if anyone can convince people to come back, it's you. You've done it with me and many others.
Nah, I think it's just because we're all too dumb to quit, or we don't know how to quit. So
it's fine. Darren can still finish in a good position.
That's it. Well, he's 154.
You never know what happens.
That's it. 154 laps down, but we still got 3 hours and 2 minutes of racing. Michael, absolutely tremendous stuff. Keep up the hard work and really stick it to the Nitro team. I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes because, well, the challenge is on. And looks like Conor Bergstrom is not slowing down anytime soon, as he's just got into 9th.
Well, you're going to see us right behind them soon enough.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Michael Donaldson.
Cheers, Steve.
Cheerio. Wow, absolutely big breaks there. We've heard the likes of Gavin going and challenging the team try hard. Now we get to hear a bit of a battle going in with the OG team going at one another, which is always fantastic to see that sort of outcome starting to come in. This is just great stuff. Well, let's go through our running order as it stands with Project Vapor out in first place. They've been on a consistent effort to put themselves up towards the top of the charts. Second to that is Daniel Rowe of Hybrid New Test in second place. Third place is Slick Racing Team, the big Bentley, one of the older cars in the field, much like the Aston Martin keeps going. The Bentley, also one of those cars that just never quits. Third place is the Hybrid Racing Adventure, and first of our solo drivers, Quan Duplessis, followed by Chris Wall in the L&R Wall and Friends, the Aston Martin. Part of the oldest cars in the field here today. Werner Schumann, second of our solos, running in 6th place for the Pandacity Infiltrate Freedom in the only Ford Mustang. Henry Mayer leading out our GT2s for the Martin Racing in a 7th position overall. 8th is Griffin Sim Racing, followed by Honest Gaming Nitro, where we've been listening to a bit of a challenge put out by the OG team there. 10th position is the Team Tryhard Bandits, Jaco Kutzer in the car. And 11th position, Griffin Sim Racing. Down in 12th position, OG and ZRC Monza making their way around the track. Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro chasing down in 13th. 14th is Team Tryhard, looking to keep up the momentum. Rev Limits in 15th position. 16th going to the RSZA KTM team, followed by our Panassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes, still going as hard as they can in that Porsche. Absolutely fantastic. See, Griffin Sim Racing in 18th position, and Pandacity Infiltrate running in 19th. 20th is Honest Gaming Excalibur. They've also had a nightmare run, but no quit. They're still going into the top 20. Fantastic to see. Seamless Artwork lying in 21st. Wholesome Motorsports in 22nd. 23rd is Tire Troopers as they make their way around the track, still giving it everything they got in that BMW. Matthew Carter of the Hammers Cow Racing. Christian Zetzman trying to get himself going of the Ebb and Flow. And Sean Berg of the Rookie Snail trying to get up and going. Had a little bit of an off-track moment and make his way through. And rounding out our field for PWSR, it is Darren Miller going to see it to the end. Come hell or high water, folks. That is what we've got right now. Drivers that are willing to put it all on the line, to get it through, seeing that the end is so near, they don't want to call it quits like this. And I had a chat to Darren Miller, and I can even read it out to you, where he says he can't come through to the commentary box. Sleeping girlfriend would kill me for making a noise. So then I went and explained to him the news. Immediately, sweet, loading up, thanks. And that's when we saw him back into the server in a heartbeat. He went and decided to get going. And honestly, I think that both De Villiers and Alan that will be listening or watching this either now or in the future, chaps, I think you got a teammate to be proud of that is willing to hang it in till the very end. And, well, not throwing in the towel. I'm going to carry the name to the end. That is honestly the type of teammate that you want to be paired up with. One that's just not going to give up. And it's one that, honestly, I love to see that type of enthusiasm, that never go, that quit. Man, it always brings a tear to my eye with just seeing the twos and fros, the drivers, the communication. And these are drivers that, yes, you get to know. You get to be around them and know them very well over the course of their racing careers. Oh, 3 wide. Not the most ideal way to do it, but the McLaren gets by. And Lucas Jabez decided, nah, listen, I'm not going to get involved in that fight. He does lose our position to Rian Ferree, who took a deep breath at that very, very big moment of Daniel Rowe putting his nose in and saying, okay, guys, I'm coming through nice and gently. So, a bit of a deep breath moment there. But getting to commentate, as we see Lucas Jabez giving a little bit of a argy-bargy moment to... That would be Matthew Carter. Yes, it is. Matthew Carter, Hammers and Cow. Getting to commentate on the races right across the different leagues. Getting to be around the world of sim racing. It's been very interesting. It's been a proper eye-opener. And getting to be with you guys, the crowd, the exciting fans the whole time that are able to verbalize, able to talk and say, hey, this is the score. This is what's going on. Giving the information, cheering on the drivers, just the enthusiasm to it, and also the drivers, the teams that just stick in the effort, the highs and lows of it. It's just been incredible. And honestly, I've got to say, this is why I love endurance racing. You get to learn how people are willing to put it all out there, and, well, that's how it all comes in. Audrey Carson's pulling into the pits of the Porsche, down in 17th position. Will be doing a fuel stop and getting himself sorted out. I think it's going to be fuel and tires for the car as they look to keep going. Rim for the Vault saying, let's go Pandacity, and getting a bit of a shout out there. Always fantastic to see it. Daniel picking up now my slack times. So Tiana's going and saying that Daniel Rowe is stepping up and getting into the times, trying to move forward. And also drive-through penalty for Mr. Herbs. But Tristan Herbs with a drive-through penalty will be tuning into the radio, because I've got a very, very special guest, CEO of RaceFace.Pro. We have got Bertus Hugo. How are you this evening, Mr. Bertus?
Good evening, Stephen, and good evening to all the viewers, all the teams, all the drivers, everyone involved.
Well, Bertus, lots of exciting things are happening. It's been to and fro of it. But let's dial things back a little bit. Let's go back some time. You've been planning to do the Monza 8 now. It's been one sitting on the cards, trying to find the right date, the right time that just will work. The amount of process that's gone into the background to put this all together between yourself and Hansi Maiberg, who is currently racing out there on the track, doing a phenomenal job. But take us through a bit of the planning process to set up an event of this type of stature.
Well, I think we've done this so many times. We have a template. We have a couple of processes that we follow. And I think it used to be a lot of planning. It used to be a lot of work in the background. But these days, we've done, I think, about 30 odd endurance races so far in RaceFace. So everyone knows what they need to do. Everyone knows the process. In terms of configuring the servers. But there's obviously a lot of things that needs to happen, and needs to happen at the right times. The registrations, and then your support, making sure we have the correct Steam IDs, server config, making sure everyone can connect, all the teams are configured correctly, all the driver number ones. And then obviously yourself, you need to plan and make sure that you are ready to give us all the action. So but I think it used to be, I remember the first 2 or 3 endurance races we had, that was quite stressful back in 2019, 2020. You had quite a number of drivers on the track, and then I stressed about server issues. That luckily so far we've never had any server issues, but anything can happen. It can go down halfway through, and then what do you do? So we had to obviously put in contingency plans for any kind of scenario. If the server would crash, what do we do? Do we go back 1 lap, 2 laps? And reconfigure the entry list, all those kind of things. But I think we have all of that in place, and now it's just a case of following the recipe, and the result is a nice race like this.
Well, I mean, let's talk about something rather exciting, and that is having so many entrants for endurance racing. You and I both know we're both a monster fan of endurance racing, and we tend to go absolutely to the full tilt of going and racing. But having 37 entrants just for round 2, that is monumental, because you're talking about drivers, not only just one driver, but you're talking about 2, 3, 4 drivers in a team battling it out, going and putting in the commitment to stand and battle towards the top, the sharp end of the field. this is an exciting to see the support coming in for endurance racing, which has always been a bit of a difficult one to convince people to do. But it seems like as time has gone on, more and more people have found a renewed interest in it.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, when we started out with endurance races, there was a lot of interest, but that was also during COVID when everyone had a lot of time. And then after COVID, 2021, 2022, it seemed like there was still a lot of interest. And then I think last year it almost felt like it died down a little bit at the start of this year as well. But now it seems like everyone is back into it. Maybe it's the winter, maybe it's the cold. No one wants to go out. Everyone rather stays home and race. But yeah, it's very exciting to see all the entries and all the teams, supporting these races. I mean, this is what it's all about. We have our weekly races, and that is also very serious and very competitive, and that's part of the sim racing lifestyle is your weekly races. But the endurance race is not. It's not every weekend. It's not every week. It's once in a month or two. So it's something to look forward to, and also it's a big commitment. So to see all these drivers, all these teams preparing and putting a lot of hours into it to come and race, that's very encouraging.
Well, I mean, and I'm gonna lean on to it. Some amazing sponsors have jumped on board. We've got the likes of Scallywags Drift Academy, Red Star Raceway, Ondorf Machinery Mart, SA Lube, SimiWorks Technologies jumping onto the train as well. So many new names getting exposed to the world of sim racing, and through RaceFace at the moment to be part of all this. We ended off last week Thursday with the all I can say is
SRO.
The SRO, where we have got two people to represent the community that are currently racing in the GT2 class, Fleming Bauer and Henry Mayer. But that is a monster thing that's developed in the background. There's just so much happening here at RaceFace. But I know I'm going to knock on the forbidden door in this sense, and come on, you know me all too well that I'm going to knock on the forbidden door to see if anyone answers. But what can we expect in the future here at RaceFace? What's the next developments that may be happening? We do know of the return of the ACC GT3 Sprint Series that's happening on the Wednesday, but what else can we expect?
Steven, I know where you're going with this. Okay, so we have another sponsor on board who will be sponsoring the Sprint Series, which is returning on Wednesday, and also the championship, the start of championship, obviously on Thursday, this coming Thursday. So we have a new sponsor or another sponsor, and we are just waiting to finalize prize pools and things like that. So I don't really want to.
You got to put secrets in a bag. I mean, that's it. I was expecting that we were going to have an iRacing endurance because, I've just got one as well. Would be fun. Just saying. But that is monster news. So there's more to come. There's more to play for, some new names.
There's definitely more to come. We're looking at nice prize pools for this coming season, for both the Sprint Series and the championship, but also for iRacing. So I think we talk a lot about the ACC on this side, but don't forget the iRacing series on Tuesdays. But a lot of exciting things coming. And then also another thing is our the mid 570, which were the mid rand 570, which we'll be hosting in, I think it's in September, along with our friends at LNR. So we'll also announce that one pretty soon, and that will be part of the endurance series. So, teams will be able to score points for the endurance series, but we also invite everyone to come and race, even if it's just for a once-off. Last year we had it was a huge event, and everyone joined in and everyone supported the race, and it was very nice. So lots to look forward to, and then also I think at the end of we still have a couple of rounds left in the endurance series, but in December we'll have a Spa. I think it'll be a 24 hours. So lots of things still to come.
Okay, so if I'm hearing this correctly, the infamous, the exciting, the craziest idea is returning. The Mid-Rand 570 with a partnership
Indeed.
with LNR and RaceFace is returning for the second year running. Is that
That's right.
what you've just confirmed live on air
Yes.
to everyone in the homes?
Cat is out of the bag.
All right, folks. Well, you heard it here, and you got to go to SimGrid.pro to keep an eye on that, to register for it. Let's see if we can get as many teams as possible to be a part of it, because it's back. It is back. You called for it. It's back. And my heavens, that is an almighty bomb drop coming in as well. Plenty going on here at the RaceFace. Well, Bertus, lots going on, and I'm going to also just touch on the door here for all the drivers that are persevering through so much. We had your team, KSR, unfortunately, due to a problem, they're out. They've thrown
Still
in the towel.
got it for them.
That definitely bites. We saw we saw one of the earlier BMWs unfortunately retire as well. But you and I had a phone call a couple of minutes ago, and this is 20 minutes or so ago, on this car currently on screen. This is the PWSR car where Alan Patterson ran out of fuel 30 centimeters before his pit box, so he was out for the race. Daniel de Villiers, Alan Patterson throwing in the towel, saying this is done. It's done, game over, that's it. Darren Miller asking, is there a chance, and getting told, no, you got to have driver one, so that's pretty much that. You and I had a phone call, and your exact wording was, he will start in a new car, he will not be able to switch out with any of his teammates, he will be starting on 0 laps, but you're giving him the go-ahead to get back out on track to see it to the end. And now you see him. You see him out there. I mean, the thoughts that are running through your head, seeing drivers persevere through it all. I mean, we have got so many drivers like Sean Berg at the moment. He has got a very, very broken BMW, but they're still driving it. You've got Christian Zetzman who's going,
cool.
There's not a single car in this grid that has had an easy run this race. I mean, this is the calibers of drivers that we're going. How does it make you feel looking at all the stories that are going on, all the drivers just wanting to see the end?
Look, this is the spirit of endurance racing. This is what it's all about. It's not about. I mean, yes, for a lot of us, it's about winning. It's always about winning, but it's also about finishing. Endurance races. I mean, we both had we've had many endurance races before where we competed ourselves, and until you've crossed that line after an 8-hour or a 12-hour or 24-hour, you won't know what it means. But it means a lot to be able to finish a race and be part of a race like this. So a big shout out to Darren Miller for getting back in. I mean, if he keeps his head down, who knows? He might still make it. But yeah, 154 laps behind. It's a tall order. So, but yeah, kudos to him for sticking it out. And it's going to be a 3+ hours solo run. That's gonna, I hope he went to the bathroom before he got in the car. But yeah, big shout out to him. And also, I want to say a big shout out to the Zietsman brothers and also to their dad. And I want to also just mention this. Last year in the Midrand 570, which is obviously a 9.5 hour race, I remember Ludwig Zietsman, and I think his brother was in that race as well. But Ludwig said he just wants to be part of the race. They just wanted to be part of the event. So, and they had something on. They couldn't start the race, but they entered, or they started the race 2 hours into the 570. So they were 2 hours behind, but they just wanted to be part of the event. They wanted to be part of the whole thing, and that was very cool for me. Just to so big shout out to the Zietsman, the whole family, their dad as well. Welcome, hopefully, to the stream. You can be very proud of your boys, and they're not the quickest guys, but they're always in there. They're always fighting. They're always trying to to be part of the whole vibe, and I think that's very cool. And yeah, I mean, with the broken car and starting 2 hours down, all of those things, it just shows character, and it shows sportsmanship, and it's very cool to see.
Well, it's been absolutely incredible. So much coming in the future here at RaceFace.Pro. So many big developments happening right the way through. Honestly, super excited. But with 2 hours and 39 minutes to go in this race, we've seen the lead change multiple times. We've seen multiple swaps going in our GT2s as well. Fleming Bauer and Henry Mayer, they're in 9th. They've broken away from Luke and Hans and the whole RSZA team. So they've broken that straw. But taking a look, Project Vapor up in first place. We do know the history of Project Vapor. They're able to keep up and going. You've got Slick Racing, the current leaders in the championship, lying in second place. You have got Hybrid Racing Adventure, who is Duplessis, who's a solo driver, fighting it out. So he is into the top 3 as a solo driver, so far completing 5 hours and 21 minutes of racing under his belt. Then you have got the Hybrid New Test 722 team, the Hybrid Racing, with Daniel Rowe, Bego Krubler, everyone jumping behind the wheel of that car. You've got the Eleanor Wall and Friends going after him. They're in the top 5. Jason Farmer, Griffin Sim Racing. The amount of names right the way through. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who do you think will be able to walk away with the checkered flag by the end of this race? 2 hours and 37 minutes and 50 seconds. We'll be seeing it. But Mahath Musa is in the pits. I do want to point out Project Vapor just pulled in the pits. Here comes the big Bentley, which we all know you got a soft spot in your heart for.
Oh yes.
Who do you think's going to get it?
If it's about manufacturers, then I'll back the Bentley. But yeah, I mean, I'd say anyone in the top 5 can take it. I know Alan, they are 2 laps behind, it seems, but I mean, anything can happen. Like the OG KSR team, they looked to have it in the bag. Was quite early on, but they had a 20-second lead, and they were going strong, and still got it for them, as I said. PWSR were doing quite well, and then ran out of fuel. So anything can still happen. 2 hours. I think this is where things gets very interesting in the last 2 hours, because this is where your your strategy can really come into play. If you saved on fuel, then you might be able to get away with one pit stop. If you are on an aggressive strategy, then you'll have to stop twice at least. So there's a lot of things that will now come into play, and I think it's pure skill and pace that will always give you an advantage. But I think the guys with the strategy will also come into play now. So yeah, it's still up in the air. I can't make the Bentley looks good, but it can be anyone in the top spots.
All right, so 2 more questions before I let you go, because I know it's very, very late. You've been working frantically behind the scenes. First one actually comes from our grandstands, where they've asked, are you going to be entering in the Mid-Ram 570 in the Bentley?
Oof, that's a good one. I might. I'm very tempted. Let's see.
Okay. The second one is coming from me, which is now going. I know I am kicking a hornet's nest right now, and man, oh man, I know the people are behind me on this one. You are part of the KSR team. You are part of the team that unfortunately had a problem, and they're out. Taking a look at all the teams that are still fighting out. I mean, Rookie Snail, they're still going despite everything. Ebb and Flow, they've run into a multitude of problems. They're still going. Darren Miller, who has his team throw in the towel, and he's able to get going. So he's out there for PWSR. Do you think that there can be a bit of a convincing, or do you think there's a chance
for the KSR guys,
for the KSR to return just to give that one final show?
I'll have to see.
I mean, I'll
send them a message.
We've seen
if they're not asleep already.
Well, I can tell you, Brandon Kruger is currently sitting in our grandstands. So,
no, Brandon, come on, get in there.
All right. So, would you like to see KSR give it one final shot, and might not be getting the win, but for them to get one final shot to take the fastest lap of the race, which is a 1:47.6 around Monza, to take that away from the rivals of hybrid racing. So Bertus Hugo of KSR, would you want to see that?
Of course I'd like to see it, but yeah, Brandon, come on, do your thing. I know you can do it, so
So even
low field, let's go.
That's it. You just have to get it, because Brandon, if you don't want to wake up your teammate and he is still there, all right, your target is Darren Miller. And we're getting another one here. We are getting asked, can we put up a poll on which team has the best looking livery? Jean Roberta actually asking that one. So, we've got the big boss here, and I don't know quite how to do that. So, Bertus, I'm going to leave you to do your thing, and I highly suggest a phone call is made, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to see you guys out there in the virtual grandstands. Do you want to see KSR come back for a final shot at the end? Last 2 hours and 32 minutes to go around, not only to finish the race, but to try and take that fastest lap away from their racing rivals for one last time here at Monza. So absolutely tremendous stuff. Bertus, I'm going to leave you be there
Yeah.
because it seems like so much
Just
is
before
happening.
I go,
Yes.
so sorry, Stephen. Just before I go, I have dates. So the next round, which will be the mid-brand 570 at Kyalami, will be on the 28th of September.
All
So,
right. So
there we go.
write that down. 28th of September, mid-ram 570, folks. You do not want to miss it. And, Bertus, we have confirmation that Brandon Kruger is leaving the virtual grandstands and is returning to the car to give it a final throw around for 2 hours
Great
and 30
stuff.
minutes to go and give it horns. KSR, ladies and gentlemen, will return to the grid for their final show. I mean, this is what it's all about, Bertus.
Yeah, this is the spirit. Let's go, Brandon.
I'm going to leave you be because I think you've got to
if Brandon,
chat to him.
if Brandon, if he keeps his head down, he can still win it.
Well, there we go.
I'll
There we go. There's a coffee mug for you, buddy.
There we go.
All right.
Yeah, just a last word from my side, Stephen. Thanks so much for this 8-hour stint. You are also a legend for doing this. So yeah, thanks so much. And then also a big shout out to Hansi. He is doing an 8-hour solo stint in the car. But yeah, he's done a lot of 8-hour stints in preparing for this race and making sure everything is ready and good. And yeah, and if all of this is successful, then the two of you needs to get all the credit. So thanks so much, and then obviously thanks to all the supporters, all the teams, all the drivers, and yeah, we'll see you in the next one.
Absolutely tremendous stuff. Bertus Hugo, CEO of RaceFace.Pro. Tremendous stuff there. All right, well, Brandon Kruger going and saying that he's not going to cave to peer pressure right now. He's going to keep going. He says he is the pressure, so we're looking forward to seeing how that's going to turn out for him as he looks to jump in through it all. It's late. I know. Brandon saying he's not going to cave into peer pressure. But Brandon, come on. KSR, you've just heard Bertus saying he wants to see you there. You see your championship rivals. I mean, you've battled tooth and nail with them, holding the fastest lap time of the race. There's 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. You're wide awake on a Saturday evening. Why not? If Miller can do it, why can't you? I mean, this is it. This is what we got, folks. We have got racing right the way through. WRT, worth mentioning about Ludwig starting late in the races, as Bertus mentioned. They started late due to ESCOM load shedding during events, and that is also just going and putting out their commitment to getting the cars out there, wanting to be a part of everything. But we have heard now some major news. The Midrand 570 returning once again in partnership with RaceFace.Pro and LNR, which is always an interesting thing. It's the infamous in it all, but also has become a bit of a calendar highlight for those that are racing and looking forward to it. Brandon Kruger has also mentioned keep an eye out for Assetto Corsa Evo when that comes out. There's lots of plans for that, and so much to go, so much to power out for and see how it's going to charge out. But we're getting some words here. We're getting some very interesting words being spoken through it all. Starting with, we've got Reginald Mutilani. For anyone that doesn't know, Reg is a streamer out on YouTube, a sim racer who is quite active in the world of streaming, so please go and take a look at Noob Nation. Reginald Mutilani out on YouTube for some amazing action. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, he's racing them all and live streams them going through. He's putting the challenge out there that he's going to get in the car and give it all he's got to go for that fastest lap, since Brandon Kruger seems to be a little bit cold feet now. So, Brandon, are you going to take that? if Reginald Multileni is going and challenging the domain of KSR, well, folks, I'm not going to say much, but if that was me, I'd be back in. I'll be going, and I'll be pushing, because it is going to be a wild one for the final 2 hours and 26 minutes. So we're going to take a short intermission, and we're going to come back blazing with all the action. We're going to leave Tim on the autopilot to give us all those amazing shots from the cars and give you all the lights and sounds here at Monza for the 8 hours of Monza. Round 2 of a RaceFace GT2 and GT3 Endurance Series. And it has been incredible. It's been wild. We have the return of drivers. We have seen drivers fight it out. And now we're getting challenges put out there. So, KSR OG, time to get your car back in for the final run. Reginald Multileni is even putting up the challenge. I think it's worth having a bit of fun. Why not? When in Rome, live like it. We'll see you shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the racing at hand. It is 2 hours and 6 minutes left of crazy action for round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro Enduro GT3 and GT2 series. This is 8 hours of Monza and round 2 on the series. We've had so much going on in the world of RaceFace.Pro, and also some breaking news. The return of the Mid-Ram 570 returning to go and have a bit of fun. We've also got word that there are some more interesting names coming to the world in terms of sponsorship. Prize pools are getting pulled in. It's going wild out here. But what we are going to be focusing on right now is the racing at hand. And let's go through the running order from top to bottom, because lots have changed. Up at the top of the chart, we have got Hybrid Racing Adventure, Quinn Duplessis, who is currently the first of the solo drivers, might I add, currently leading out the field. Here's some Domingo of Project Vapors in second place. Third place, Hybrid New Test 72, 722, also Hybrid Racing. Along with fourth place, Slick Racing Team. They've been on a great time. LC Jabez has absolutely been loving it and saying, hey, listen, shout out to that. It's been great stuff. And even TS Sports is saying shout out to Daniel Rowe of Hybrid Racing. They are literally close in 1.3 seconds. Fifth place, Elnar Wall and Friends. Sixth is the Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom. Second of our solo drivers, lying in sixth place. Might I add, that is an achievement by itself. Then we have got the Griffin Sim Racing in seventh. Eighth place, we have got Martin Racing. Ninth is Yako Kutsa of Team Tryhard Bandits as he makes his way around the track. Blake Randabell pulling into the pits of the OG ZRC Monza team, and that allows Gerard Pretorius of the Griffin Sim Racing to get by. Omnis Gaming Nitro going to be taking that 11th spot, and 13th is Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro, Bego Krubler, looking to put himself a little bit further up on the order. Team Tryhard, Hansi Myberg is a third of our solo drivers that is out there. Been racing so far for 5 hours and 56 minutes. That is a massive shout out to our drivers. Then we have got the RSZA KTM Team A running in 15th. 16th is Keegan Carl with Rev Limits. Moving down the order, Pandassi Infiltrate run for the Vault running in 17th. 18th is Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes with Bernard Rayner of the Omnis Gaming Excalibur out on the track. Etienne Maton of the Griffin Sim Racing. Ian Swanburn of Seamless Artwork, followed by the likes of Wholesun Motorsport. Matthew Carter of Hammers Cow Racing. And 24th going to Dion Depres. Christian Zetzman, the Zetzman brothers in Ebb and Flow. Michael Berg of Rookie Snail looking to power his way through. And rounding out our field is our fourth solo driver doing 3 hours of the race. That is Darren Miller, representing PWSR, to see it to the end. And honestly, a shout out to him. But let's go back up through the order here, because this is a look at first, who is only 1.8 seconds away from Daniel Rowe in second place. We do have a bit of contact, and that was Hansi Myberg, and it looks like Etienne Maton also falling off the track, so those two running into a bit of a trouble. But first place, after 5 hours and 57 minutes, folks, is lying with 2 seconds between them, and third and fourth is lying 1.5 seconds between the two of them. Mark Henneberry closing down on Duplessis, who is trying everything, desperately holding on to that third place spot, trying to make up some time. Fleming Bauer trying to close up some time to Jason Farmer. First of our GT2s trying to close up to Jason Farmer in 7th position for Griffin Sim Racing as they try and give it everything they've got. Remember, this is a championship scoring round. It's not just a once-off Monza 8 hour. This is round 2 on the championship. So maximizing points is crucial in this race. It's trying to ensure that you stand at the top of the charts come the end of the race. And with that being said, let's take a look at the standings to give people a bit of an understanding of what's happening, because there's a lot happening here. So, for our GT3 class, leading out the class is the Slick E Racing team in the Bentley Continental. Second to that would be the PWSR 24. Unfortunately, they're going to be losing a lot of points on this, even though that we still have the likes of Darren Miller going out there. Chaps, hold on, hold the phone. Everybody, hold the phone. We called for it. We asked for it. We got told it's not to be. That it's not going to happen. But it is. I have got chills running down my spine. Please tell me that is a green and white KSR OG lined up, ready to go, pulled off the truck, and is looking for the final 2 hours of this race to get out back onto the track. My heavens. Gideon Rayner is going to give it a bit of horns. Brandon Kruger saying it's Gideon behind the wheel. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to see the OG KSR, which got clocked out in the early stages of the race due to a 10-second power outage. The drivers gutted from what happened. We put the challenge out. A 147.7 is to be beaten. Daniel Rowe holds that 147.7. I want to point out two teams that threw in the towel properly and said, you know what? We're out. And the drivers said no. Darren Miller of PWSR is going to carry the name through it. Bernard Barkhuizen is resting in a blanket, but Gideon Rayner is going to go out there, and I know who convinced him. Brandon Kruger, who's been sitting there in the grandstands, has gone and spoken. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can we get a round of applause? Returning to give it another shot. They are down in laps, but they are going to give it that shot. They're going to see it to the end. I would love to see all of a round of applause, madness going on in the grandstands. The ominous KSR endurance team is going to give it a shot to the end. They are not going to be out of this. Absolutely incredible. Brandon, please tell Gideon Rayner, thank you so much to see that car out there. Oh, genuine, I have got tears in my eyes. What a night, what a day, what an excitement, what an event. As JC Miller has said, respect earned. I can tell you, every team on this grid, every team out there has given it their all. And to see guys that are going to punch through it all, whether you're at the top of the chart or whether you're at the bottom, the guys are going to get out there and see it to the end, the way it's meant to be. Oh man, I'm a little bit lost for words. Don't quite know what to say. Sure. Honestly, I haven't been in sim racing for a long time, and I'm gonna be frank with you guys. I'm tired. But every time I come back on the mic, doesn't matter where I am, when you get to see moments like this where drivers are just gonna give it. They're gonna get to the line, they're gonna fight it out. through thick and thin to hear the stories, the highs and lows. But when you see just the zero quit, it's massive respect. And this is me being a bit real here. No, I shouldn't be. But thank you to every single one of you. Moments like this is what, as petrol heads, we love to see. As spectators, as lovers of the sport, we love to see. But as sim racers that get told we just playing games, that it's not real racing. I keep saying this is real racing. This is... The cars are virtual, the racing is real, the competition is fierce. The emotions are real all the way through. And everyone gets to experience them. No team has ever had the perfect enduro without something going slightly awry. But when you get to see moments like this where we were down to 26 cars, folks. We're back up to 28. Drivers wanting to see it to the end. And I know I keep saying the same thing like a broken record, but I always hope that someone's listening. And even when I think that sim racing has kind of hit that glass roof, you guys, the spectators, the teams, the drivers, the families, you shatter it every single time and just raise that bar. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right, well, that side is put away. Whew, okay. Let's get back to what you're all here for, the actual commentary, and not just me going and rambling my mouth like no tomorrow. But let's take a look at this, because Fleming Bauer is currently lying in 6th place of our GT2s. Jackie Alberts is doing everything possible to try and catch up in 2nd place. We saw our GT2 unfortunately get disqualified. That was our 3rd GT2. They unfortunately out. As we're on board with Loic Randabel of the OG ZRC, chasing down, looking to try and get ahead of the junior team, which is the Ominous Gaming Nitro, as they look to try and power their way through to stand on top and say, we might be the junior team, but we ain't giving up from this fight. Incredible stuff going on. The track is dark. Headlights is what we're seeing. And even when we jump on boards, we can see absolutely nothing except for the headlights. Drivers and teams having to persevere through that. And also just getting caught out by headlights in your mirrors, constantly flashing, does make things rather exciting. Apex has become harder. You're trying to focus in. You're trying to zone in what you need to do. Fatigue kicking in. Both physical and mental fatigue has kicked in for all the drivers that are currently going around, as they're focusing on these screens. They're looking for those brake markers. They're trying to feel every little bit that is coming through the steering wheels, through the force feedback of the steering wheels. Some having a haptic feedback on their pedals or on their seat in some form of way, of like butt kickers and so on, that go and travel through and give it all that excitement, that extra little bit. And every single one of these teams are looking to come across the line. Come on, Steven, find your breath. Find your breath. So, as we take a look at Daniel Rowe running in 2nd place at the moment for the hybrid racing adventure, chasing down SM Domingo, who has done 200 laps so far here at Monza. The drivers really putting in that extra effort to get their way across the line. They are going to fight it out in a monumental run all the way to the end. It is going to be absolutely insane. Fleming Bauer going around trying to make up some time. He's hoping that a little bit more up towards the future That's where he wants to go. He's going after Paul Fenter, 51 seconds ahead of him. Paul Fenter of the Alan Wall and boys, Wall and friends, going and having a bit of fun out there, hoping to push themselves that little bit more towards the sharp end of the field and ensure that they get through. Tremendous stuff happening out on the track, and all the drivers having to dig deep at the moment. Ryan van Dijk, though, trying to get himself up and going. Of the Wholesale Motorsports, they have also had a rough race, but still going and pushing themselves to get to the end. Regardless of it, they want to see that checkered flag and score those valuable points for the championship as it stands. Honestly, momentous stuff happening. So, championship running battle. It is Slick E Racing in first place on 66 points. PWSR on 62 points. Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro is running on 55 points. Then we have got Team Triad Bandits running in fourth. Ominous Gaming KSR Endurance Team is running with 48 points. Helldivers is running in sixth. Team Kerygma Racing is running in seventh. Griffin Sim Racing 1 is in eighth. Ninth place, might I add, is Ebb and Flow, and they're still going. Venom is lying in 10th. 11th, Ominous Gaming Casual, as they fight their way through. So there is quite a bit going on. So many interesting battles starting to come through. I mean, wow. This is going to be it. And we're getting a little bit of confirmation down in the pits, which is always fantastic to see. And that is the likes of Ludwig getting a big well done to likes of Willy Zetzman saying all the best with the final stint. Christian, well done. I am proud of you. That's honestly a shout out from Dad to them saying, listen. And absolutely incredible stuff. Well, you know what? Just taking a look out there. Drivers having to push themselves that little bit more. We did have a car go down. And that is Darren Miller, who unfortunately his game has crashed. So, for those that don't know, Darren Miller was the first one to jump back in for the PWSR to give it one last shot to get it to the line. He had 3 hours to go through it. And unfortunately, his game has crashed. I'm gonna read this out to you guys because, you know, this is where it's incredible. And honestly, I'm proud. I'm so proud. It's not even funny. Well, Darren Miller saying, Steven, I'm sorry, game crashed. I had to park it. And he says, I tried. I don't want to ruin the other guys' races by me crashing if my game crashes again. But thanks for the support. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Darren Miller, if you are listening to this, and I know you are, I'm just going to say a well done. A serious well done. It takes a lot to get back in it and understand, you know, going and wanting to be there and to ensure that you get that last little bit in. But understanding a game crash, it's a nightmare. That's a problem. But I think I speak on behalf of everyone here, from the entire field, the drivers, the teams, the spectators, all saying the same thing. Darren, You've earned all our respect. Because even when the chips were down, you still went out to give it that last shot. You didn't throw in the towel under, well, that's it. You wanted to carry the brand of PWSR, and you did. You got out on the track as a sim racer. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here, watching live, and for those watching in the future, I want to see you guys put in a salute, a high five, a round of applause, a flaming heart, anything, just a positive emoji to Darren Miller of PWSR, who unfortunately will not see the end with the checkered flag due to game crashes. He does not want to become a bit of a liability out on the track, but he wanted to get out there for everyone and see it through to the end. So, if I can have the virtual grandstand, even if it's in the Discord, give a salute to Darren Miller of PWSR. And Alan Patterson, if you're watching this, mate, you got one hell of a teammate. Absolutely wow. Enjoy the rest, Darren Miller. And well done for all the hard work, buddy. Well done. Sure. Well, guys, we're having it all right here. We're all going through the ebbs and flows, and I do want to point out that Darren Miller wasn't the only one to get back and get racing. Gideon Reyna is out there. He is lock, stock, and barrel. Is going out 195 laps down. He has completed 8 laps already around the circuit, but is carrying the ominous KSR Endurance Team brand. Honestly, well done to Gideon Reyna, who is out there representing his team and is going to see it to the end the way it should. So Gideon Reyna, last time I've raced against this chap, and I'll say was one of the hardest fighting drivers that I know, was in an Aston Martin around Zandvoort, around Zolder, and he's still sticking it out there in the McLaren. Absolutely tremendous stuff. Hats off. I'm just, wow. I mean, there's so much going on here, folks. Ruben Heineke, though, we got to talk about this little battle starting form. Johan Blicknote and Ruben Heineke have now closed up on one another. There is a shout out from Tiernas Burtzer saying, let's go hybrid racing, let's go. Going and cheering on fellow teammates as they punch their way towards the top. We did have the challenge go out from Team Tryhard against the likes of hybrid racing. And, well, they've been doing that. It has been absolutely monumental to see how drivers stepping up, moving through, and pushing themselves that little bit more as they go on. Monumental stuff. Johan Blicknote trying to keep on the defense, getting a little bit skittish on the exit, and Ruben Heineke now closing up that gap. Paul Venter into the pits, and he will be losing out a position to Werner Skuman, and we'll have the likes of Henry Mayer, Johan Blicknote, and Ruben Heineke getting onto the back of him. So Paul Venter will be losing out a little bit of time, and at this point, he's going to have to dig deep to ensure that the LNR team are able to get going and power their way through. Sim Racer Dino jumping into the virtual grandstand saying, hello everybody and welcome. Well, Dino, if you've missed all the action, well, let me catch you up on it. So far, we had Darren Miller, who was part of the PWSR team. They threw in the towel in the early stages of the race, unfortunately, ran out of fuel, and that left the team absolutely gutted. Darren Miller, on the other hand, decided he wants to get back in. He drove around. He wanted to go for it. Spent 2 hours in the car to ensure that he carries the PWSR name right to the top and also wanting to see the checkered flag. Unfortunately, not going to see the end of it due to the game keeps crashing on him, and he doesn't want to interfere with the drivers' races. He's gutted by it, but honestly, 5 stars towards him to get back in. We have got the OG KSR car back in, and they landed up with a 10-second power outage, which took out Bernard Barkhuizen and Brandon Kruger and Gideon Rayner. And we decided, nope, that is it. They're done with it, and there's no way of getting back. Well, Brandon Kruger heard me going and whining throughout for, well, nearly 5 hours of racing. And I think Gideon Rayner also got sick and tired of it. He said, you know what? Stuff it. We're getting back in. He got the car in. So Gideon Rayner is now carrying the ominous KSR brand and saying, look what I can do. I'm going to stick it out until the very end. Even though he's down on laps, he is going to carry the brand and ensure that they go and keep up the climb. I mean, this is a great one. JC Miller going saying PWSR has a great team, friendly gents, but they are getting their fair share of bad luck. Mr. De Villiers was the proof. So talented, but just unlucky. Yes, I have to agree with that. We do have those moments where you got some of the best drivers, but man, Murphy is around and is strong, is holding that 13 spanner and that number 10 socket you've been looking for the last 3 years, and they will pull you apart to, get you going. But it's that moment that Lady Luck smiles upon you, and that is some of the best moments you live for. And JC, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and that is what we love to see, those moments, because you cannot go and say that a race without those heart and mouth moments is something you want to have. You want to have those exciting moments. You want to be going and pushing their way through. So always great stuff to see. Sim Racing Dino saying happy to be trying the ACC scene. Let's see how it goes. Well, I hope you have an absolute huge amount of fun racing with all our amazing drivers here. And Dino, you got some incredible pace. Always great to see you going out on the track. And JC Miller, also another driver that we love to see out on the track, who can really put his foot down. So many talented drivers that we've got on the track currently, as you see Ruan Heineke and Blicknote closing up the gap to one another. This is our closest battle on the track at current as they make their way through. But we have got some amazing talent out there in the virtual grandstands that are cheering on the drivers, ensuring that they can keep going. Issam Domingo is into the pits, and Mark Henneberry and Quan Duplessis now get by as they go side by and they go past, taking second and third. This is our championship leader, though, and hoping to really keep up the pace at the moment. With PWSR out of the running, it's going to try and keep going. But that being said, we do have a guest that's out of the car, and I'm sure is going to be taking a deep breath at the end of this. Paul Fenter to have a chat to. Paul the Wall Fenter, a name synonymous to sim racing for all sorts of different things. Known for the Shenanigans Friday, known for Logistical Nightmare, but also known as Paul the Wall Fenter. How are you, buddy? What a race out there.
Stephen, yeah, man, I'm a little bit tired, but happiness, I didn't put it in the wall in my stints. I'm done for the night. It is now up to Chris with a K to bring the car home.
All right, well, Chris with a K to go and do it. I mean, taking a look at the race, how was it for you? The 8 hours of Monza is just no easy feat.
Yeah, man, every stint it's a sweaty situation. And then, yeah, we had a bit of bad luck there at the start where we were involved in a first chicane get together there with a few Ferraris and BMWs. So, yeah, from there on was just basically head down and going. But, yeah, lots of fun. And this track, I don't know, it seems like a boring track, but you consistently making sure to hit those brake markers to not overshoot the chicane. So yeah, it's challenging in its own way. And then now you make it dark as well. You know, some of us are blind at night, so this is a real challenge.
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, Paul, let's go through this because it's been a race of preservation of tires, preservation of fuel, but we've also seen huge moments in this race. One of them being the OG KSR team going and landing up out of the race due to due to a power outage of 10 seconds. That took him out, gutted the team saying, that's it, game over. But they are back into the drive. Kilian Rayner going and getting back into the car and saying, I want to see the end of this. We had the PWSR car going and racing around, unfortunately running out of fuel. That was also them out of the race. Darren Miller going and saying, no, he wants to see the end. He got back into it despite having to start from lap 0 once again. I mean, absolutely tremendous stuff there. There has been drivers that have been in the walls. You've driven past them. You've avoided. I mean, let's take a look at the 307 a little bit earlier, where you had to take evasive maneuvers. Suddenly there's a BMW parked in the middle of the road, and you're coming around a blind right-hander to see this thing that's been smacked into the wall, and having to avoid that and the green little Honda of the Zetzmans.
Yeah, no, look, there, I think if you watch my stream, I think I squeaked like a girl the way I shrieked at that. But yeah, we continuously saying that I think it's the 13 BMW, and then, yeah, the Honda. Basically, every lap we meet them at Ascari or at in the Lesmos, they are inspecting the walls or the barriers or something, but they're persevering and carrying on. So, you know what? It's awesome to see that guys aren't giving up, and to see like Darren getting in the car, even though resetting back to 0 laps, he's here doing laps. You know, it's awesome. It's a good omen to see that the guys racing the series is, you know, they're here to finish it off and see it to the end. That's kind of the idea, you know. So it's nice to see everyone stick it out.
Well, I mean, as a sim racer yourself and as a competitor, to see how the guys have been cheering each other along. I've been watching the communications that have been going up and down through the pits. It seems like everyone seems to be getting on the same page. They're starting to just try and egg each other on of, come on, let's get this, let's get to the end. That support structure, that system coming into place of wanting to all go for a common goal, not only just to get to the end of this race, but wanting to look forward. I mean, the excitement that's building up at the moment for the likes of the Midrand 570, which you announced about a month ago. Then you had the likes of Bertus Hugo announced tonight that it's on. He's given a date. That's it. It's heading out. I mean, these are exciting times and amazing to see even the Logistical Nightmare Racing team and Logistical Nightmare League going and joining in on this effort to make sim racing a quite an exciting time. And we have also spoken about the MSA event with Logistical Nightmare Racing. You guys have got a league race that is recognized by Motorsports South Africa as well. So not only combining the casual fun for everyone, but also for the hardcore racers that are looking to really put their name into the history books as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Bart is pulling a sneaky one on me and announcing the date for the Midrand 570. So I guess now I need to inform my own team what date it is. But yeah, that's awesome. We cannot wait. We absolutely needed to do that one again. And we'll have to all arrive in some rebel type liveries, because as we know, the 570 is basically us fighting against the 9-hour legal extremists. So yeah, it's all in good fun. And then yeah, I mean, enduro racing is all about you know, supporting everyone, getting it to the end. It's not like the sprint races where you race to kill each other to win. So yeah, the endurance is something different. And you know, a bit more fun, I think, and a bit more relaxed, even though the guys probably don't look relaxed. But yeah, and then tomorrow is the second round or third round. Is it the third round, second round? Second round for the MSA round 2 of the season 2 for the top 25 qualifiers. of our Cup Series. So yeah, we're excited for that. We're at Watkins Glen, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I'll see the boys on track there tomorrow with all the hardcore guys who still want to make the top 25. There is still space if there is guys that still want to sign up. So get your sign-ups done. Send me your MSA license, and off we go, and we go racing. And then cannot wait. The custom gloves is one of the prizes. Has arrived in Ireland and will be shipped to us, and we'll have them here ready for display and giveaway prizes by the middle of August. So we're quite excited for that and cannot wait.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, we just saw Chris with a K going and venturing off and inspecting the turf, making sure everything's all right, and then returning on his drives. A bit of an interesting lineup. Tell us about the Christoph Persson. We don't get to chat about much, and also the others racing with you. Some new names coming and being part of the LNR Wall and Friends. Give us a bit of insight on who you teamed up with for this event.
Yeah. So basically, we've gone and did a bit of recruiting a couple of months back. So we've got a couple of Germans in, and then a few more of the Brits and the Irish and so on. But for this one, we decided to make it fun because it's Christoph, but we call him Chris. So we call him Chris with a K because Chris Wall is Chris with a C, and then you've got me as the Wall. So you've got the two Walls plus you've got two Chris's. So we thought we'll make it quite fun and we'll call it the Wall and Friends because we've got the actual wall racing, and then we've got the guy that thinks he is a wall, and then the guy that likes to be friends with the walls itself. So yeah, hence we got to the name the Wall and Friends.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, before I let you go to join the team for the final 1 hour and 29 minutes, is there anything you want to say to all our amazing spectators that have been cheering on, shouting from the rooftops, supporting all the drivers and the teams to get to the end, see the checkered flag the way that it should be done under your own steam, but also to the sponsors backing into, getting into the events like Red Star Raceway, Scallywags, along with SA Lube, Ondorf Machinery Mart, Simu Technologies. I do apologize, get that one always caught up, but so many new sponsors getting involved, and even your side, you've got quite a few different sponsors, which I think far better than myself, and in that one.
Yeah, no, look, it's always great to see some new sponsors show up and show their appreciation, and for us doing a hobby. So yeah, thanks to the sponsors, because as always, nothing ever happens without someone giving us some money to have fun. So yeah, thanks to the sponsors for making it all possible, because without them this doesn't happen. So yeah, it's awesome to see. And then yeah, just to everyone that's still watching, I mean, we're at 22:12 at night. I'm sure there's some wives and girlfriends and children that aren't too happy with dad and boyfriend and husbands and all that, but here we are, and stay strong, boys, and yeah, we'll see it to the end by about 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then after that we have shots and beer to celebrate. So yeah, let's have fun and see you all on the finish line.
Now that's it. Absolutely incredible. Logistical Nightmares Racing's very own Paul the Wolf Enter, who's having a bit of fun. You can also catch on Friday Shenanigans, where he goes and has some interesting tales, some interesting chats, and tends to review of all the racing action that has gone on, all the craziness that's gone on. Well, Paul, I think you're going to have to take a bow or a nod, a tip of the hat to those that still kept going, such as like Killian Rayner and Darren Miller, who still got back into the car despite it all, and also for those that are still circulating, like Henrik Pulkita of Rookie Snail and Ludwig Zetzman. They've been through the absolute wars in those cars, so I definitely think they're worth a mention, along with going and landing up with a few mistakes here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to everyone, man, and see you guys at the end there, and then we'll celebrate making it to the end.
There we go. Best way to do it. Monza style. All right. Well, Paul the Wolf Enter giving us a bit of insight, and always fantastic to have a chat to him. Lots and lots of absolute amazing stuff coming in. And, well, versus Hugo. Even saying, pull the sneaky one. Take that, Paul. Going to be smiling ear to ear on that one. Stop-go 30-second penalty for the Zetzman car. And unfortunately, that is going to be another impact landing onto them. Not ideal circumstances. That is for getting off the button a little bit too early. So, yeah, it is just incredible. Well, lots and lots of racing going on and drivers seeing what they can do. So, taking a look over to the grandstands, Francois Heinz saying, unfortunately, they would love to get to the end, but unfortunately, they ran into the earlier issues and want to try, at least attempt, to be there. And take a look. LCGB saying hats off to all the sponsors for sure. Test file list saying shout out to the sponsors and RaceFace for putting it on. Absolutely incredible stuff. And let's have one more round, then we will stay. Absolutely stunning stuff to see. As you see, Bago Krobler gaining a position over Rob van der Heever, getting a good pass, gets it all hooked in. And the Ferrari absolutely mint on the way through, trying to power his way through. So always great to see drivers digging deep on getting to the end of the race as we head towards the final hour of the race. And this is going to be a monumental run for all our drivers, as it looks like my ACC has gone for a bit of a spell at the moment. So why it is done that, I will have to figure out. So let's try to bring it back. Do apologize for that strange phenomenon, if I can put it that way, where suddenly it decided to do its own thing. All right, well, as we see fastest lap being set, a new fastest lap set by Daniel Rowe, a 1:47.4 as he comes across the line in a beautiful style, getting himself back up to the top running, and absolutely incredible stuff. Sim Race Dino, what is Ondorf sponsor? They take a lot of my money monthly. Yes, because they've got some very fantastic stores scattered all over South Africa. Don't worry, I'm exactly the same. They have got some incredible stuff. Did ACC get shy? Yes, I think it did. And always fun to have it suddenly go awry. There we go. Yay, it works. I figured out a keybind. I feel like I just passed my Delphi coding course with pushing F11. There we go. It's absolutely incredible stuff. As our drivers making their way through, we have got Christoph going and making his way around the circuit, trying to push a little bit harder. Our drivers digging deep for the last 1 hour and 22 minutes left of this race. Running order, though, is Duplessis out in first place for Hybrid Racing Adventure. First of our solos and first overall. Currently chasing down second place, we have got Mark Henry of Slick Racing Team going and make his way around. Third place is Hybrid New Test 722. That is the Hybrid Racing with Daniel Rowe behind the wheel at the moment. Project Vapor lying in fourth place. Then Eleanor Wall and Friends running in fifth. Sixth place is the Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom, second of our solo drivers. Then we have got Martin Racing, first of our GT2s, running in seventh position. Ominous Gaming Nitro in 8th place, trying to keep away from Griffin Sim Racing in 9th. 10th is Team Tryhard Bandits as they claw their way through. Loic Randabel of OG ZRC trying to chase down at the moment. Then going a little bit down, Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro running in 12th. 13th position is Griffin Sim Racing, followed by the RSZA KTM Team A as they make their way through. Team Triad going and make his way around. That is Hunty Myberg, third of our solos. And Ruin Foddervolt running in the Pandassi Infiltrate in 16th. Then we have got Rev Limits in 17th. Ominous Gaming Excalibur in 18th position, dropping a wheel on the dirt. Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes in 19th position, along with Griffin Sim Racing in 20th. Going down 21st is the Seamless Artwork. Wholesun Motorsports in 22nd. Hammers Cow Racing is lying in 23rd. With Tire Troopers in 24th. 25th is Ebb and Flow with 26th position. Rookie Snail still out there. And 27th is part of our solo drives at the moment. And that is the KSR Endurance team of Gideon Rayner pulling into the pits to go and do his pit stop. Get himself sorted out. Gavin, unfortunately, dropping a wheel on the dirt, having to recover and pull himself back from the brink. As it stands, drivers fighting their way through, doing everything they can to claw their way to victory, and everyone looking to get that one step forward towards the end. It is going to be a monumental run down to the wire, and we are going to see something happening right now, and that's Mark Henneberry struggling with the car. He has got the likes of Daniel Rowe all over the back of him, and the drivers having to battle it out. Tesfall saying, wonder what the last strategies look like. Well, I think that it is going to be a hard one. New Bunch is saying Omni Us. I do apologize. Yes, it's one of those always Stephen can't say things right moments. So Omni Us Gaming, New Bunch, thank you very much. I will attempt to get that right. Kayla Mauer jumping in and keeping an eye on this. Paul Fenter saying sprint race, you say. Well, Mark Henry going in, dealing with it at the moment with likes of Daniel Rowe all over the back of him. And New Bunch is saying proud of the boys for sticking out during this endurance race. Definitely one to go and point out. And a little bit of a meetup getting brought about. Turn 1 meetup. Well, after the race, that would be interesting. Well, Daniel Rowe going to go side by side. Mark trying to battle it out. The big Bentley versus the more modern day McLaren Evo as they try to launch their way into turn 1. Daniel Rowe's going to try and follow suit. Look for the inside line. Can he get it all done under braking? The big Bentley's going to try and lean on the brakes a little bit more. Tries to do the switchback. Daniel Rowe, though, gets it hooked in and stops dead on the apex. He gets it beautifully tied up with a bow and gets his way around the track. So absolutely well done for Daniel Rowe to get that all hooked up. But Mike Henry tried fighting back. Unfortunately, just not having the grip in towards T1 to go late on the brakes. So he's going to try once again to close down that distance as much as possible in the fight right to the end. I can tell you this is going to be a heated up battle right to the end for second place. Mark Henneberry not wanting to lose valuable points at the moment. Daniel Rowe for the hybrid racing test is looking to ensure that they stand up on the top and has been told to go ahead for it. Bit of a side-by-side battle as Johan Blicknote goes racing by. Rian Heineke trying to make his way through. Rob van der Heever also getting caught out with a yellow flag. Hunty Myberg got caught out with a yellow flag as well. So lots of drivers getting caught out in the final stages of the race. We're on to that. Just get it to the end. Claw your way to victory. And drivers having to just big bite, claw, get themselves to the line as they march their way through. So, Duplessis out towards the top is only 7 seconds away from sister team of Hybrid Racing. Our solo driver doing 219 laps at current. So, they're having to really claw their way through. It's going to be a monumental fight right to the end. And Duplessis hoping to stand head and shoulders with Daniel Rowe. Mark Hinderbury going to be chasing him down right to the wire. Andre Serradio trying to make up a bit of ground. Christoph Pedersen going and gaining some ground as well. Werner Skuman going and charging his way through as they look to stand up on the last round. Oh, Werner Skuman getting a tank slapper on the way through. The bucking Bronco getting a bit out of shape there. Gideon Rayner still in the pits, looking hopefully to get that car out and going. He's done quite a few laps out there and stuck it out. Fantastic to see drivers. Even if that was his last gallop, I've got to say, very, very proud to see him go and give it that final shot, regardless of the situation. That's always just an amazing, amazing moment for drivers, just to give it that one last heave-ho to get it closer towards the line. Henry Mayo, though, running in 7th place, will be looking to try and get past the back markers as quick as possible. He's going to go around the outside with that GT2 KTM, part of 3 that started this race, currently leading his class as he goes late on the brakes, gets it all hooked in, gets back on the power, and launches his way past, and now looks to get up and running. Ruben Heidecke in 8th place, 9th, Johan Blicknote. 10th is Loic Randable as they make their way onto the back straight, onto the main straight, carrying the momentum, hoping to follow a bit of slipstreams as he sees one of the big BMWs ahead of him. That might be Hansi Myburg that he is chasing down on the way through. 1 hour and 14 minutes to go left of this race, and it's all or nothing. So we're going to take a short intermission for just a 10-minute break, just to have something to drink, and then we'll come back for the final hour of the 8 hours of Monza, brought to you by RaceFace.Pro, as round 2 of the RaceFace.Pro GT2 and GT3 Endurance Series of 2024. We'll see you shortly, folks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready as we head into the final hour of the RaceFace.Pro GT3 and GT2 endurance race. 8 hours of Monza around an amazing, amazing track. And let's go through the running order. In the last 55 minutes of the race, it is Duplessis out in first place, with Daniel Rowe in second, Andre Sorodio in third, Chris Heineke in fourth, with Christoph Pedersen, Elnar Wall and friends in fifth. We've got the Pandassi Infiltrate Freedom with Werner Skuman lying in sixth, Henry Mayer of Mountain Racing going and making his way through. Then we have got the likes of Griffin Sim Racing, and further down, OG ZRC Monza trying to gain a bit of time as well. Lying in ninth, Conor Bergstrom of Omnis Gaming Nitro on the charge. We have got the Hybrid Racing now trying to make up a bit of time as they're looking to score some valuable points for their championship and be part of the amazing efforts. A little bit further down is team who are going for Griffin Sim Racing in 13th. 14th is Team Tryhard, Hansi Myberg, part of our solos that are out there. Third of our solos. Then we have got Luke and Hines of the RS ZA KTM Team A making their way around. They are second of our GT2s. Moving further down, Rev Limits in 16th position, with Pandassi Infiltrate in 17th. 18th place is Omnius. The Omnius Gaming. I am attempting. I will get it right one of these days. Running in 18th position. 19th is the Pandassi Infiltrate Mosquitoes. And 20th position is the Griffin Sim Racing, followed by Seamless Artwork in 21st. With 22nd is the Wholesun Motorsports and Hammers Cow Racing in 23rd. 24th is the Tire Troopers, Ebb and Flow in 25th. 26th is Henrik Porkita, Ricky Snell, Gideon Rayner in the pits for the Omnius KSR Endurance team. They went back out to get a couple of laps in. A couple of cars pulling into the pits at the moment is Duplessis and Heineke pulling into the pits. That is going to hand over the lead to Daniel Rowe for the Hybrid New, as they look to open up yet another bit of gap. Andre Sorodio will be taking that second place. It is a splash and dash for most of the cars if they want to get out and get going. As you see, Hunty Myberg coming out of the pits and filtering back into it. This is going to be a monumental run for all our drivers, for everyone to battle their way out. And as they make their way through it all, Rev Limits going and fighting out for position, 0.8 of a second, right behind Hansi Myberg, who's just come out of the pits. Tires are going to be absolutely frigid at this point, but he's looking to try and stick it out. So Hansi's going to have to get very defensive here if he wishes to hold his position. Going to hold the outside line, gets a little bit defensive, goes out wide, forcing Weaning to go out a little bit wide and battle on through. So not going to be an easy time there. Up towards the top though, we have got Jason Farmer all over the back of Conor Bergstrom. Now Conor Bergstrom's going to have to get defensive as well, with the likes of Jason Farmer right up his exhaust pipe, trying to figure out how he can get past and get going. Weaning managed to get past Hansi Myberg, so there's a change for 15th and 16th position on the way through there. So it does look like Jason Farmer starting to lose out a little bit of ground. Conor Bergstrom getting into the chase. The roundabout coming out of the pits, and that will be Michael Donaldson. We actually spoke to him a little bit earlier in the broadcast, and he went and said, no, he's going to be doing the final run for the race, and well, that's exactly what he's attempting to do. Hansi Myberg keeping right onto the back of Weaning as much as possible. Rev Limits not looking to lose out too much time at the moment, as they charge their way through. So we've got 2 ongoing battles on the circuit as it stands, and that is Quinton Wiening, Hunty Myberg, along with Jason Farmer and Connor Bergstrom as the running 2. But so much going on. Anthony Gamble going and saying, nice one, Ruan. JC Miller, big boss, you are back, but message still on screen. Commentary says, yes. Well, I'm back, but my brain is surely not at this point. That's for certain. I lost my marbles years ago. I am yet to still find it. Please return to the milk carton that's on it. So absolutely good one there. Thank you very much to JC Miller. I really appreciate it. Got excited with all that has gone on, and especially now that we're down into the final 50 minutes of the 8 hours of Monza, round 2 of the Endurance Championship for 2024. Jason Farmer trying to gain a little bit of time. The Griffin Sim Racing closing up on Connor Bergstrom of the Omnius Gaming Nitro as they make their way around. And you can see also Duplessis hanging in there with the likes of his Audi R8 on a monumental charge all the way through. So thank you very much, JC Miller. Ruan Heineke saying thank you, Antonina. Just getting that horribly wrong. I do apologize. Go Farmer, bring it home. So bit of support coming in from the team. Getting a little bit tongue-tied as well as we make our way through. A couple of cars in the pit zone. Henry Porchita for the rookie sale. They are doing their final pit stop. I think a lot of drivers... Oh no, Swinburne! A Swinburne now trying to get going. Oh, into the wall. Trying to turn the car around. Where is that? That is just on the exit of Ascari. And unfortunately, biting the wall on the way through. That's going to be a little bit of damage to deal with as they carve their way around the circuit. Not ideal circumstances, but always interesting to see the drivers fighting their way all the way to the top, having to deal with some very tricky situations as it stands. Daniel Rowe looking to break away, still holding the fastest lap time of the race and willing to keep it going. Willie Zitzman saying, Ludwig, good luck and bring it safe to the finish line. Going and supporting the likes of the Ebb and Flow Honda, the NSX GT3, now looking to get a changeover, splash and dash, and back out and racing for the last 47 minutes of this race. What a phenomenal race it's been, from highs to lows, the, well, heart-tugging moments that we have seen to also some of the fun moments we have got to hear from all the amazing interviews that we have had today, and also amazing sights and sounds as we see the rookie snails going and missing out turn 1, turn 2. They're going to keep it onto the dirt and rejoin in safe fashion. Still, once again, give it up to them. Every rejoin for the rookie snails has been one of the safest that I have seen in sim racing for quite some time. It's always a great stuff, and a gentle nod to them on a awesome run. Andre Serradio, 9.6 seconds away from Daniel Rowe. The Project Vapor team looking to try and secure that first place. I think is going to be a little bit too far out, so they're going to focus on second place, maintaining the gap of 44 seconds over the likes of Duplessis, who is getting chased down at the moment by the Omnius Gaming Ferrari right up his tailpipe, hoping that he can get going and saying, right, buddy, you need to pull me along here. Give me everything you got. I have got to open up a gap away from Jason Farmer of the Griffin Sim Racing in the final stages of this race, because 8th and 9th place is still open for change. And with 1.3 seconds between them, you don't want to be caught out at the loss. This is now a sprint race, folks. The drivers are going to have to pull open their reserves and really give it everything they got. So it is going to be a monumental run all the way through. Couple of drivers running into a bit of an issue. And that is Schoenberg going and dropping off the track. We do see Gideon Reyna going and loading the car onto the truck. The KSR OG team came in, did the last couple of laps to be in it and show that they want to see the end. Unfortunately, it's just was too tall of an order, but still well done to them to bring the car back to do a couple of laps after, you know, a bit of a drilling effect on that. And once again, I take my hat off to the likes of Miller. And went and got himself going. So lots and lots going on, folks. Lots of amazing action that we have currently out on track. Jason Farmer trying to close down on Conor Bergstrom. Now is under a second. Needs to get into that slipstream because now Conor Bergstrom has a bit of a loss from Duplessis. He's gone and snapped the slipstream at the moment. That is not going to help him. And now Conor Bergstrom is a little bit of a sitting duck. We'll have to get very defensive. But Jason Farmer, very, very late on the brakes, gets it sunken in and is now pushing for a pass. He wants to get around him and is going to do everything possible. 0.8 of a second to move up into 8th place. That is valuable points on the cards for him. So Jason Farmer keeping nice and tight, keeping close to the fringes of the circuit. Hoping to stay within it, 0.5 of a second through that last sector. Conor Bergstrom watching his mirrors intently at this point, hoping not to be caught out. Henry Mayer into the pits. So our leader of the GT2s and lying in 6th place is into the pits to get himself sorted out and get ready to go once again for the final run. 43 minutes to go. This is, if you haven't done a splash and dash as yet, you need to get yourself into the box and back out going as quick as possible without losing too much time out on the track. And if you come out with one of the drivers around you that is for position, you're going to have to get elbows out early on a cold set of tires, the same as we've seen a lot of our drivers do. Henry Mayer coming out of the pits. He gets overtaken by Werner Skuman, and Werner is second of our solo drivers. I do want to point out, though, our solo drivers have done 7 hours and 16 minutes of racing here today, where others have shared between 2 to 3 drivers in one car. So well done to our solos. Well done to our teams that have been fighting it out. And as we head into the last closing stages, the dying seconds of this race, we are looking forward to some great action out towards the top and bottom of the field. And everyone just circulating at this point. Teams sitting on edge, fighting through absolute exhaustion and trying to see what can they do to get going. For those that slept in the day, they are smiling a little bit prettier. Others, not so much. They've lost out a little bit of time. Yakakutsa actually landing up in the dirt on the exit of Ascari. And it looks like Harry van Zyl also into the dirt for the Pandacity machine, trying to get himself up and going once again in the BMW. Not an easy time out there. Van Zyl having to dial it in and start refocusing his efforts to close up gaps. Jason Farmer, 1.3 seconds behind Conor Bergstrom, trying to make his way through. This is going to be a monumental effort for him if he can get the pass done. So Jason Farmer is going to try and close down on Conor Bergstrom as we jump on board the rear wing of Conor Bergstrom's Ferrari. You could see the ominous rear wing going and looking back at the Griffin Sim Racing Ferrari chasing him down. We do have some drivers who have a chat to us in the last remaining little bit, and we've got Liam Swinburne to come and have a chat. Liam, welcome to the commentary box. Glad to have you here. What a run it has been for you. A lot of up and down moments, a lot of exciting moments, and, well, some exciting racing towards the end with 41 minutes to go. Did you ever think you were going to get this far into the race?
No. I've been racing now. I'm still racing. I've been racing since the 2-hour mark.
Right, so you...
Non-stop.
So you are still giving it everything you got. And I pulled you into the commentary box to chat to you. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking to the driver currently that's lying in 22nd place. Liam, you currently got a Pandacity Porsche that's on your tail, looking to try and get past. But how is it out there with the conditions? The lights running ablaze, as we do see, trying to go for the inside, goes for the inside line. Congratulations, nice route there. Taking a wide line, you're going to have a drive on him on the exit. Tucking into the slipstream, beautifully done. But Liam, how is the conditions out there? It looks dark, it looks crazy, lights seem to be ablaze, and can cause some confusion.
It's cold and it's dark, Stephen. I think that's the worst part of it.
All right,
It's
well,
cold, the tires are struggling, and you can't see anything.
you're literally using the headlights to follow around. But the race
Pretty
so
much.
far, how has it been for you and the team?
It's been pretty good. I've been the only one driving, like I said. I've been the only one driving for about 7 hours. My teammates unfortunately had some internet troubles, which has left me here alone on track.
So you entered as a team, and now you're turning to be the solo driver. Okay, I do want to point out you landing
I'm fine.
Shame, guys. I do want to point out that you managed to move yourself into the RaceFace Discord interview room while driving at well over 300 kilometers an hour.
Sounds
Is it-
about right, yeah.
Is there anyone helping you in the background at all, or is this just...
Not really. No. I'm sitting with some other guys in the other Discord, but other than that, no. It's just me, myself, and I.
My heavens. Okay, well, Liam, exciting times out on track. 38 minutes to go. Any closing...
I can't wait for it to be over.
There we go. Okay. To all our petrol heads that are currently watching, there's been massive support out towards you guys. Anything you would like to say to all the spectators, the sponsors, before I let you go to carry on the rest of your race? While you've got a Mustang
Don't try
behind
this
you?
at home. I'd say definitely don't try this at home, but no, otherwise, nothing really. Just obviously have a good evening, and I hope you guys all enjoyed the racing tonight.
It's been an incredible run, and good luck with a mighty stallion that looks like it wants to take a big chomp out of your little prancing horse.
Yes, it would seem that way.
All right. Thank you.
Brilliant,
Lee.
Stephen. Have a lovely one.
You
Cheers,
too.
cheers.
Cheers. Well, I did not expect that, to be honest. As we just let him go while Henry Mayer came past him around the outside. Just... Okay. I've commentated through all sorts of madness in this 8 hours as Liam goes flying off. He's still in the interview room. I think he's trying to get to the Discord. Oh, man. I wish I could help the guy. I'm just watching a guy fall off the track. But we were chatting to him, which is been the most interesting. And as we heard, he was the only, due to internet troubles, is now trying to keep himself at bay. Oh no, as you see Henry Mayer getting twisted round. Henry Mayer got twisted round on the exit. And let's go back about 30 seconds. See what happened as Tim in the camera. This is Henry Mayer trying to get past Werner Skuman in the Mustang. Mustang gets past. Henry Mayer locking on the inside. Runs out wide. A little bit of contact. There is one car parked off. And oh man. Twisted round. Keeps it out of the wall. Beautiful pirouette to get it back. But tires will be cooked on that one. As having a monumental run there. Stop go 32nd for Christoph Peterson, who for the LNR in the remaining 36 seconds, 36 minutes of this race, he has now scored a 30-second penalty that needs to be served, which means he's got to do one more stop. And I'm sure the whole team is busy going, buddy, pal, amigo, why did you let go of the pit limiter so early? And we got Jason Farmer up on the inside of Conor Bergstrom, heading down towards turn 1. Going to be late on the brakes. Both Ferraris looking to take it to the edge. And Conor getting the pass done, stops dead on the apex. A little bit of argy-bargy between himself and Jason Farmer, who now has to try and work his way through it. Looks around the outside. Jason Farmer gave a little bit of a love tap there, but he was coming in with an almighty pace to try and chase down. And it is going to be all about late on the brakes to try and get it all tucked in nice and neat at the moment, as they're both trying to close down on Henry Mayer, who is a little bit further up the road, 36 seconds. So these two are fighting out for class position, 9th and 8th overall, and looking at 7th and 8th in class. Doing a little bit of quick math and closing my one eye, turning my head sideways. That pretty much always works. But as we see, Conor Bergstrom now going defensive, looks towards the middle of the track, moves back to the outside. He's going to try to carry the momentum. Jason Farmer looked for the inside, thought of possibly going on the attack. He chose not to go for it though, and rather follow suit. This is going to play into the hands of Conor Bergstrom and Jason Farmer as they start closing up onto the back of Christoph Peterson, who is serving his stop-go 30-second penalty at the moment. So this is going to be a very interesting one as both go side by side past Matthew Carter, who went and took a deep breath there, seeing both Ferraris not giving an inch, looking to get past. And there we go. Conor Bergstrom and Jason Farmer have gained a position over the L&R Aston Martin, who was serving a stop-go 30-second penalty for coming off the button a little bit too early. Pearson now exiting the pits will have Bego Krobler trying to close down. Bego Krobler all over the back of the likes of Chris Heineke. So now this is going to be an interesting one. Bego Krobler looking to be in that top 10. Now has his eyes firmly sighted in on 9th position ahead of him. And he's going to utilize the big Bentley to put in the impact. Monumental run through it all. Jason Farmer going side by side. Couldn't get it all hitched in just as yet. Conor Bergstrom, great defense at the moment. Jason looks for the inside line, pulls back into the toe, and it is now just hunting down onto the grass. Oh, that does unsteady the car. Conor Bergstrom getting a better drive. Matthew Carter, who's a blue flag, now starting to see the back of Jason Farmer and saying, like, buddy, you got to get going. You're costing me valuable time here. As with you fight your way through. Over the curbs they go. Jason Farmer trying to just get it all together. Runs out wide. Monumental charges going on. Jason Farmer trying to dig in deep here to get a little bit closer. Peterson, looking in his rearview mirror, has got Bego Krobler, and what's sitting in between him and Bego is now looking to go around the outside, and that is Chris Heineke, who is really reeling, not wanting to be into this fight. Bego Krobler looking to stay as close as possible to go for the pass. He's just got to hang in there and ensure that when Chris Heineke makes that move, that he can get it all locked in and force the guys to go out wide. So Gamble going and saying Jason Farmer is going to give a heart attack at the moment. Well, 1.3 seconds has now opened up to Conor Bergstrom. And Conor getting a very, very poor exit that time round. Loses out. Peterson going and losing out the run because here comes Bego Krobler. He got past utilizing the likes of Chris Heineke. So our drivers now needing to work a little bit harder. Bego Krobler feeling the pressure as Peterson tried to look for the inside line. Couldn't get the pass done. Absolutely tremendous stuff on the race through. Now our leader into the pits. That is Daniel Rowe into the pits. Where is Duplessis? Coming charging down. He's quite far away. I don't think he will be able to take first place away from Daniel Rowe. Trying his utmost best, that is for certain. But Daniel Rowe will be getting out for one last run. Still in the pits though. Parabolica's coming up. It's going to be close. No, not going to get it. Duplessis has done everything possible to try and close up, but I think Daniel Rowe will be able to get it right at the last. Duplessis hoping for a possibility here, and is passed. Duplessis has dived into first place. Daniel Rowe is only just going now. Sorry, he's handed over to Tienes Buerta. So the driver swap has happened. Daniel Rowe's out the car. Tienes Buerta's in the car. And they down into second place. And here comes the big Bentley of Chris Heineke. He's gotten past. Late on the brakes, Chris Heineke has just swamped Bego Krobler, running door to door with Tienes Buerta into turn 1. He's jumped over the curb, and that has allowed Peterson to get into the fray of things. This has just switched out. Our entire top 3 has now become a moving, crazy situation. Daniel Rowe, Tienes Buerta trying to come back at Bego Krobler to go for a pass. Now realizing, oh boy, I've got a problem. I have got Chris Heineke, who's just gotten past me. Matthew Carter trying to work his way around and saying, all right, I need to get around and move out of the way, but not to lose out too much time. Tienes Buerta going on the defense and holding back the likes of Peterson, who is going for it. I mean, we got multiple battles here. Tienes Buerta is trying to catch Chris Heineke, but he is sitting behind the battle of the likes of Bego Krobler and Christoph Peterson. So he's playing a little bit of defense at the moment, which may work in his favor or may not. If Peterson goes for a monster dive, he will be able to get past, and that will put Tienes Buerta on the back foot. But at the same time, it does impact his race. So at the moment, Tienes Buerta going defensive and trying to hold back Peterson as much as possible, but that Aston Martin looking very, very put together as he gets his nose in on the inside, tries to get on the gas a little bit earlier, chasing down Tienes Buerta, a little bit slower than planned, couldn't keep up the fight. They're going to go side by side. So Buerta has unfortunately gone and lost out a little bit more if he can't get on the brakes late enough to keep ahead of the Aston Martin. And it does look like Peterson's going middle of the circuit, defensive, and whoa, Matthew Carter gone absolutely off, blasting off again. Call him Team Rocket because he's gone out of there. Jason Farmer closing on Conor Bergstrom. They also looking for a bit of a change-up position. They've caught up to one the Pandacity. BMW gets out of shape. Losing it right at the bit. Kerry Van Sale going and causing a little bit of a stir for Conor Bergstrom and Jason Farmer, who were running so close. And if Kerry Van Sale lost that car, it would have been the end of these two Ferraris in one fell swoop as well. So lots and lots of developments. But what's happening out on track with 27 minutes left of this race, Duplessis looking to try and get ahead and win the race overall as a solo act right here at Monza for the 8 hours of Monza for the RaceFace.Pro. Round 2 of the Endurance Series for GT3 and GT2. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. And it was a driver that we thought, nah, he's not going to get it. But a slow pit stop changed it up, even to the point of Chris Heineke has now gotten involved. And he's got into second place. That means that there is an opportunity to maximize points here for that car. So Chris Heineke is going to do everything he can. So he's going to bite, he's going to scratch, he's going to do everything possible. And Mark will be shouting from the rooftops to go, go, go. As we go down to Jason Farmer and Conor Bergstrom still fighting out for position. And Jason Farmer doing everything he can to just try and close in on the gap. Doing whatever's possible as we jump on board the front splitter now into the cockpit of the car. You can see holding 5th gear, not going into 6th, interesting enough. preferring not to go up a gear. He's going to rather hold it in 5th on the rev limiter. Might actually be more effective to go into 6th, get that gearing right, and go charging after. 2nd gear into 3rd. Carry the momentum through. 4th into 2nd. And back down, flat out, behind the likes of Conor Bergstrom, who is on a monumental charge. Looking at his car, and off the rear wing, you can see Jason Farmer lurking, waiting, and ready to go. Liam Swinburne, though, unfortunately, goes and lands up, spinning out. And we had a chat to him while he was driving, might I add. He's still out there getting going. Kerry Funzel now leaving the pits for the final time. 25 minutes to go. It is an outright charge for a lot of these drivers, and it is laid on the line. If you got anything left in the reserves, time to pull it out and use it all. Time to flatten out that energy as much as possible. Put all the enthusiasm, the stresses, the annoyances, everything you got, every bit of raw emotion that can drive you to the end to keep you hyper-focused on what you need to do. Well, it's time to do it. As Jason Farmer looks for the inside, is he going to go for it? No, second guesses that option. Conor Bergstrom just maintaining enough of a gap and ensuring that it isn't going to happen anytime soon. So the Omnius Gaming Nitro, which is the junior team to the OG, now trying to maintain a bit of a gap. You can see taking a lot of a tighter line compared to the like of Jason Farmer. Yellow flags being waved as Quinton Weeding pulls into the pits to get his pit stop done and dusted. Weeding needing to dig deep at the moment to try and maintain. And it does look like Jason Farmer losing a bit of speed, tapering off 1.5 away from Conor Bergstrom, so may be losing out that little bit of grip, pushing the car a little bit more. Unfortunately, heats up the tires quite a bit, scrubbing off a lot of pace there. And is there any life left in those tires as they watch their way through? It's going to be an epic fight right down to the wire here, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be an absolute insane, but the one that's going to be absolutely insane is Duplessis. If he can hang on to this for the last 23 minutes, he would not only have soloed the victory for 8 hours, he has gone and beaten out the likes of Chris Heineke. He's beaten out his fellow teammate of Tienes Buerta. He has gone and charged it to the top, winning overall and in as a solo act, which is just mind-boggling to say the least. So that little Audi that landed up in an almighty smack at the start of the race now has an opportunity to be one of the cars to see the end of the be the first to see the checkered flag when they come across the line. As our drivers make their way through, everyone pushing as hard as they can. And now I do want to talk about another thing that's been going on. Bego Krobler is in the pits. So he's down into 11th position. Michael Donaldson going and taking that 10th. But Mahayath Musa is another one to keep an eye out for. 1.5 seconds away from Tienes Buerta. Will the upset happen? And hear me out on this one. Tienes Buerta of Hybrid trying to maintain and get going suddenly has a big BMW that is very, very familiar to them of the Project Vapor team, looking to strip them of that 3rd place right in the closing minutes of this race. 21 minutes to go. Tienes Buerta has got to put his foot through the floor at this point. He's got to really dial himself in. Otherwise, Mahayath Musa is going to gain a huge amount on the back of him and look to not only take away valuable points for Project Vapor, but absolutely destroy the points for Hybrid New Test. And this is not going to be an easy run for him, and it's going to be a very bitter pill to swallow. So Tienes Buerta, who doesn't usually go side by side with Mahayath Musa in a sprint race has got a very fast sprint drive. Tienes Buerta, focuses more on lasting a longer period of time. Now we're getting to see the two come to blows. Has Mahath Musa got enough in the tank to ensure he can keep on with this fight, that he can go for the pass when it all gets together? Peterson, though, has also caught up onto the back of Jason Farmer. So Jason Farmer is now in a very, very tricky situation where he may lose out of position here if he's not careful. So Peterson going to try and utilize a bit of a charge here. Jason Farmer getting caught up behind one of our back markers. Now doing everything he can to try and keep the car going. It is going to be an outright charge for him. Getting caught up, tucking in right close, tries to go for the inside, second guesses it. That's lost out the time. Now Peterson's all over the back of him, has got the drive, easy run. Last stretch of racing to go, and I can tell you for a matter of fact, there is positions that we will see going up for swaps. And Peterson is one of them, going after Jason Farmer. Mahath Musa is 0.8 of a second, 0.3 of a second to Tiernus Buerta. This may be a change-up for third, folks, as they fight their way through. Mahath Musa needs to really dig deep here. Tiernus Buerta is digging deep right into those pockets. He's hoping to pull out any form of talent to go and ensure he maintains his third place. His team have clawed their way back from the brink. One call to switch out Daniel Rowe to Tiernus Buerta may have been it to lose our third place if they cannot hold Mahath Musa at bay. Mahath in the slipstream, closing, looks for the inside line, backs out of it. Just baiting into that right mirror, trying to force a mistake at this point. Tiernus Buerta not having any of it. Now we'll have to try and take a look at what's going to happen. This is off the rear wing. You can see how hard Tiernus Buerta is having to do everything at the moment. Henry Mayer, drive-through penalty for track limits. That's going to drop him out of 6th place and allow Connor Bergstrom and Jason Farmer to gain a position. So not ideal circumstances. Oh my heavens. Heart pounding as we go on the front splitter of Mahath Musa, who is just chomping at the bit at the moment. Losing out through the tabletop though. Has to try and bring it back. As you can see, that McLaren getting very unsteady. Mahath Musa going out very wide, bringing up through the gears, hoping that it is going to be a monumental charge for them. Christoph Peterson also looking to close down to the likes of Jason Farmer as they make their way through. Luke and Hines, unfortunately, getting all out of shape and now having to restart. Oh, Mahath Musa over the curbs, wasn't too happy there. Gonna follow suit though. Tiernus Buerta trying to bait him in. Mahath will have the drive. Lining side by side. Parabolica, here we come. Who's later on the brakes? Mahath Musa tries to dive it in. Goes out a little bit wide. Forcing likes of Tiernus Buerta to go and run out wide. Keeps a very tight line. Tiernus Buerta going to go after him. Locking to that inside line. And it is going to be a hot charge all the way through. Running right up against the pit wall. Its sensors are going mad. Going to try go around the outside. Late on the brakes. There is back markers coming up to them. Can try and box him in. Mahath Musa now starting to realize that they have just grabbed third place. And they've got to hold on to it for 17 minutes. 0.4 of a second. Here we go. Tiernus Buerta closes up. Looks around the outside. Second guesses that move. He's going to wait it out. And maybe go late on the brakes. Goes very late on the brake. Tries to sink it in. Couldn't get it all sorted out just as yet. And Mahath Musa carrying on the drive. Peterson right onto the back of Jason Farmer as well. Farmer hoping to run out a little bit wide. Carry the momentum. Will lose out to the Aston Martin, who seems a little bit more stable. Jumping over the curbs. And Peterson, after having a bit of a problem with a stop-go 30-second penalty, is now in a chase of his life at the moment. 16 minutes to go. And is now fighting out for 8th place. Looks for the inside, looks for the outside. Couldn't quite get the pass done as yet. Trying to find that chink in the armor. Tiernus Buerta doing exactly the same as they caught up to back markers. And it does look like he's going to box him in. Tiernus Buerta trying to box in Mahath Musa loses out on that one. It was a brilliant try, but Mahath Musa was able to get by. And Tianas Buerta, who is now behind the two runners, will be losing out quite a bit. Hansi Myberg lands off into the dirt, but I think Mahath Musa has done enough to open up the gap. Now he's just got to concentrate on keeping up a good solid momentum to keep Tianas Buerta at way. And Christoph Peterson tries to go for the inside line. Jason Farmer says no thank you, but it's not going to happen right now as they charge their way through, seeing how it is going to be a monumental effort for all the drivers as they on this last stretch. The drivers giving it everything they got. 15 minutes left of this race. We did start a fraction later than the prescribed time of 1 o'clock. So the drivers will have they'll have 15 minutes to get it all sorted. There'll be an extra just over 5 minutes after 1. In this 8-hour endurance race, and it has been a monumental slide for all of them. Jason Farmer trying to run out as fast as he can, utilizing every part of the track, knowing that Aston Martin is going to be right on his tail. Looks for the inside line, looks for the outside, couldn't get the pass done as yet, gets back onto the power, and Peterson doing everything possible to try and close down as they catch up to one of our back markers, going right behind, and looks like going to be shifting around left to right. So Peterson going and mimicking the moves at the moment. Goes for the inside line. Parabolica, here she goes. Couldn't get the pass done. Peterson just not able to get that pass sorted out as yet. Jason Farmer going to have to reel himself in for this fight and get elbows out for the Griffin Sim Racing team. And they are standing on the edge at the moment, trying to figure out what's going to work. And looks like Herb's also getting a drive-through penalty side by side. It does look like Peterson's got to the outside. Going to go for the inside. Is he giving a tight squeeze though? Jason Farmer around the outside. Just can't get the drive in. And Peterson getting the pass all locked in and sorted as he makes his way through. Monumental runs there as drivers go and fight it out. Liam Swinburne running into a bit of an accident with the 307. Let's quickly go and take a look at that. So Swinburne and Jean Mozart running into one another. Heading into turn 1 by the looks of it. Might be a slight argy-bargy. And it was a very slight argy-bargy. It was an extra 2 kilometers into the corner that the BMW really didn't need to have at that point. Peterson now opening up a second gap to Jason Farmer as they claw their way through. Markberg pulling out and getting going once again, having a bit of a troubling time to ensure that he gets that car going. There's no swapping drivers now. There's no going back. What is done is done. And let's see who has carried just enough fuel to get themselves to the end. Who has done enough to stay in the fight all the way through to the last dying seconds of the race. 12 minutes to go. Hansi Myberg, though, coming out of the pits. Drive-through penalty for Mazot. So Jean Mazot getting a drive-through penalty, and I think that might have been from the contact. Ran over the curb and got penalized for that. So quite possible that's where the drive-through penalty came in. Had too much momentum going over turn 1 and cutting the chicane. Cutting the chicane purely on the fact of, you know, that slight extra 2 kilometers that you didn't quite plan for and your brakes aren't going to hold for it. Now, Peterson feeling the pressure. 0.3 as Jason Farmer now closing up under braking. The Aston Martin that was looking quite fierce does not like having the Ferrari in the mirrors at the moment as they're on their last stretch towards it all. And drivers having to figure out what's going to work for them. Peterson and Farmer now trying to claw their way through. It is a monumental charge. Farmer hoping that he can close up a little bit more into the toe. 0.4 of a second. Late on the brakes, dips the nose in, and Christoph able to just carry a bit more momentum on the exit. As we see Farmer runs out very, very wide there. Very, very close. A little bit more out, and he would be joining, much like many, many other cars have done throughout this race, and biting the walls on the either side as they carve their way through. Jason Farmer getting monster support from the grandstands. Christoph of Eleanor Wall and friends getting a good chatting to by his teammates, saying, all right, buddy, come, let's sink this in. Let's get this all the way across the line as we head into 10 minutes and 14 seconds. Tienus Buerta coming across the line. He's trying to get going with Werner Skuman running in 5th place. So let's go through the running order for the final 10 minutes of the race, because you want to see this, folks. We have got Hybrid Racing Adventure, first of our solos, first overall. Chris Haneke of Slick Racing in 2nd place. We got Mahaith Musa of Project Vapor lying in 3rd. 4th place, we got the Hybrid New Test, Tienus Buerta behind the wheel. He's lost out that 3rd place. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be getting it back anytime soon. Pandacity Infiltrate Freedom with Werner Skuman in 5th. 6th place is going to Henry Mayer of Martin Racing, and Connor Bergstrom of the Omnius Gaming going and battling out with all the Nitro team. A little bit further down, we have got the likes of Christoph Peterson of Eleanor Wall and friends, with Jason Farmer all over the back of him, lying in 9th place. Jason Farmer going to go for a little bit of lunge. Is it going to be? No, he's going to second guess that one. Going to rather wait it out. 10th place, Michael Donaldson of the OG ZRC as he carves his way through. Bego Krobler of Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. And a little bit further down, Team Tryhard Bandits, Jakob Kutzer in 13th position. Griffin Sim Racing, Gerald Pretorius. Luca Dans going and running 2nd of our GT2s, the RSZA KTM Team A coming across the line with Hansi Myberg of Team Tryhards Racing in 15th position. 16th is Pandacity Infiltrate Kerry van Zale, along with Quinton Weening. Rev Limits 8 Hour Monza still on the charge. Pandacity Infiltrate Mosquitoes in 18th. 19th is Griffin Sim Racing Elric Dialga. 20th is the Omnius Gaming Excalibur Tristan Herbs, along with 21st is Holsun Motorsports as they make their way around. Liam Swinburne of Seamless Artwork going and making his way through. Hammers Cowan Racing lying in 23rd. 24th is Tire Troopers as they carve their way through. Evan Flo in 25th, the Zetman brothers, and Michael Berg of Rookie Snail rounding out our 26 cars, still actively going at the moment. We had a couple of retirements, unfortunately, due to a variety of circumstances, but we did see the return of the PWSR car with Darren Miller going and jumping in behind the wheel and really giving it horns. Mad respect to the chap. And unfortunately, the game crash was what took him out. He said, unfortunately, he's not willing to wreck his friends' races. He's going to sit on the fence with this one in case the game crashes. Once again, he'll land up with a problem. Werner Skuman, though, is landing up with a problem. He gets a drive-through penalty in the last 7 minutes of the race. He has done so much to gain so much valuable time, but every time he gets that top 5, he has just had a terrible run. Connor Bergstrom, though, starting to feel the pressure as Christoph Peterson, Jason Farmer, how starting to close the gap. 1.8 seconds to Connor Bergstrom. Werner Skuman, every time he goes for that top 5, unfortunately, that drive-through penalty comes in. An accident goes on. Something just doesn't want to click. And unfortunately, like Murphy sitting there with that number 10 socket you dropped so many years ago and ready to pull everything to pieces, that is exactly what we're having here. And that is going to land up with a bit of a problem, as we do see Mahaith Musa lands up with a problem. He goes straight on And that is going to allow likes of Tiernas Buerta to close up on the back of him. So Tiernas has an opportunity here. 3.4 seconds behind Mahath Musa. He can go for third place. He can go and retake third place. It's going to be a monumental run. Peterson trying to close up on the back of Conor Bergstrom. Jason Farmer trying to close up on the back of Tiernas Buerta. Christoph Peterson. And this is going to be a wild, wild ride down to the line. Mahath Musa only 2.9 seconds away from Tiernas Buerta, but a train starting to form as Christoph Peterson and Jason Farmer now have caught up to Conor Bergstrom. Conor Bergstrom thought he was lucky to get away. This time round, he's going to be facing a cold, cold fact that he's going to have to dig deep on this one. Werner Skuman getting out of the pits after a drive-through penalty handed out to him, and Henry Mayer will be looking to try and close down that gap as they're going side by side. And is it going to be a pass though? Henry Mayer may get the pass done as they did come to blows early on in the race. Final couple of minutes, 4 minutes and 50 seconds left of this race. Christoph Peterson looks to the outside, trying to bait a move. Switches looking for the inside. Couldn't get that pass done and dusted on Conor Bergstrom. Henry Mayer all over the back of Werner Skuman as they fight for overall position. What is the fastest lap so far? Well, that has to be a Henry Mayer doing a 147.5 as the fastest lap. So 147.5 set by this GT2 we currently got on the screen, the KTM Crossbow, having a phenomenal outing out there and showing off what it can do. Now Werner Skuman having to deal with the likes of the KTM. He's not going to be able to put into that fight. And Henry Mayer saying, okay, buddy, I'm going to get the pass done. Werner Skuman going to battle him out. GT2, GT3 going side by side. A little bit of contact. Unfortunately, though, Henry Mayer onto the dirt, trying to get a little bit more drive. Comes back at the likes of Werner Skuman, who's going to be able to have the straight line at this point. Christoph Peterson got to go side by side with Conor Bergstrom as they dive down towards the Scari. Just trying to get it all done. No luck there. Henry Mayer getting the pass on Werner Skuman, who's going to chase him down. Werner not backing down from the fight, is going to give it everything he can to the GT2. And Henry Mayer swapping left to right to try and just break the toe at this point, as Werner Skuman not taking any of it. He's going to follow it all the way through, look for the inside line, couldn't get the pass done as yet. And now we'll be closing up, so close into the rear of that KTM, and just bouncing around on that front suspension, going and begging for mercy at this point, saying, listen, you've driven me to the brink of oblivion now. I think a lot of these cars are starting to feel it. Brake fade is a real thing. Chassis flex is a real thing. And drivers starting to feel the absolute pain of having to wrestle these cars around the circuit. But also the teams fighting through absolute exhaustion, trying to motivate, trying to stay on, keeping an eye on, trying to give as much information as possible to see what's going to work, what's not, what's going to stick in a race like this. As we see, Jason Farmer has now closed up the gap to the likes of Peterson. 0.4 of a second in the final stretch. We're waiting for Jim to come on the comms to say that our leader is on the final lap, which will be Duplessis at the moment. 259 laps. And I do think we will see 260 to come through. I think that will be the last lap, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. My math is not the greatest at the best of times. And, Peterson gets a loss of drive on the exit. That has allowed Jason Farmer to get right into the back of him. Trying to follow the toe, pulling himself along. Will it be enough, though? Looks for the inside line. Parabolica, will it be the case? And that is the words everyone has been waiting for. Leader is on the final lap on a monumental effort, a monumental charge. And we're keeping an eye on the likes of 7th, 8th, and 9th who are charging it through. Peterson got the outside. Conor Bergstrom got the inside. Gets it all sorted out. Outbreaks himself, though. That is going to allow Peterson to get by. He's going to carry the momentum. Drive-through penalty. Conor Bergstrom gets a drive-through penalty on the last lap. He can't serve it. He cannot serve it. On the last lap, he went for a dive, and that unfortunately put to bed on that little fight. Now it is Jason Farmer onto the back of Peterson, hoping that he can carry the momentum through. 261 laps going to be completed by our leader, a solo driver, might I add, on his way through. Duplessis would be 8 hours of total racing time. 261 laps completed in a solo drive. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Quinn Duplessis getting the job done as a solo entrant and the winner of round 2. 8 hours of Monza done and dusted. My heavens. Second place, Chris Heineke. The Slick Racing team gets it hooked in. Mahayath Musa going and getting third place in the final 20 minutes of the race for Project Vapor. Fourth place is Tiernas Puerta for Hybrid Racing. Martin Racing, Henry Mayer will be getting 5th and 6th. Werner Skuman, after a tremendous fight, coming across, though. Christoph Peterson gets ahead of Jason Farmer as everyone gathers around at turn 1. Conor Bergstrom, lying in 9th place, will get a 30 seconds added onto him, but he's just did everything he could there. Bego Krobler comes across the line. What a absolute run in 11th position. Jaco Hutzer will be coming across the line in 12th position. Gerard Pretorius taking 13th. Lucan Hines will be coming across 2nd in the GT2s and in 14th position after 8 hours of racing. Hansi Myberg in 15th position. Gerry van Zyl, 16th position. The Pandassi Infiltrate getting that done. That's it. Quinton Weening lying in 17th, along with Pandassi Infiltrates. Mosquitoes getting an 18th position. Griffin Sim Racing getting 19th. Tristan Herbs of Ominous Gaming. Excalibur getting it all sorted. Eventorica in 21st for the Wholesome Motorsports. 22nd going to Seamless Artwork. Matthew Carter of Hammers Cow Racing. Then Jean Mazot getting 24th. I do apologize. Ludwig Zetman getting across the line. The Ebb and Flow Honda going and doing a monumental run. And Michael Berg taking the rest of the field. Couple of drivers not able to get to, a couple of teams there. Alan Patterson, the PWSR, not able to get through. Darren Miller tried his best to see it through to the end. Unfortunately, a game crash stopped that. Bernard Barkhazen, unfortunately, could not get it across the line for the KSR OG team. But Kilian Rayner came in to give it everything he's got. Jay Susker, unfortunately, one of our early retirements. Bernard Barkhazen, unfortunately, not able to get it in. And then we have got Elias rounding out our field, getting disqualified. Wow, wow, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a race out there. Genuine, what a race. What an exciting time to all the teams. A monumental challenge for all the teams, for all the drivers, for everyone. The highs, the lows, the excitements, all that goes with it. And it's what we love to see. We love to see the challenges that racing brings in for it. And, well, that being said, let's take a look at some of the highlights. And we do have our race winner, Duplessis, ready to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give a massive, massive round of applause. Not only first of the solo drivers that survived 8 hours of racing here at Monza, first overall, first of the team. I mean, Mr. Duplessis, how are you feeling with that one?
I'm feeling quite happy about this, about the whole thing. From the start, where everything really didn't go to plan, to just folding it into my hands eventually.
I mean, this was just an incredible race. We're watching some of the highlights where you just ended up cycling around in a massive spin. You're rejoining. You landed at Bego Krobler, getting a knock in it. It just didn't look like it was going your way. You got swallowed up by the field. But, I mean, I've got to ask, 8 hours of driving solo on a track like this. I mean, how far mental are you?
I can still drive for a few more hours, maybe.
All right,
Once the adrenaline stops, maybe.
Once the adrenaline stops, fair enough. But what a race out there. I mean, take us through the thoughts running through your head when you see that you're on it. You got Parabolica as your final stop.
I felt, relieved, to be honest, because I can feel the pain in my neck basically. And I was just hoping for the race to end quite soon, because I don't know how long I can bear the pain for it. And for the last few laps, I just kind of took it easy, just to get the car home. And yeah, I felt quite relieved.
Well, you did it. You absolutely did it. And you managed to come across the line, taking multiple wins then. The first of the solos, the first of the team, and overall 8 hours in Monza. I don't want to keep you too long because it is late and you've done some serious amount of driving. Honestly, not many people can say that they've done that. But from your side, to all our sponsors, to all our drivers, to all our spectators, they're still tuned in, going and sending all the support. And there's lots of things like Chris Heineke saying great win, Bertus Hugo same thing, the Crazy Rabbit jumping in saying well done. The floor is yours.
The only thing I can say is thanks to the sponsors to bring this up, as well as the RaceFace admins, Sansi and Batters, that took the time and effort to set everything up, and then the sponsors also jumping in, and then as well as the drivers, because without it we would not have had this race.
Absolutely tremendous. Well, Mr. Duplessis, you're the winner of the 8 hours of Monza. You fought through adversity, you got the win, and you can say that you were the fastest hybrid racing driver and survived 8 hours of racing. Seriously, well done.
Thank you very much.
I'm quite blown away at this. We're going to bring another couple of drivers to have a chat to us. Let's bring in Chris Heineke and Mark Henneberry. So here is Chris Heineke. Let's bring in Mark Henneberry, the team in the big Bentley that really is leading the championship. Second when you come across the line and maximizing your points. How are you guys feeling? You now really stamping your names into the history books here for 2024, the endurance race of, the endurance series for 2024. Starting off, Chris, welcome. I mean, what's going through your mind?
Excitement, flipping. I'm just glad that's finished. Exciting. I think the adrenaline is still pumping. It was a hectic race, to finish where we were.
It was an incredible fight. You had to work hard. Mark Henneberry, welcome. Glad to have you. You landed up in a nail-biting fight, tooth and nail. What's going through your mind? How was the start to the race for you?
Oh, Chris did all the work. He handled it perfectly.
All right, but you were still in the car.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Very unexpected. Again, like round one.
Yeah, it's just consistency. I just keep the consistency going. That's it.
Well, you two alone have proven that the Bentley still has its legs. Where everyone else has taken the more modern machinery, you guys have kept with the old faithful that, was the strongest car when Assetto Corsa Competizione was still in beta. I mean, how's that? You guys are setting a bit of a standpoint here that the older cars are still very effective.
Yeah, I know. We've been using the Bentley for many years, so, and Mark and myself are familiar with it. So we know it's a good car, great car. It all comes down to the setup, and then just drive it to the max, eh?
Oh, incredible stuff. Well, we're going to take this because you guys got that second place. You score valuable points. You're leading the championship with absolute certainty at the moment. Chris, to all the fans, the spectators, to the sponsors that are keeping an eye out on all the racing, anything you'd like to say to our spectators, our sponsors, and all those that are watching now and in the future?
Yeah, I know. Just have to thank the sponsors for RaceFace and the guys hosting it. I mean, without you guys, this won't happen. We can't do this. So, no, it's great. Thanks for hosting. Great for the fans. Have some excitement going there. And then, congrats to Q. That's a brilliant drive by him there, solo. I mean, unbelievable.
Mark Henry, same thing. The floor is yours, Mr. Bentley.
Yeah, well, just keep going forward.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well done to the Slick Racing team. Absolutely slick to get it into second place. Okay, I'll walk out with my dad jokes. All right, well done, guys. Absolutely tremendous stuff.
Thanks.
Wow. Okay, exciting times there, but we're going to have our next round of chats because we're going to bring in Ludwig Zetman to come in.
Ludwig, I missed the one guy. Yes, hello.
Hi. I caught you in a bit of a bad moment there.
Yeah, I was busy talking to someone else.
Fair enough. Ludwig Zetman, welcome to the commentary box. And
thank you.
Racing with your brother in the Honda, where both of you said the car feels very weird to drive. You guys managed to get that car across the line. You drove through some of the worst, like anything that could go wrong went wrong. You landed in the felt so many times, but you guys kept going. I mean, where did you find just the drive to keep going?
Well, for me, it was just I've always wanted to be racing ever since a kid, and I never got the chance. I actually got the chance a couple of times, but now that I finally have the chance to, even though it's on sim, to do racing, I'm milking it for whatever it's worth. So yeah,
well,
that's where the drive comes from.
Well, you guys did a phenomenal job out there, and it was a little car the little Honda that everyone wrote off. You guys have stuck it out. Plus, you had your dad cheering in the crowd that is still awake at 1:20 in the morning on a Sunday. I mean, that must be quite a moment for you, having your dad cheering on the sidelines and racing with your brother in a monumental race like this. 8 hours of Monza.
Yeah, I mean, it's very nice to have that. I mean, we were actually barred from video games as children, so having him watch this now is really it's a really nice moment to have, and I appreciate it. It's nice. It's really amazing. With regards to the little Honda, what actually happened was my brother is the one that played the campaign, and he told me, "Look, go and try the Honda. It's actually a very nice car." That was before we entered for the endurance run. I mean, we did the 24 hours with the Honda. It's a freaking brilliant car to drive. The handling is actually pretty good, even though it didn't show on this race at all. but it's got a specific driving style that you need to adapt to. It's more like you power through the corner instead of trail braking into the corner. Well, that's how I made it to work back then. And the series before the SRO event, I drove the Honda as well. Again, lovely car to drive, but it just had no straight line speed. Everybody would just like pull underneath me, even though I had a better corner exit than them. So I always had to compromise my setup, and having that in mind, I tried to do that on this one now. But before that, the SRO event, I drove with the Audi, where my brother drove with the McLaren. So it's again a completely different way of driving on the Honda. And yeah, I mean, we only had like 4 hours of practice actually. I could only practice last night for 2 hours, and again this morning for 2 hours, trying to get on top of the car, getting the setup done. It was pretty much a tall order. I was trying to get it to handle the way the Audi and the McLaren did, and it was just a mess. I should have just stuck and tried to learn what the car wants instead of what I want from the car. So yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, characteristics of vehicles does play a big factor into the world of racing. Well, Ludwig, now that I have you in the commentary box and your dad is watching, anything you would like to say to the crowd, to the sponsors, to everyone out there watching now and in the future, and, well, your dad that barred you from video games and you guys stuck it out to the end?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say big thanks to Hansi and Bertus. I mean, these guys are doing so much work for this community, organizing these races, and the amount of effort that they're putting in the back line. It's really a treat to come and to race these events. The sponsors, guys, I don't think you guys understand how much joy you are bringing to the sim racing community, especially those who really can't afford to go racing in real life. But this is the closest they'll ever get to it, and it's like living a dream, even though it's a cheaper dream, but it's living a dream. So yeah, and Dad, even though you barred us from video games, I still had the tenacity of going on with my love for video games and having my love for racing in with it. Really makes me I won't say it fills my heart with joy with the fact that you were watching us, giving us the support that we would have liked when we were still children. But I mean, you had your own reasons for doing it. You grew up in a different time. So yeah, listen, thanks a lot for supporting us, and we hope to have you support us more in the future as well.
Well, I can tell you he was on the stream before I even clicked start streaming.
No way.
He saw it to the end. I am dead serious. He was the first comment on the stream before I even clicked the button.
Jeez.
So
that's nice to hear. That's good to hear.
Ludwig, go and enjoy the celebrations with your brother. Go and enjoy the celebrations. And I think maybe giving Dad a call would be a good idea a little bit later.
I will do so. Maybe I'll do it later, like during the day, probably. Also, I want to go to bed now. I'm pretty much knackered. Can I just say something for my fellow competitors?
With pleasure.
I'm apologizing, my brother and I both. We are apologizing from the bottom of our hearts with the accidents that we made. Guys, we really did not want that to happen at all. We both felt like really bad when each time it happened. I just did not know how to convey it to you guys on track. But yeah, next race will be better, I promise. We won't look like utter tools on the track.
Well, Ludwig, if you don't spin off in an endurance race, you haven't started the endurance race. So that's the way it goes. But absolutely well done, and well done to your brother as well.
Thanks. I will convey it to him.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, exciting moments there. We still got so many guests that are wanting to have a bit of a chat here. Let's see if we can try and bring them in, squeeze it for a last little bit. Starting off with Loic Randabelt and Michael Donaldson being the team up. Michael, Loic, welcome.
G'day.
What a race. How are you guys feeling after that? 8 hours done and dusted, written off at this point. And, well, it was a heart and mouth moment for you guys.
We're happy.
I told you we'd do it. I told you.
Yeah, no, you did. You did. Loic, from your side, I mean, taking a look at the race, teaming up with Michael Donaldson, second round done and dusted. You guys are friends from a long time in gaming, but now getting to conquer yet another endurance race, going to see the OG everywhere out on the track, and some misfortunes befell some, and others having good fortunes like yourself to push it to the end. How are you feeling with that?
Feeling good. I mean, the start of the race was one. I'm not going to talk about that. I got wiped out twice, but yeah, it was a bit of a mess. But in the end, we started what? Well, we meant to start P10, started P9, ended up P22, I think, and then finished P9. So overall, I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy, and we've kind of put ourselves on the board now for RaceFace Enduros, at least, because if you recall, in Nordschleife 24-hour, we got disqualified. And then, yeah, I don't know. There's not much to say. I have to go to bed because I've got to wake up in like 2.5 hours.
Okay, well, fair enough for that one. So I'll make it short and quick. Michael, anything from your side looking back at the racing so far?
The moment it hit that 4-hour mark, we were like, we have to push to get somewhere. So we start going, and we started pushing for our last 3 stints, absolutely demolishing those lap times, and we're cutting down into the people that we're trying to chase. And it's like, that last stint really felt great.
That's when you felt the Strats.
Yeah, I mean, the car was great, taking out literal chunks each lap.
Seconds.
And when so our goal was top 10 and to be to beat the Nitro team. That was our goal.
Well,
and on the last lap, they get a drive-through, and that drive-through allowed us to win by 3 seconds to get that 9th place.
And the drive-through was all because they were fighting the LNR car into turn 1, and Connor landed up braking a fraction too late, straight lining turn 1, and instead of backing off the throttle to allow the LNR car to get past, he kept on the throttle to try and hold his position, and that was pretty much that for the Nitro team. Well, guys, well done to the OG ZRC car. It is yet another mark put in. You didn't finish round 1, but round 2, you stuck yourselves on the board, you put yourselves up towards the top, and now you got to look forward to the 12 hours of Bathurst and also the Midrand 570 that are going to be coming up.
Let's go. I'm excited for those.
Absolutely incredible
I
stuff.
don't know what the second one is.
Kailami 9.5 hour.
Oh, where? Oh, it's fine. You'll.
He doesn't know about the mid-round. Okay.
You'll see us on the podium there, Steve.
I hope so. It's a track that you know.
Or you'll see me in a wall. One or two.
Well, let's try and avoid the wall side of things.
No, maximum ride heights, making it so we can demolish that cheetah curb.
Well,
it's a trampoline.
There we go. Have a great morning, guys. Go get some rest. You deserved it.
Thank you. You too.
Yes, Steve.
Loic and Michael having a bit of a chat to them. All right, we're going to have 2 more interviews, and let's kick it off with Luke and Heinz coming in. Lucan, what a race out there. Ups and downs, twos and fros. How are you feeling after that?
Tired. It was a rough race. It was for the racing snails a bit of a rookie training session, but I think we did well. We ended up doing some damage manipulation in the end, but we got there.
Well, an absolute stellar drive. The no quit that you guys had, the support in the grandstands, absolutely tremendous. But now looking on to the future, you guys have managed to finish round 1 and finish round 2. Looking at what's coming up, the Midrand 570 and also the likes of the Bathurst 12 hour. What's going to be the plans to elevate to the next step now that the rookies have gone through, well, I wouldn't call them rookies anymore.
Yes, I think we're building our team quite well. So we just need to get them a bit faster, and then we can start trying to give the guys in the front a bit of a headache. I loved the KTMs; they were super quick in the straights. We just need to tweak our setup a bit.
Those GT2s are absolutely phenomenal, and it's always fantastic to see drivers enjoying the race with the GT2s. Wish there was a little bit more, but yes. Honestly, those cars are a dream for anyone that doesn't know. If you had to kind of summarize how it feels to drive a GT2 car compared to a GT3,
it's basically just it feels to me like the same thing with a bit less downforce, so you can't corner as fast, but it's got everything in the straight the GT3 has, and obviously with a little less downforce, it's just super quick.
So a massive amount of fun. Definitely a car that you would recommend guys to jump into.
Fun. Super fun. Definitely try it.
All right. Well, Lucan, thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely an honor to have you guys, and an honor to have the GT2s racing in the championship. You were one of 3, but maybe come the next race, you're going to be a little bit more than that.
Hopefully some people will join us as the GT2s. Will definitely make your day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Lucan. Great stuff. Wow. What an amazing time as we now heading towards it. We're going to have one more interview, and that is going to be to Matthew Carter. He's been waiting patiently. Matthew Carter, welcome to the commentary box.
Hello, Stephen.
How are you feeling after that race?
Pretty tired, I must admit. Pretty tired.
I mean, let's go through it. You were in nose-to-tail battles all the way through. You landed up with some challenging times out there. How's the morale of the team going and scoring the results, getting across that line, surviving 8 hours of Monza?
We feel pretty good. I mean, Seb, Michael Schultz was a bit under the weather, so I mean, we really appreciate him like stepping in and still putting in a stint for us. But other than that, yeah, myself and Russ drove a pretty good race. We're pretty happy with it, even taking consideration that Russ had the unfortunate disconnect once or twice in the race. But I mean, we cracked on, and yeah, just pretty much did what we could with the car. I mean, the car felt ridiculously fun to race, even though I'm not too familiar with the Ferrari. I'm more of the McLaren driver, but yeah, I mean, the Ferrari was fun. I was putting in some good laps in my second stint, and had some good fun.
Okay, and I want to just let everyone know at home, Matt was busy trying to get hold of me to ensure that the livery was all set up and ready to go. Hammer Cow Racing?
That's Russ.
What?
Russ, I don't know. He made the livery, he brought it up, and he kept saying to me when he started the race, he was like, please just find out if Steven can see the livery. He just wants to know if he can see the livery and see the team name. That's all that matters to him. So I was like, okay, I'm going to pop in the chat, see if everyone can see it. And his day was made.
Oh my heavens. Okay, well, I don't think we'll ever get what that actually means, or we'll find out in the next one. Matt, before I let you go, anything you would like to say to our sponsors, to our drivers, to everyone watching at home now and in the future on a monumental race that you've just accomplished?
No, I just want to say a big thanks to everyone, all the sponsors, RaceFace, everyone that set this up. Much appreciated. I had tons of fun racing in it. My teammates as well. Thanks for letting me do it. And yeah, it's excited to see everyone for the next one. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be great. The Midram 570 and the Bathurst 12 hour are to follow with one another. Then we'll have the Spa 24 on the way through. Matt, thank you so much for joining. Well done on the positions. Well done for finishing the Monza 8 hour.
Thanks a lot, Stephen. Thanks a lot, everyone at home, for watching.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that does bring us to the end of tonight's race. A big shout out, big thank you to all our sponsors: SA Lube, Ondorf Machinery Mart, Scallywags Racing, along with Red Star Raceway right here at RaceFace.Pro. It's absolutely an honor to have all our sponsors jumping on board. So many bombshells dropped during the course of this. And keep an eye out on our social media, along with all our sponsors' social media, because there's so much going on and you don't want to miss any of it with the racing that's going on, the prizes that's coming out. There's just so much news here at RaceFace.Pro. But make sure you hit the subscribe button along with that bell notification icon to keep up to date with all the racing action, as next week, Tuesday, we're going to be jumping in with some amazing iRacing, and start of our Wednesday series is happening, so make sure you go to simgrid.pro for that. Thursday we will have broadcasts up for the start of the brand new season 19 of the RaceFace.Pro Thursday GT3 series, so don't want to miss that. It's going to be an incredible one. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'd like to say a big thank you to you guys for joining me on this great adventure. Congratulations to all teams, drivers, families, pets, everyone that was involved. A big thank you to Hansi Myberg and Bert Hugo for putting the event together and ensuring that it runs smoothly right here at RaceFace.Pro. But like always, it's time to say a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, and a good night, everybody. We'll see you next time right here at RaceFace.Pro.